Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerilla Cricket. Yay! It's day 4 of the Trent Bridge Test. It's quite nicely poised. England are 207 runs ahead, 3 down. Root and Brook at the crease. Brook's got his highest score of the series so far. He's on 71 non out, hasn't given it away yet. Root looking Root-like. But one feels that England need about 400 lead here to feel dead safe. Although, you know, statistically people don't really chase that much. England chased down 300 odd in 50 overs 2 years back.
They did.
Not sure this West Indies side can do that, but the pitch still looks pretty flat. Doesn't look like it's really deteriorating that much. There's a bit of overheads today. The outfield's like glass. Want a big lead. And actually, David Brooks 10-1 on the draw might not be so outrageous after all. Anyway, to talk and mull this over, I am joined by Jason G. Hiscox on my left and Messages in Perth. Good morning, lads.
Good morning.
Good morning. I can tell you too that the weather is set fair today. It's going to cloud over around lunchtime, but the temperature's going to get to 21. Very little chance of rain, and I don't think bad light should be an issue, so we should get a full day's play.
And on that basis, I think England need to bat for at least 2 sessions to get the 200 run to get a 400 lead.
I don't think England will need 2 sessions to get a 400 run lead. That's the thing. It's a question of how deep they do want to go.
They'll score another 300 runs in 2 sessions.
West Indies scored 351 in a day on day 2. So
yeah, we scored 416 in a day on day 1.
Yeah. So No,
Yep.
scores 350-ish are par for a day's play, I think. So giving them three sessions and probably an hour is probably about...
Famously, that's what we did at, was it Headingley 5-6 years ago when Shy Hope got his ton.
So,
you know,
he chased it 315, I think, or something like that.
yeah, it was something like that.
The key for the West Indies is going to be getting some breakthroughs, because these two have done extraordinarily well already. And when you've got both Smith and Stokes to come, it's quite daunting from their point of view. But if they could pick up a couple of wickets in the first half hour, it could change the flavour of what we can expect for the rest of the day.
Well, yes,
gonna
very
be
much
interesting.
so. I mean, these two looked very well set at the end of yesterday, even though the overheads, the ball was doing a little bit.
But they got to start again today.
But they do have to start again today. And that, yeah, is the issue, really, isn't it? Of course, we lost another early wicket. Crawley's had a pretty poor test. Bit unlucky yesterday, I guess. Duckett's had 2 70s. Pope's got a ton and a 50. Now, I mean, it still looks like a really
Flat.
nice batting wicket. Maybe at some point it does suddenly start to crumble and a spinner comes into it. They've got a lot of left-handers and we've got a right-arm spinner, so it could be interesting. It could be interesting.
It's not really the trope for Trent Bridge, though. It's traditionally seen as a seamer's wicket,
Yeah.
particularly when it goes grey overhead. So I can't recall many spinners getting a real good performance out of the pitch.
No, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to. I mean, you've got to hope maybe on day 5 it does do something a little bit more. There'll be a lot of wear either side of the wicket then at least to bowl into, which might give you some joy. But it's pretty sunny this morning as they start. It's pretty reasonably sunny in London with a light feathery cloud above. We shall play some jingles for the openers. We have out there at the moment this guy. Who is out there, of course, with the other overnight batsman.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
I mean, the innings are very reasonably matched, aren't they? Who do you reckon's going to open the bowling? Will it be
Jaden Seals was pulling off his sweater, so I think we'll be seeing Jaden Seals at for one end.
We'll give him a name.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
It is going to be Jaden Seals.
If I were a betting man, I'd say this will tell you a bit about the psyche of West Indies. If they were gambling, they'd go for Shamar Joseph at the other end, but I think they'll probably go for Azari instead.
I think Azari, I think, has bowled well. A lot of people say they bowled badly. I don't think they've bowled badly. I just think it's a really it's not a very good track to be a bowler on at the moment. That's
Their line hasn't been great, though.
Yeah, but I think you've got to try stuff. There's not a lot in the pitch. Occasionally they change balls, haven't they? And it's swung for a little bit and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, in general, the pitch has not offered a lot. And there's not been a lot in the air because it's been pretty sunny most of the time. I mean, yesterday afternoon was probably the prime time to bowl, and kudos to England for getting through it, only losing 3 wickets and extending their lead to 207. Especially when the 3rd wicket went down, when Root and Brook came out. Seals is in again. That one swings in a little bit. Lovely drive by Brook, but straight to the man at mid-off. You know, you had 2 new batsmen in at that point. We only had a lead of 99. I think we were effectively 99 for 3. If they could have broken through then, could have looked at a different game. But you've got to give kudos to these two to getting through to the end of the day. It is a flat track though. A good batsman should thrive.
Not only has Harry Brook survived, but he's actually prospered. He scored 71 off only 80 balls.
Yeah, he likes to be aggressive, get on the front foot. Seals it in again. And Brook just drops that down towards the slips, and there's no run. He'll be looking for his maiden test in England. Ton, that is. He scored 4 in Pakistan.
I wonder where he learned that shot that he's just done, the little root dab
What, a little
down.
root dab down, yeah. There's quite a lot of that going around these days. Well, now no one has any third men, do they? Very rarely a third man down there. It's
I
generally
always think
sort
the
of
third man,
backward one.
if you've got a moving wicket, is actually a pretty aggressive fielding option, because you know that if it goes anywhere, it's going to go through the slips. Therefore, if they get something through the slips, you don't want them to get a boundary.
Yeah, but Seals comes in again. That one is again guided down. This time he does find the gap past the gully. There is someone coming around from backward point. He's not a third man, so they should get back for 2. They do indeed. I think Sinclair was down there. Yeah, but that takes a man out of the slips, doesn't it? I think these days people would rather have the extra man out of the slips.
You can take a man out of cover, perhaps, or even mid-wicket, and give him the opportunity to try and hit either against a swinging ball or straight, and bring the slips potentially more into play.
Okay. We've had a super chat. I don't like your vicar. That's all I'm going to say to that. We'll get more for Messi at the end. We'll get more for Messi Jazz at the end of the over.
Oh dear. Sorry,
That's
Steve.
250 up for England. Couple from Brook. That is a fucking lovely drive. That is absolutely beautiful. First over, it's 2 full, long half volley, and Brook doesn't miss out. Carries on from where he was last night. First of the morning in the first over, it's one of these.
Yeah, it's what I like to call zero tolerance batting. You go off the line and the length by just a tiny little smidgen, and the ball whistles away.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose England are going along at about 5 and over, aren't they? Must be, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, just under, yeah.
So, they're not exactly pulling back, but they haven't exactly... Oh, that's another beautiful square drive. This time he will hit the fielder. The point, and that'll be the end of the first over. We'll hand it over to you, Messi, to say hello to people.
Yes, indeed. Well, Stephen Kelk gets priority because he's super chatted us €2 to atone for the fact that the vicar, i.e. his good lady wife, prefers TMS. Well, we all have our crosses to bear, which seems appropriate in the circumstances. For the moment, I'll just shout out to all the people who've said hello so far. Eco Stevens, Jamar the Statsman, Mutley, Jay Grover, Leah, and Ben McCormick, Chris the Choir, Diana Patterson, and Fluffy. Welcome to all of you, and we'll get around to some of your messages when we've got some time. I would say please don't take offence if your messages don't get out. Sometimes the cricket just gets in the way of the social interactions, which is
Aye, and plus, you know, if you super chat, the message definitely gets read out, but you can't expect it otherwise. I mean, that's the whole point of super chat, you know. I do like Pokey's one. They says 400 run lead sounds about right, but I fear England might get a bit excited and leave us with 360. A big score feels chaseable at the moment. Well, yeah, it's true. At the other end is Jason's pick, and his first ball is defended by Brook, who got a single off the last ball of the over. It is, of course... No, that's the England team. This dude.
Jesus, Mary, and shame our Joseph. Who's this coming up out in the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
Seeing a picture of a slightly disconsolate Zach Crawley chomping away on some comestibles. He's probably got nothing much else to do for the best part of a day anyway.
He's scored 3 runs in total, hasn't he? I mean, I guess he was a bit unfortunate yesterday. Seals in. Oh, there's an appeal there. That's not a bad appeal.
That's
maybe
just
a bit
missing leg, I think.
I think maybe a bit high. I don't think it's missing, but maybe a bit of inside edge as well.
He was quite wide on the crease when he delivered it, and it was angled in, so I did think, I don't know how much of a stride Brook got in on that. It didn't look to be like too much of a stride, but I thought that was just a miss.
Oh, it was his back leg actually, and it was stump high and going up.
It was well bowled.
Yeah, it was well bowled. Yeah, I think it's probably going over.
West Indies don't look too disappointed anyway.
No. Joseph in again. This one is clipped by Brook out into mid-wicket. I think he wants 2, and they're going to go back for 2. Ooh, a little bit of a misfield, I think, by the skipper.
Yeah, it looks like Craig Brathwaite.
Allows them to get back for an easy 2. It would have been quite tight had he picked it up cleanly. But put pressure on the fielder, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, I know Brook's quick, but I'm not sure he's that quick.
No.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like the quickest, does he? He's quite a bulky lad. Well, he's not. He's tall. He sort of slouches, but
he's got strong shoulders.
Yeah, he's not. He's not your sort of modern sort of.
He's not Johnny Bairstow.
No,
thick set.
Thick set. No, and he also doesn't look like he pumps it and's got a 6-pack. But maybe he does. I don't know. Shamal Joseph in again. That's defended by Brook up towards mid-on.
Probably worth noting there's a stiff breeze about 20 kilometres an hour. Bowling straight into Shamal Joseph as he bowls, which may in fact help the swing a bit.
Yeah,
certainly did for me yesterday.
How did you do yesterday?
Oh, just 1 for 28. We didn't get enough on we won the toss, batted on a wicket that had rain in the morning, so we only got 105 in 40 overs.
Oh dear.
And the youngsters picked it off with 3 down for about in 30 overs.
Okay. That's into the pad. Ooh, clipped into the leg side. That was a short mid wicket.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite carry
that.
him. I like that. I do like that. And there is no run.
Well, I think that's a result of the line that Shamal Joseph is bowling, which is very much angled into the stumps. No, attacking the stumps. And therefore any shots off the bat are likely to go to that position. So that's good work by Craig Brathwaite. I think he's put himself there.
I don't think it is him.
Or is it?
I don't know who it is, but it's not Brathwaite. Anyway, Harry Brook faces up. Last ball of the second over of the day, 53rd of the match, or this inning, sorry. That's into the pads. Again, lent on. He's really trying to get it. He's trying to beat the bat of Harry Brook. He's managed to get bat on everything pretty much, apart from the one that they did appeal for, which was a bit high. It's a single. Has Root faced the ball this morning? I don't think he has he?
No.
Brook's on 81 off 90. Over to you, Messi.
So on the platform formerly known as Twitter, WG Rumble Pants has posted a photo of Jimmy looking wistfully from the balcony, saying they're forced England's greatest ever bowler to retire. And Grubby just says, you've got to let it go, Rumble Pants.
Yeah, you do have to let it go. Everything comes to an end, in sport especially.
Matthew Cullen says, good morning, Gorillas. Looking forward to another good day of cricket. Just finished a morning run to apologise to my body for the fish and chips I had yesterday. Don't be driven by guilt.
You don't need to apologise for fish and chips.
Christ, exactly. Yeah. I mean, imagine how much running I'd be doing if I was apologising for everything shit I ate.
Warren says, is Harry Brook's bat sponsored by Major League Baseball? I doubt it.
Well, he's facing up again to Seals. He guides this. Can't beat the slip cordon. It's about third slip, and there's no run.
The other thing that's noticeable about the 13 balls so far is they're all very full.
Yeah.
They're really giving the ball a chance to swing.
Yeah. Very true.
And it's tailing in very slightly for Seals.
I mean, it has been hot. You'd think that eventually it would crumble a little bit, or it's been getting a pretty good pounding over the last.
It does depend how much they're allowed to repair the wicket and what types of repair they're allowed to do at the end of the day.
Well, you shouldn't be allowed to repair this straight, I thought. I mean, yeah, you can roll it and you can do that, but you shouldn't be able to actually repair it. That's guy in the stumps again, and it's defended by Brook. No run up to mid-on.
I think they're allowed to mow it.
I don't think you are.
Well,
if anyone can clear that the outfield, yeah, but not the wicket. You can't alter the wicket.
I don't think so. No, you can roll it, and I think that's all.
Most of the grass should be dead anyway. It's not really growing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's down to. I don't know how much it is down
to. It was 8 millimetres at the start of play. That was what they told us on Thursday morning, and I was in here before the start of play.
Opta have got a stat for everything.
Yeah, absolutely, probably have. Seals is in, and again that's defended by Brook. Square on the offside this time, and there is no run.
Dave Wood says, well, have we not declared yet?
No.
Yeah, a bit ahead of time. And Mog says, ideally the England bats will eat a bag of dicks and collapse for fewer than 50 additional runs. Also, hello.
I don't want that, but if England got to 300, I'd probably put the Windies as favourites at 300, but certainly England would be in with a chance. 300 is still a lot of runs to score.
300, I think Windies are probably backing themselves on this wicket if it doesn't deteriorate. 350 is about where I think
it's
par
always
is.
weird though, isn't it? Fourth innings are weird. I mean, if you get ahead of the game, that one's pushed into the offside, they'll go for a single. It's not picked up particularly cleanly, doesn't bother shying at the stump. So Root will actually get a ball to face. This is it. I mean, if you're chasing 300 and you get off to a wonderful start at 150 for 2, then everything looks fucking rosy, doesn't it? But even that, I mean, what in the last Ashes test last year, forgetting the ball change, although that's probably important. Australia, what did they need? They needed about 290 or something, and they were about 150 odd for 2, weren't they? And then
the ball was changed and it went round corners.
It went round corners, and Travis Head got out, and then it all collapsed in a heap. But pressure can quickly come on if you lose wickets, even if you're looking quite rosy in the fourth innings. That's defended out into the offside square, and there's no run.
That was interesting because just looking at Root's stance there, and he was standing a good distance outside the crease. I'm thinking this pitch isn't really that quick then. If he's trying
he did that a lot yesterday.
Yeah, I think he likes that. I think he's good enough. There aren't too many others standing outside the crease like him, let's be honest.
Yeah.
There are some people that do charge down the wicket. I mean, one's at the other end, and Ollie Pope is the other one, who do like to run down the wicket and then hit the ball as it's coming towards them.
Well, Seals is bowling about 85 miles an hour. If he was bowling an extra 5 miles an hour, I'm not sure Root would be able to do that.
Yeah, probably true. That one is outside Root's off stump, and he leaves it, and there's no run. It's nice to see Root playing a Root-like innings rather than trying to force it too much.
Yes.
Over to you, Messi.
So it's at the end. Oh, it is too. So Ben McCormack says, "Morning all. What's the chances of England throwing away a strong position with some unwise shot selection this morning, channeling the angst of all English fans?"
They won't do it in the first session, I don't think.
I don't think they'll do it in the first session. I think if they get to a 300-run lead and these two are still there,
then they'll try to push the accelerator.
Brook, well, I think once Brook gets 100, he'll probably try and accelerate some more. Root will just play Root-like, and then of course you've got, if they can get to 300 ahead and Stokes and Jamie Smith to come,
they've got a chance, opportunity to tee off, and in fact probably the recommendation to tee off.
Exactly. I think if you want to win this, you're probably going to need more than you might want 4.5 sessions to bowl a side out. I mean, when did they get? They lasted 4 sessions, didn't they? The West Indies in the first innings. That's into the hip of Brook, who just works it down to long leg and gives himself a single. So
Leah thinks you look a bit ruffled this morning, Bear.
Ruffled? No.
Yeah, a bit wild, hairy.
Well, the hair's going this week. I've been meaning to cut it for about a month, but I just haven't got round to it. Busy doing other shit, but I'm going on holiday on Friday, and I'm not going with this fucking mop on my head.
Going somewhere hot.
Going down to south of France.
Very nice.
Villa with a pool for a week. Although the first morning is going to be interesting, because you're on the first morning, aren't you? You're doing the first day.
I am doing the first
If you've got any problems, I'm going to be on a boat. That's
right.
defended by Root. Beats the man at slip, and it's going down towards third man. It is, going to just about make the boundary. And that will be Root moving into the 40s.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, so I didn't really think about it when I booked the ferry, but I booked the ferry at 9:30, which arrives in France dead on 11.
Right.
Now, they say I've got free Wi-Fi on the boat, and I will have my phone, but you've got my direct number anyway, haven't you? I will leave it all set up, you just have to turn it all on. And then hopefully you won't have a problem. And then second morning, I'm in France. I've got my phone, I can tether to it. And if I'm on the road, it's just I worry about being on a boat and what the situation is there. Shepherd is, Joseph. I think it's Shamal Shepherd.
Shepherd and Joseph.
Yeah, well,
very biblical there.
Well, I know.
Yes.
But,
it's a bit like their alternative to King and Charles, isn't it?
that was just worked past mid wicket anyway for a single. And then they've got who's the Shepherd they've got?
Romario Shepherd.
Romario Shepherd. I keep thinking
Who's
of him.
more a one-day player.
Yeah. He used to be in a Test side, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
He started off in the Test side.
And of course, if we go back to the 98 series, you had Lambert and Butler, otherwise known as Philo Wallace and Clayton Lambert.
Yes. That's driven by very full ball by Shamar Joseph. Brook just plays it out to cover, no run. 265 for 3. Lead is 224, and we're only in the 55th over. So the other thing I want to do is make hay with the old ball. If it doesn't get changed for the one that moves around all over the place. But
it's been changed twice.
Yeah, I got 25 overs.
I do like the fact that we're going to see how durable the players are with these.
Well, that might give some encouragement to England. Seem to keep a little bit low. Harry Brook, defender. I mean, it would be weird if it would be quite encouraging for England if suddenly they come out batting after lunch and suddenly the pitch starts misbehaving and some jump and some keep
quite a long
low.
way in that.
Yeah.
And Brook keeps an eye on it and managed to keep it out.
That's Sean Tate, isn't it?
Sean Tate and Jimmy Adams.
I loved Jimmy Adams when he was a batsman. He was great.
He was just too cool for the game, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was so. I mean, he started off with a test average, huge test average, didn't he? For
55, 60, I think.
Yeah,
for a while.
yeah. Defended out into the covers and there's no run. He was the back end of the great West Indian side, wasn't he?
Yeah. Chris Acquire says, always a joy listening to the Guerilla Cricket theme, especially like the inclusion of Graham Saville of Essex from the Fletcher era. He celebrated his 80th birthday this year. Good morning, by the way. Pokey says 400 run. Oh, you've done Pokey. Fluffy says, evening. Phew, I thought I'd overslept a couple of days. And Chris Acquire says, day 5 will be a wonderful oddity these days. I think you just have short memories, Chris. Almost all the Ashes tests went to 5 days, I think. So, you know.
Yeah, they did.
Rain helped.
Rain did help. Oh no, we're watching wickets going down. And there were 2 in quick succession yesterday.
Chris also says that if the captain led a successful chase of 360 plus, how long before it's called breath ball? Oh God, don't.
Well, if any wicket's going to lend itself to it, this one does.
Yeah,
it has to be said. It does still look reasonably flat.
Delay.
Nope. Here comes Jaden Seals bowling to Root. Clips that beautifully out to deep mid wicket. There is a man out in the deep. They should get back for 2. They do.
Yeah, they will have boundary riders now, given they want to limit the amount of runs they're going to chase.
Well, England aren't being slow, are they? Let's be honest.
Well, no.
How many runs have we scored already? And we're still going at about 5 and over. So the start of the day hasn't slowed England down at all. And I'm sure England will want to put pressure on the Windies. I mean, they'd have felt quite good getting that 41 run lead yesterday.
Yeah.
Bit brainless cricket. Oh, that one swung in a little bit to Rooty, but short enough that he drove. One hand came off the bat, drove up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I was on my way to play my cricket match, and then I found out once I'd come off the pitch what the score was, and I thought, they got 70 runs for the last wicket.
Yeah, well, it's bloody England, isn't it? I mean, how many times have we seen that? It was pretty brainless.
Why would you take all the pressure off? No, 8 and 11 or 7 and 11.
I know they do. I don't know what it's a mindset. They just went to the short.
Should attack both players.
It should attack both players, and I think you should try and keep it tight. You know, bowl that offside line. Root comes down the track a little bit. Jaden Seals, he bowls it short, and Root pulls his hands away and lets it through to Josh De Silva behind the stumps, and there's no run.
And Shamar Joseph doesn't look like a number 11. Looks like he's got some shots.
Well, he's got a number 11 punchers swingers chance, hasn't he? You know, he's
no
fair few number 11s around there, like swing the bat, can hit the ball.
Josh De Silva just played a very, very good supportive innings with the tail.
Well, I thought
not that they gave him much support.
Well, no, but then right at the end, after he got his 50 and they were motoring along, Seals is in, and that's defended by Root up to mid-on. There's no run. You know, he wouldn't take singles, and Seals, I mean, obviously Joseph was in and he was hitting 4s and 6s, and it's like, well, eventually he's going to get out. You might as well let him hit some 4s and 6s. But he regularly just hit it out to the deep for 4 balls and not take the run after the guy got in, and then they got onto the spinners, and you thought, well, number 11, if he's got his iron and he likes to hit long with a wicket that's not really turning, it's not a bad idea to let him loose. Try and swing heave a couple over cow or whatever. Seals is in to the pads of Roots, who works that square on the leg side. Just be the 1 run. 1 ball to come in the over. And the crowd's a bit slow in this morning.
Yeah,
Empty
Sunday
stand,
morning.
Sunday morning. A lot of hangovers, I imagine.
Yeah, I was still getting photos at like 3 a.m. this morning of the guys out on the RAS, the youngsters
Oh, for Christ.
in Croydon. God help them.
Where's your home ground?
And just south of Croydon, into the green belt.
Okay. Jaden Seals is in again. Beautiful
Shot.
drive. That's a lovely drive by Brook. A little bit uppish, but what the hell? It was inside mid-off. Raced down to the long off boundary, 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Who's it you play for?
Woodmanstone in...
You didn't used to play for them. Oh, have you played
No,
for them?
I've played for them ever since I came to London.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you sort of played around Wandsworth area. I don't know why.
No. We've played your guys several times.
Okay.
In various
Jeziak
forms.
says,
But I don't think we knew
morning.
each other then.
Says, morning, as Nas pointed out before the game, Brook's test stats are outstanding, 61.5 at a strike rate of 91. They're much higher than his first class stats. And Mog says, are you heading for the Albigensian Crusade parts of France, Bear? Can you pick me up some Qatar merch? Yeah, good luck with it.
Well, what I do know from my childhood visit to Andorra is that booze there's no tax up there, so you can like literally buy
Correct.
Napoleon brandy for back then it was about £3 a bottle. It was insanely cheap. That's just dropped into the offside and they will go for a single and there's no run. But for weirdly, because it was France, they had walls and walls of katanas, like samurai swords, and I really wanted one, and they weren't that expensive.
I don't think the Qatars use many of them, to be honest.
No,
No, it'd been a great sword or a...
I really wanted my parents to buy me one. I was about 8. Of course, that was never happening.
I think the Qatars' main weapon was prayer, to be honest, but it didn't work too well.
I can get you a Bible, Mog. Although it might burn, your hands. You never know.
I don't think I'd go that route.
That's worked into the leg side by Harry Brook. There's no run. Well, it's not surprising that Brook's test average is higher than... How many tests he played? 13? Something like that? How many first-class games he's played? He's, 24, 25, Harry Brook?
Probably
Yes,
played
this is his 14th test match, so yeah,
and first class.
it'll settle down.
What is his first-class average?
Remember when Adam Voges had a test average of...
Oh, God, yeah.
It was in
exactly.
the 80s, wasn't it?
It was in the 80s for a while.
It was over 90.
Yeah.
It was over 100, in fact.
And then he came to the Ashes in 2015 and it didn't look very good.
It plummeted somewhat.
Yeah, it did indeed. Shamal Joseph was hitting. Oh, geez. Brook sort of flaps at a pull and kind of gets his head out of the way and misses it. Could have easily caught his glove, but it didn't. Through the keeper, no run.
First sign of aggression from the bowlers to bang it in.
Yeah.
That's an excellent bounce. That's really well directed.
It is.
And it's actually, in the end, really well played. Because he's got just enough out of the way
Yeah.
not to be sconned. Still left his hands up, which probably could do a little bit better with.
Well, it's because he actually kept looking down the wicket rather than turning his head on it, didn't he?
If Joe Root keeps batting, he'll get his average back up over 50. It's currently 49.85.
Yeah. That's pulled by Brook down to long leg. 1. You come back for 2? No, let's stick at 1.
Just a chop pull into the ground, so no real power in it. Root's going to overtake someone else fairly soon, isn't he?
He's going to. He should overtake. If he gets a ton, he'll overtake both Lara and Shiv Chanderpaul, I think.
I think Shiv Chanderpaul is... no, it's Lara's next, I think. And then
No. Shiv, because I don't remember, Shiv had a whole series, and he only needed about 150 runs to get above Brian Lara and got a bunch of low scores. And then didn't get another chance. I think he even got pulled out of the third test of that series. They didn't let him finish the series. A bit like Jimmy Anderson. That one is nicely forced off the back foot by Root, square on the offside out to the man riding the boundary, and it'll be a single.
Yeah, then it's a long way to the guy that's next, who's got 12,500 runs, I think.
That's Sangakkara's next.
Yeah.
But then there's not too many, because I mean, Alistair Cook was what, just over 13,000?
I think so. Yeah.
Another 1,000 test runs shouldn't take. I mean, if you play 17 tests in a year with an average of 50, that should pretty much get you 1,000 runs, or close to it, 800. I think sometime next year he'll be right up there. That's guided behind to Gully, and there's no run. And then Ricky Ponting's on. Did he get 14,000, or was he?
I thought it was 14,000, and
then it's
Sachin
with 15,000 on. But I mean, if Root plays for another 3 years, he'll be close to Sachin.
Yeah,
He'll only be 34, 35.
Well, they'll probably retire him when he's 50 short of Sachin. That's the way it works.
No fucking way. There'll be riots in the streets if that happens in England, especially if he's still averaging 50 in test matches.
Yorkshire will revolt.
If he ever takes Sachin, he'll come out of retirement for a test against Tasmania or something, just to get his stats up. Dean McQuillan says, "Hello guys, I haven't seen you since the Ashes. Welcome back, Dean. Good to have you on board. Welcome to. I know we've had lots of listeners from the West Indies over the course of this series.
Yes.
It's fantastic to have new listeners here. It may take a little while to get used to our style, and apologies if it's not for you. That's fine.
That is fine.
I don't know. Have you ever seen West Indians playing dominoes?
Yeah.
That's very much a full contact sport.
Yeah, indeed. We have a change in the bowling. I'll give him his jingle after his first ball. He's bowling at Root down the leg side. And there's no runners. A bit of a stiff first ball. It's this guy.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over. Oh look, someone's inflatable unicorn
Party balloon
has deflated and is in the outfield. That's 5 runs, isn't it?
If you hit it, it is.
Well, that's an interesting question because it's not part of England's kit.
It's an external
it
thing.
Might be a dead ball.
Well, it was blowing itself over the boundary and then it suddenly went square and it's been caught by a steward. He gets a clap. Jesus, that's a sight. There's a bearded man dressed as Guinevere. I'd say Guinevere.
Well, shouldn't he take his clothes off then?
No.
Oh no, that was yeah.
Alzari Joseph in a bit of a floaty one. It's just pushed into the offside by Root. There's a kick by the fielder, bit of footy out there, but they don't get back for 2. And he moves on to 48. Brook's on 88.
Yes, Alzari from 2 balls we've seen doesn't really look in rhythm at the moment. He's just striving to get to that zip that he had on day 1. And he's been expensive in part for pretty much all series.
Who?
Alzari Joseph.
Yeah.
If you're going for 7 or 8 most spells.
Yeah, but weirdly, I think he's a fast guy. I think he causes problems as well. The ball he got Crawley with in the first innings was a cracker. That's a horrible shot from Root. He's got enough of it. It's going straight down the ground. The outfield is quick. It's going to be pulled in. It is. Jaden Seals chases it down. Toe endy. Root was going to drive that over the bowler's head. Toe ended it, but he got back for 2, and that will be his 50. Well done him.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
I think that might actually be 4.
Well, it would be, except it was Brook who hit that, not Root.
Was it Brook?
Yeah.
Why have they got that little thing next to Root then? Oh, maybe because they came
took
back
3.
for 3, but actually it was a 4. So I got that all wrong.
Just four.
Jaden Seal slipped and his boots went from underneath him, and as he was holding it back, his foot was touching the sponge. He's not happy about it. Brook is. That takes him into the 90s then, not Root onto 50.
Premature rooting
Yeah.
for Root.
It wasn't the sort of shot I would have expected Root to play in any event.
No, that's why I was a bit surprised. That's defended back to the bowler by Brook, and there is no run. This will be a monkey off his back, first ton on home soil. I did ask earlier, but no one gave me an answer. What is his first class average then? I'd be interested to know that.
I shall tell you.
Is it in the 40s or is he a 30s man? I can't see him being a 30s man.
It's 42.6.
Yeah, it's not so bad. How many games?
74.
Yeah, that's all right. That's not too bad. Alzari Joseph down the leg side, and there's no run. Interesting. How many? Ollie Pope's first class average?
Mid 40s, I think.
Is it? Oh, I thought it was high. I thought it was like in the 50s or 60s.
Well, no,
Or is that per
he's
season?
absolutely rampant at the Oval, but not quite so much elsewhere.
Oh, okay.
He's got something like 15
It's
first class tons.
47.48.
Okay, I'd say Brook's a better batsman.
His average at the Oval is something like 75.
Oof.
And it was over 100 for a long time.
Wow. Oh well. Joseph, last ball of the 58th over. England 280 for 3. Lead is now 239. And they've looked pretty untroubled so far. Is there someone down there? There is. It's pulled by Brook, but it'll just be a single down to Shamar Joseph, who underarms it back in.
Yeah.
And then it's the 58th over. He moves on to 93 and retains the strike. Root's not that much of it. Over to you, Missy.
Okay. Eddie M. Larkin says, morning. Some calming cricket in the company of your good selves until the hurling starts. Would love to hear you commentate on that. It wouldn't be pretty, I can assure you.
Well, apart from the fact I don't really know the rules, I'm sure it'd be fun.
Yeah.
He's hit it! I don't know where it's gone. I don't know why. It's a foul. Who knows?
Well, hurling is pretty
And
much...
Mog says, get a real sword, Bear, not a katana.
Yeah.
Ashley Partridge says hi, and Glenn Thompson says, greetings everyone. Remember, when West Indies' tail is up, expect victory. No joke. Great show, guys, says pay the toll. And Chris Acquire says, Messi calling for the return of men in pants. Oh no, don't let's go there. Okay, the next one's Dean McQuillan. You're on socials, and Will should be on.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, Will and Jason, you're commentating.
Yep. And Shamar Joseph comes in straight, and Brook just defends that into the leg side.
Morning, Will.
Alright.
Yes, very well. Should be a good day's cricket.
And
Yeah,
it's been
I'm
pretty much
also
untroubled.
going to try and watch the hurling.
What hurling?
Because I'm...
Is it the GAA final?
yeah, it's the All-Ireland final. Cork.
Well, Cork, obviously. Anyway, I'll tell you comment to that in a minute.
I think I'm there.
And that's a... Brook does the root dab. That's fielded very misfielded very slightly by the gully, and he jogs through for a single as they collect the ball and bring it back to the bowler. Yeah, Cork and Kerry always seem to be there or thereabouts in the GAA final.
Where can you watch that in England? Do they actually? Is that something that gets
An
put on
Irish
Sky?
pub.
Oh, an Irish pub. Yeah, of course.
It's on Sky, but I've also got GAA Go, which is the international thing.
Shamar wide of the wicket, angling in. Root just flicks that into the leg side, but can't beat the mid wicket.
What are the rules in hurling? Are there
Well,
many?
the fields are enormous for starters. I mean, they're like a football pitch length plus another 50%.
Wow.
And there's 15 players on each side.
Yeah,
You can catch the ball and then you hit it. Yeah.
You got 5 rows. Basically, teams are set up with 5 rows of 3 players, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the sort of standard.
Short by Joseph, and that's just worked around the corner by Root for a single. Along the floor to the man posted on deep square leg. Yeah, there's lots of sort of elbowing and trying to knock the guy over in the middle of the pitch. From what I can remember.
Yeah, it's It's definitely more kind of contact than most sports.
And
It's also
ironically,
the fastest sport on grass.
oh, that's flayed away off the back foot by Brook to the man on the deep square point boundary with his magnificently bearded, looking very cool in his great dark shades on a grey day. Yeah, I think the safest place to be when hurling is going on is actually standing next to the guy who's got the ball, because then he can't swing his bat very much.
Yeah.
Root waits for Joseph, who's coming in now. Again, very wide, angling in. Root stands up tall, defends it into the ground, rehearses a pull that he thought he might have played, but actually just played the defensive shot into the ground.
Ooh, 40
And
runs.
that's the end of the over.
I've got to get 40 runs to get an over. That's a bit harsh. But I'm still going to back it. Oh, yeah, that's me. Dean McQuillan says, should Chip Brook's average over the last 2 years, it would be much higher, I'm guessing. Well, certainly. I mean, that series in Pakistan, he got a did he get a double ton, or he got 190 or something?
186 was his highest score so far, I think.
Yeah, and then
that was in the day where we scored 500 in the first day of the first test.
Exactly, but he scored 4 tons in that series, didn't he? Was it 4 tests? I think 3 tests. We won all 3, and he scored 4 tons. So yeah, he batted extraordinarily well, and we're going back there, aren't we, this winter, Pakistan? I think so.
The endless grind of the international series.
Yeah, I can't remember if that. I think that's one after Christmas. I think we've got New Zealand a couple of tests before Christmas. Joy. Although, because the clocks would have gone back, they start at 9 o'clock in the evening, I think.
Oh, that's not so bad.
So it's not
Alzari in. That's a bit better. There's a bit more effort into that ball. It's on the stumps, and Brook just works it to wide of mid-wicket, but they can't take a single.
If anyone's actually interested in hurling, it starts at 3:30 and it's on BBC Northern Ireland, so you can get it on like iPlayer and stuff, and RTE obviously. Just
between Cork and Clare. EDM Larkin says it's the final.
Yeah.
On BBC Northern Ireland.
Alzari in again. At the stumps, Root works it to mid-wicket. Sorry, Brook works it to mid-wicket. There's no run. He's not looking too perturbed by the imminent possibility of a ton. And he doesn't look like he's going to do it in style, particularly he's just going to whack it along the floor somewhere.
Alright.
When he gets an opportunity, and Holder is stretching his arms. He's probably going to come on at the other end shortly for Shamar Joseph, who's bowled unchanged since the start of play. That's outside off stump. Brook does the root glide past point, and he's gone all the way.
Ooh, 4 runs.
Moves to 99. Well, that's not going to encourage Joseph to bowl wide of the stumps.
Certainly not. I imagine he'll want to get there as quick as possible.
Lovely shot by Brook. He's played right under his eyes. The hand movement just at the very end to guide it into the vacant space.
Is that the end of the over? No, it's not.
No. There's 3 balls to come.
Brooks approached his ton sort of in the blink of an eye. It's weird.
Yep.
Joseph in. He brings him the short ball. Brook thinks about hooking that, but decides against it. There'll be more balls coming along that you can climb into.
I think if he got 100, he might have had a flap at that. But I don't think he suddenly thought, don't want to give it away here.
He wasn't the best bouncer. He was slightly down the leg side. He could have taken it on, but what's the point?
And that lead's crept on. I mean, we've been on air 40 minutes and we've got a 250 run lead.
Yeah, we've got 40 runs in 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Yeah.
Don't forget the GPL is open. Guesstimate the amount of runs scored in the day's play. You could win the pot. I think it's about £93 today.
Oh, sorry, that one slipped out a bit. That's a floaty, low full toss, and Brook just bunts it back to mid-off.
Is there a minimum spend on that?
On the GPL? No.
Yeah.
You can try as many times as you want.
Cool. I shall use a fifth of my funds.
Okay.
By which I mean a pound of the £5 I have.
Last ball of the over from Joseph. And Brook defends, that's at the stumps. Can't really work anything with that one. So he'll have to wait until another opportunity to get his ton. That's England 288 for 3 off 60 overs. He's on 99. Root's close to a milestone of his own on 49. Over to you.
Well, Chris Squire says it's a 70-metre freeze with ease that impressed me. He once went to a shinty game and very quickly found out why no one stands behind the goals. You can imagine.
Oh no, the shots are lethal.
I like this. Metal in both legs said, yeah, and always gorgeous. Cheap box of cigars. That's a good idea. I can get myself a box of nice cigars. And tabs and few bottles of limited edition JD. Squeezing an old rusty tranny van between two shiny Lambos. Parking heaven. Happy days. Enjoy, Bear, he says. I will, don't you worry. Over on Twitter, we have EDM Larkin, who says some calm in cricket in the company of your good selves until the hurling starts. I'd love to hear you commentate on that. No, we had that one, didn't we? Sorry.
And it looks like they're going to have a ball change potentially. The man with the suitcase is coming out, and we're seeing the handcuffs, and it looks like the ball has failed the fitness test.
Warren says there are no fast sports on grass. After a couple of spliffs, everything seems to take forever. Well, I used to play cricket permanently stoned. Of course, there's Formula 1 today as well. Lando Norris is on pole position.
Well, the umpires have agreed the new cherry that they're going to use. Sorry, the replacement cherry, I mean, that they're going to use. There's going to be a change of bowling, I think. I think Holder is about to come on.
Perfect time with a new cherry if it swings.
Yeah, despite they're meant to be of an appropriate age, they always tend to be just that little bit harder.
Yeah.
Because they're practice balls, isn't it? So you're bowling on a completely different surface. And
plus, they don't actually go to the boundary.
hard.
Well, they are, but they just don't actually go to the boundary and hit fences and sponges and stuff.
And anything that's actually no good gets discarded fairly rapidly from the magic box as well.
Yeah.
Aye.
So it's West Indies former captain Jason Holder warming up his very long limbs.
Yeah, he used to bowl in the mid to high 80s when he started, didn't he? And
Now he's at Jimmy Anderson pace almost. Average of 20, just over 29 for the wickets he's taken.
It's pretty good, really, when you think about it.
Does bowl with a good amount of control, which is what I think West Indies intend here. From wide of the wicket, angling in. That's played to backward point, where they get a wholly unnecessary fake throw to the stumps.
Well, Holder is the fourth bowler this morning, so presumably after this, they'll go back to a quick, or they might immediately switch to
Hodge.
Sinclair or Hodge, yeah. At which point, if both of these have got milestones, especially Brook, I imagine he'll go after him.
Root faces up and thinks about edging one as the ball's angled down the leg side, but pulls out of it at the very last minute. Josh De Silva tidies up neatly behind the stumps.
Did he get a 50 in the first test? He did, didn't he, Root?
Yeah.
50 and out, wasn't it?
Yes, pretty much.
No, he got 60 and he got bowled by a cracker from Moti, didn't he? Arm ball that just beat his outside.
In the first test, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, and 2 balls in, and Holder's not particularly happy with this ball.
Well, tough, mate. It's just been changed.
He's coming in. That's wide of the stump, and Root kind of chases that with his hands. Not quite there, not quite to the pace of it. Chops it into the ground and probably into his belly as well.
Yeah, I think Holder is so slow compared to the other guys. I think they have a little bit of trouble adjusting.
Well, it might have been slightly lower than his belly. I think he's just had an uppercut.
He used to be properly rapid. You know when he was in the intro of Fire in Babylon when he was about 19,
Yeah, I know.
bowling on a beach or something, and he was bowling at 90 odd miles an hour.
Oh, and he's got the height for it.
And he does bowl a quite heavy ball as well.
That's the in-swinger, or angled in at least. Root just plays it gently up to mid-on. Looking fairly unflustered at the moment, even after that uppercut.
We should say we have a super chat. Super chat. Get a jingle for that, because that's what we do.
Use your bright super chat.
Metal in both legs sends us 10 English pounds. Thank you very much. Cheers, Bear. He says that's my pleasure. Metal in both legs.
So yeah, Root batting probably 2.5 feet outside the crease. That's swinging very gently away by Holder, but well wide of off stump. And that's the 5th ball done. Root just looking at the players to be sure it's safe to go down and do some gardening.
It went away, but it started well wide, didn't it?
Yeah. But it's pretty much the archetypal Holder over so far. Nothing really much to hit.
No. Not a lot of pace to work with either.
Last ball then. At the stumps from wide of the crease, Root puts everything behind it. There's no run. That's the end of the over. England still 288 for 3, and Root and Brook are still waiting for their milestones.
Just Leah saying Brook getting run out of 99 trying to steal a dodgy single would be quite funny. No, it wouldn't, is all I can say, Leah.
Why would he run?
Yeah, it would.
Lloyd Gomes says, I think this game will end in a draw. Well, yeah. Are you Larry Gomes' son? That's all I'm going to say. But no, yeah. I mean, Dave Brook put a tenner. Well, I don't know how much he put on, but he got 10-1 at the start of the game for draw. And you'd have to say, if any wicket looks drawable on, this one certainly does. I mean, that presumes that the West Indies. Well, I mean, this is it. England have to get for it to be a draw. I think England would have to lead by 450. I'm not sure. Well, they might be able to chase it down, but. Yeah, it'd be funny. I don't know.
Anyway, Joseph is going to continue. And that continues with his sort of leg stump targeting. Brook misses out there, I think. That's just sailed past his inside edge to the keeper.
And I have to do this.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
That's Mog, Dissension Handjob wants to play all the super chat jingles. So I'll play a different one for each super chat we get then.
And is Brook going to get 100? Yes, he is. Well done, Harry Brook. He's just knocked that into the leg side. Decided on a quick single to mid-on. The fielder's come in, picked it up and shied it fairly sharply, but Brook was home and he's got 100 off 118 balls. Well done, Harry Brook.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Now there's a bit of yes/no there, wasn't there?
There was.
Root stopped in the middle of the bloody wicket. Wasn't sure if he was going.
Here comes Joseph, the tall Joseph. That's outside off stump. It's played nicely on the up by Harry Brook, but he can't beat the cover.
If this goes to day 5, would it be the first test in the Stokes era to go to day 5 without rain affecting?
No, at home, I don't know. Did the Ashes
home,
test?
yeah.
Possibly.
I think all the Ashes tests had some sort of breaks, but I'm not sure whole day breaks. I think some of them probably would have gone to.
I mean, certainly the first test went to the last session, didn't it?
Yeah, and it wasn't. That was Lords, wasn't it? And it wasn't a lot often. No.
That's angled in by Joseph. Root nips it nicely round the corner, and that'll be his 50.
We gave him a jingle earlier, but I'll give him another one.
You know you lift me with your 50.
And certainly, all the test matches in Pakistan went to 5 days, didn't they? I mean, we won one with about 2 overs to spare.
Yep. And
the loss in New Zealand, that was the 5th day.
It was.
That was a cracking test match, wasn't it?
Folks undone by Wagner, and then everything went to pieces.
Yeah, well, Jimmy only had to survive 2 balls, didn't he? And he got out.
I'm sorry. That is in. Root shows him the full blade of the bat as he defends stoutly. And just looking at Joe Root, he's 125 runs away from Brian Lara? No.
Yep. No.
No, he's
less than
80 something runs away from Brian Lara now. He's just gone past Shiverdine Chanterfall, that's why they put up the stat. And that's worked again, very Root-like, out to the man on the square leg boundary. He's neat to strike, he can count to 6. England are 292 for 3 off 62 overs. Brook has around 100 and Root is 52 not out.
Brook got his ton in England. Can he please retire now? Says Leah. No. Chris Acquire says Mog channeling Bonnie Tyler. Supersized vocals. Yeah. The header still said day 3. Sorry. One thing I forgot to do. It's because I wasn't here last night and I didn't do it before we came on air. So I'll have to do it now. There are no more messages, I don't think, currently. So you two yap away while I quickly just do this.
So what's your take on it so far, Will?
I was going to ask you the same thing in a slightly different way. I don't know. I think basically we're getting some very Yorkshire batting, which depending on your vent, is either very entertaining or terribly dull.
Well, it's very entertaining, I'd say.
Yeah, but Yorkshire, innit?
Yeah, well, I know it's Yorkshire, but they happen to be the best 2 bloody batters we have. So
I know.
Anyway, Holder is going to continue his spell. That's just tailing away slightly, and he goes off the outside half of the bat by Root to point.
I mean, literally, they are, I think, 4, 5, 6 are the best batting in the side in this England unit.
I think Brook was quite sort of skittish, getting certainly to his 50 yesterday. Like he kind of swung at some stuff that you sort of perhaps.
You could argue that's very similar to Ollie Pope throughout the whole game. So angled in short, played on his toes by Root down the pitch.
Yeah, and I think Brook has really bought into the baseball thing. He likes to be aggressive, doesn't he? He likes to take on the bowlers, and I think you can look a bit foolish at times doing that and get out in stupid ways. But I mean, it's his 5th ton for England in 13 tests.
Yeah, I mean, just comparing that with Ollie Pope, I mean, he's scored 5 of his 6 England tons from number 3 now.
Yeah,
and Holder in. That's down the leg side, and Root works that away to the man at square leg and ambles through for a single. But he's also looked quite, and this is something I hadn't really picked up on before. I'd always thought he works his way up to quick 20 without really anyone really noticing, but he's quite skittish at that point as well.
Yeah, he likes to come out and impose himself, and then he feels.
Then he relaxes.
Then he relaxes a bit. But he certainly doesn't look as solid as Brook to me, Pope.
I think he's a man trying his best to be a number 3 rather than actually being a number 3.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah, I was going to say,
That's on the stumps and defended by Brook.
In an ideal world, you wouldn't have him at 3, but
Well,
you know,
he would
he's
be
probably
4,
the
but
best.
someone else wants to bat at 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. Is that it's the best case scenario in the situation that we find ourselves. But yeah, he is a 4, really. I would say.
And who's a 3?
You don't
We've
really
had a
have
proper
one.
3 for years.
Another big, strong stride by Brook and defended stoutly.
End of the over. Oh, we've got no more. I don't think we've got any more social other than what I said last time. So, oh no. Well, Pokey says, if it were reversed, England would fancy a 440 chase on this. Probably wouldn't get them, but they would fancy it. That's what I agree. That's what I mean. I think. Well, it's true. I mean, 440 is even on a flat deck. You're going to give wickets away if you're trying to chase it, and I think that may well be what happens to the West Indies.
Oh, just see this bit of
they're doing the old
reversing the
bails, huh?
Because Josh De Silva's gone up there and reversed the bails, and I think Root has gone down there and put them back the way they were.
Yeah, right. It worked for Marnus, and he was complaining about bad light at the time, wasn't he?
Joseph in. That's just nipped back in off the seam slightly, defended by Root. Yeah, didn't Marnus got his maiden T20 FIFO yesterday or Friday, I think.
What, in the Blast?
In the Blast, yeah. I saw that.
He is having a great time at Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's a match made in heaven for them. They've got someone who can bat long in the red ball format, who's also quite handy in the white ball format as well. And that's Root gives out the full stride and glides a drive out to the point boundary, but unfortunately there's a man there, and it's just a single for Root.
Yeah, they absolutely decimated my lot.
Yeah,
in the
Labuschagne got
Blast.
something like 5 for 11 in 2.4 overs. Someone put it on the chat yesterday, which is a disgrace, to be honest. How that
I caught some of it, and then I just kind of saw that they had 220 odd, and I was like, oh, we're not doing that. And then he rattled through us.
He goes for the short ball, and that's got a top edge on that, and that's gone over Josh De Silva, who's doing his best to catch that.
No, he didn't.
No, in fact, he's a 4 byes. I thought he got a tiny little top edge on that.
Well, that's what Josh De Silva wants.
1, 2, 3, 4.
As that goes against him. It's tough though.
I did feel for Jamie Smith yesterday when he conceded his first byes.
Yeah, no, he was nowhere near it.
Got both gloves to it. Probably could have caught that.
Yeah,
just the top half of the gloves, so he's just flicked it over his hands. And that's a very neat shot by Brook. He's learnt from Root. He's just left the bat there, dinked it just wide of De Silva, but they have a very quite fine third man in Athenaeus, who's rushed round and fielded that, and that's only a single.
Yeah, handy batting. Looks like he wants to get on with it now, doesn't he?
That's right off the
sticker.
Off his glove.
No, it came off the sticker pretty much.
Yeah, it's
top
pretty
edge.
much off the sticker at the top of the bat. Timed that pretty well for that part of the bat.
Yeah.
Joseph back on a good length, just slightly short of it, defended by Root off the back foot.
We're going to have a change at the end, it's over. Richard is going to come in 1 ball's time and do your ball by balls. Messi is going to come back in 1 ball's time. Richard, don't be too hasty. Turn your camera off, please, until you're called. Thank you. Messi will be back, and Jason is going to hop over into my chair.
Well, it's been serene progress so far. Alzari last ball the over. He's definitely gone for the short tactic this over. That's the 3rd one, and Root just works that down to long leg, and was a single. That's the end of the over. England brought their 300 up. Root's on 55 now. Brook's on 101. Joseph is 2 for 75 off 16 overs.
And there's no more socials. Oh, there's one. No, there's a few tweets actually. Whilst you all get in position, I'll see you later, Will.
Yeah, see you later.
Dave Wood says, I'm old enough to remember when Root was an opener. Yeah, he was for a while. Didn't work out very well. He was in an Ashes series as an opener, wasn't he? I seem to remember. Who's a 3? Who's a 4? How shallow are you lot rating players' looks? That's a disinterested hand job. Oh yes, Warren Davis has also sent us in a super chat. He says almost a fiver if there is an MLB player with ECB sponsorship. Oh, he wants Major League Baseball to sponsor Harry Brook. I'll leave the rest to you. Josie Oak is the next one on Twitter for you, Messi. Morning, Richard. I'll see you later.
Hello, guys. Good morning, Richard. I was going to say you're looking very sort of louche. You had a sort of sideways pose with your arm out, but it's changed now to more business-like.
Yeah, slightly more upright for ball by ball. I'll get more slouchy when I'm on to summarising. How are you? How the devil are you?
I'm very well. We're on a drinks break at the moment, so we can chat a bit. How are the wilds of deepest Austria treating you?
Hotter than you'd think, especially given that I'm in the plains and the prairies. Yeah, just screaming hot. I'm letting just about enough light in the window so that people can see me on the camera, which is not necessarily a good thing, but standard practice. As apart from that, hiding from the sun because we're just into the heat of the afternoon now.
And have you been able to watch much of this, or?
Yeah, on and off. There's been a golf tournament going on at the same time, and there was some rugby yesterday. South Africa's massive match against Portugal. So there's been it's been one of those weekends where I've flicked back and forth because there's been nothing that you could record because they're all too long. So you're left with flicking. But I'm glad this has gone to a fourth day. I honestly thought when I signed up for today to commentate, chances were slim after what happened at Lord's that I'd be called upon. But I'm glad to have been wrong.
I think
it's nice to have a match that looks like it's going to go to day 5, isn't it?
Yes, that's how it should be.
I think everyone thought there'd be a West Indies reaction after being beaten inside 7 sessions in the first test. The question was, how big was that reaction going to be?
Yeah, and they have a bit of a record, a slim record of bouncing back when you write them off. Thinking of 2017 and also Brisbane this year. So hoping this will be another example of that. They can at least get a draw. Again, speaking as a neutral.
Indeed. Well, I mean, I'm a neutral in this too, but then again, I always like to see England lose. So I'm sorry, it's just in my DNA now.
Of course. I mean, you had to fill that out on the form to get your Aussie passport, didn't you?
That's exactly right. Yes.
Excellent. So is that Jason hiding under the hat and behind the dark glass? No, not the dark glass.
No, I haven't brought the dark glasses today. They're still stuck in my cricket bag from yesterday.
It's just a very shady hat.
It's a very guerrilla merchandise hat, to be fair.
Okay. Well, very small little screenshot here, and I mean shady in a way that it's providing shade, not in a way that you look like someone I should cross the road.
It is a bit gangster, I have to say.
Yeah. So my feeling at the moment is that now they've got through the first hour safely, and Root's got his 50 and Brook's got his 100. I would expect a somewhat more aggressive approach to start appearing.
Maybe not aggressive, certainly assertive. I agree with that.
Because what do they start the day at?
207 leads, so they've got 52 in an hour's play.
Yeah, well, that's pretty good by normal standards. It's not quite baseball, though, is it?
No.
I mean, they've only been scoring at 4.1 and over for the last 10 over. What the hell's going on?
West Indies have actually bowled fairly disciplined and fairly controlled, attacking the stumps in the large part. I think the only one who hasn't really attacked the stumps with every delivery has been Alzari Joseph, who's had a bit too much for a leg side slant in the main. Yeah. But even he bowled better than he's bowled in previous spells in the match and in the series.
Yeah, I think that's true. I'm a little disappointed that Moti was sick at the beginning of the game because I thought he bowled very
He looked
well
like a talent.
at Lords.
Yes,
Yeah.
agreed as well from my side. I think that would have made a difference to this game for sure. I haven't seen much of his replacement bowl, to be fair. How has he actually been?
Kevin
He
Sinclair?
bowled reasonably well for Kevin Sinclair in the first innings. He took 2 for 73 off 22 overs. This innings he's been a bit ineffectual, to be honest. He's taken none for 40, but he's only bowled 7 overs.
As we get going again, and Jason Holder bowls to Joe Root, who blocks it. Yeah, so he's been reasonably good, but not exciting in the way that Moti was.
Yeah.
He doesn't turn the ball anywhere near as much as Moti does.
Yeah, he got a
No,
couple of
that's
good
right.
wickets at Lords, didn't he?
He did. He managed to turn it a mile on occasion. I would reckon that Shoaib Bashir was similar too. I thought he was okay, but nothing special.
Here's Holder again over the wicket. Root drives at a wide and full one. Goes behind square on the offside. There is a man who comes around to tidy up, and they will get back, I should imagine, for 2. Yes, they do.
Shamar Joseph again protecting his throwing arm, I think, with the big underarm ballistic lob.
It's never dull when he's around, is it? I mean, even if it's just the various his injury list and what's going to break next.
No. Talking about interesting, I suppose the most interesting part of Kevin Sinclair was his wicket celebration, in some respects.
Oh, that was the somersault, right?
It was, yeah.
Ah, terrific, yeah. Here is Jason Holder just trundling in, you'd have to say. But long legs produce great power, and he gets a dot ball out of Root, who just defends it out into the covers. Have we already had a conversation about other bowlers who've celebrated by gymnastics?
No, I'm not sure we have.
Have we not? Oh, we must throw that out to the social media sphere, surely.
I'm sure that Sheldon Cottrell used to do something as well as a salute.
Who?
Sheldon Cottrell, the left-arm quick.
Yeah.
He was famous for doing the salute in honour of the military people he worked with.
Here's Holder once more. This one strays onto leg. Root just helps it along into acres of space on the offside. Now they'll trot through for 1. It was Eberdot, I think, the Bangladesh bowler who was central to that big win over the New Zealanders in Mount Maunganui. He used to just salute as well. And I think it was also some military connection, if the memory serves.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
But
by the way,
are better.
Jason, get a super chat jingle ready, please, for the end of the over.
There was I do remember, I think it was Brayton Paulson, the South African winger. He used to do gymnastics after scoring a try, and he scored plenty of them in his time. Here's Holder again. This one lifts up a little bit on Brook outside the off stump, and he didn't really leave that, did he? It's a bit undone by it.
He waved at it.
Yeah. But from a distance, luckily.
It lifted a bit off the wicket, though, didn't it?
Yeah, that definitely surprised him with the bounce, and he just instinctively followed it, but not well enough, luckily for him.
It's been frustrating for the West Indies bowlers.
A little bit of movement away there for Holder, just showing there is something in it. But it's one of those tricky situations for a fielding side now. Do you try and keep the runs down? Do you think you can
how much do you attack, basically?
Yeah.
And how do you attack and restrict the runs at the same time?
Or do you
I
start
think
to
it's
think
a relatively attacking field with that short mid wicket and 2 slips in the gully?
That's right. This one is in the channel. Brook lets it go. And his score will remain 101. England will remain 303.43, and the over is done. Anything over on socials?
We do. We have a super chat, which brings this on.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Jay Grover is responding to the rash of super chats by sending us £5. Thank you so much, Jay. He says, more money if everyone plays an epic game of noughts and crosses on Jason's shirt. That'd be kind of fun. It's well set for it. For those who can't see it, it's a black shirt, but with
blue. Sorry, very dark navy blue.
All right. With white stripes.
White stripes. So
crisscross, actually, white stripes. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like the web spun by a very, very large spider on a very dark night.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. Your psychoanalyst might want to interpret that. Josiak says, why don't they use sting bails in tests? They make breaking of the wicket in the run-out much easier to see. I've got no idea why they don't, whether it's cost or tradition or what. They are heavier than normal bails, generally speaking, though, I think.
The aforementioned Sinclair will start from the other end after drinks. There's a man coming in at a shortish mid-wicket. Out comes the reverse sweep from Joe Root. He gets it past slip. And I think they're going to push back for a second here. He'll move on to 60.
Do you want a jingle for Mr. Sinclair? Here it is.
Kevin Sinclair, bouncy here and there and everywhere. His morning antics are beyond compare. He is Kevin Sinclair.
This time a conventional shot from Root just into the space on the offside, just behind point. Plenty of time to walk a single. But that reverse sweep off the first ball of the over, he really caught that perfectly in terms of just when it bounced, right on the moment that it bounced. But also very close to the top of the bat. I noticed, very close to the gloves.
Yeah, which took it a little bit finer, obviously, than anyway.
Sinclair to continue. Brook on strike. Regular sweep, hit hard, but there is a man out there. It's going to just be the one run.
That's a shot of a man confident of seeing the ball, because it would have been plumb LBW had he missed it.
Yeah. Whereas there is obviously the benefit that he's achieved his single, or his century. Although, of course, he will want to go on to much greater things. Sinclair again. Back goes Root. Plays it out on the inside and sets cover off on a chase. And they're going to get another couple here. So they are finding the space pretty easily off the spinner, it's fair to say, these two batsmen.
That's a skipper, in fact, sort of chugging after that in a fairly annoyed and disgruntled way.
Yeah, you could almost see his eyes rolling as he had to chase after that one. There's Sinclair, the penultimate ball of the over, just tickled around by Root, and you wouldn't have believed it possible that he could walk his single any slower than the one earlier in the over, but he just did. We're heading in. Looks to be heading into one of those periods of play where they work it around, classic middle overs in test match kind of scenario, and we need something to happen really, turn this game comprehensively one way or another. Will it come on this ball? There is a big hit from Brook. I think it's aerial but safe, and it hits the boundary rope for 4 runs at cover.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
Very much nicer shot by Brook. He's been tied down a little bit since he's got 100, but the first time he's really opened his arms and hit it up and over, extra cover. One bounce to the boundary.
Yeah, got all of that. Freed the arms. Nice looking shot.
And I think that was the end of the over.
Well,
okay.
Yeah. It wasn't easy.
Muttley says crisscross, white stripes. Any other musical recommendations? We try to fit musical references wherever we can, Muttley, as we well know. Christopher J says, first time commenting, but a long time fan. Well done, chaps. Thank you, Chris. I'm an Aussie from Sydney and played A grade for many years, opening the batting for Illawarra during the 80s. I live in Hamburg, Germany. Well, there's a burgeoning cricket scene going on in Germany, as I understand it, Christopher. Are you managing to be a part of that, or are you retired from actual activity in the game like many of us are? I'm intrigued by your wall, Richard. I think you should send lunchtime taking us on a video tour of all the posters and papers that are on there.
Well, I'll tell you about it in a sec, but Root has just added 4 to his total with a leg glance off Jason Holder.
Beautifully done. Minimum effort, almost maximum results.
Yeah, messes. I've been planning to make a video or something like that and post it on my Substack, but I continue to be hopelessly ineffectual with self-promotion and never ever get around to it. I think it would be interesting, but thanks for the encouragement. Maybe I will. Maybe that will help get me over the line, but always have to prioritize things that pay. That's the trouble with life, isn't it? So here's Holder again, little bit wider, played defensively under the eyes by Root, and it's fielded a gully no run. But
are these personal things that you've done or highlights of your life?
Well, there's highlights of my sport fan's life, I guess you could say. So there's a number of posters of cricket from South Africa in the 1980s, the Benson and Hedges Night Series that we had back in the day. Trips to the Masters, I've got that poster up. Various Le Mans 24 Hours, that sort of thing, sort of a sports museum, but it is mostly a personal collection. Here is Holder again, and it's angled in, and although it's not really that much on the leg side when it reaches Root, Root works with the angle, picks up another single safely enough along the ground. And I've got all my press passes up, and then there's a few travel things as well. You might see a few banknotes scattered around the wall as well. I try to collect currency, and I'm very cross that people seem to be trying to get rid of cash and taking that pleasure out of travelling life.
Well,
and countries joining the euro as well. That pisses
I think
me off.
people will be very wary about making everything digital now that with the CrowdStrike era.
Well, that's an interesting conversation, and people really do need to be hit even harder in the face by reality, I think, to take these threats seriously. I still think they just don't. How quickly did we forget COVID and empty shop shelves? About 5 seconds later. Dot ball into the galley, by the way.
It's ironic that the biggest threats to Western civilization come from within its own structures rather than externally from Russia or China or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's a long conversation, isn't it? Not one you can easily fit in between balls. Anyway, one day we'll all be in the same pub, I hope. As Holder continues, floaty angled in towards Joe Root, fielded at mid-wicket, no run, and there'll be one to come in the over still.
Yeah, we're just showing a picture during the in between balls of a bunch of West Indians in having an animated discussion, shall I say, in the crowd. With one guy that looked very like Otis Gibson, sort of leading the with just gesticulating with a lot of hand movements.
Holder into Root. This one's outside off stump. Root leans into it. It's quite wide, but he gets a fair bit on it, and it's fielded on deep backward.
And that is interesting because every time the ball goes to Shamar Joseph, he doesn't throw it back. He just does that ballistic lob back. So does he have an issue with his arm, I wonder?
Could be.
Feature 2 for 3, social?
Christopher J says, any chance you could tap a pencil on the desk when the batsman makes contact, like in the Bodyline series on ABC radio during the 1930s? I've played cricket in Hamburg for a Pakistani team from my German course, which is an interesting mixture. Suffice to say, the Germans looking on were a tad bemused. Thanks, and thank you for mentioning my comment. Our pleasure, Christopher. It's lovely to have you with us. And we do welcome your comments. We don't always get time to read all comments, but we're certainly keen to have you participate, because that's one of the things that sets Guerilla Cricket apart, is the interaction with our listeners. We love it.
And it's always good to hear from people in the German-speaking world. And if you are looking for a game in Austria, I know it's a short drive away from Hamburg, but we always short for our social old boys cricket team here in Vienna.
And Sanu Roy says match draw. Well, that's certainly a possibility if the West Indies can sustain the form they showed in the first innings. The pitch may have something to say about that, though. It'd be interesting to see how it behaves on day 5.
Sinclair continues. Brook drives it. Cover fields it. Long on is out on the rope. I'm not sure if that's a new development or not, but I just didn't notice him.
I was just going to comment, it's a fairly defensive field now. There's one slip and there's virtually nobody in the ring now. They're all sort of protecting the extra value shot areas.
So chances are runs off this delivery, or at least one of them, and that's exactly what we get. It's paddled around the corner, single to Brook.
I think you've got very much in outfield with sort of 2 men in on the leg side, cover and a slip on the offside. Everybody else is boundary riding now, trying to restrict the runs and bowl right until they get to the new ball.
Well, that's a long way off. It's another 13 overs.
Sinclair again, decent length, worked away into, actually found a fielder on the leg side, not easily done, but Roots managed it there. There'll be no run.
Apropos celebrations, Dave Wood says not gymnastics as such, but Imran Tahir used to do the 400 metres, of course.
Oh, who could forget that? Paddle up into the air, but there's nobody there. So Root will get himself a single. Hold it, Heidi's up, down. He'll get two, actually. Hold it, Heidi's up, down at fine leg, but not quickly enough to prevent the double.
Yeah, there are still some untenanted spaces for the spinner, which you can jog a two into if you place the ball accurately enough.
Well, England are keeping it pretty low risk, and why wouldn't you? I mean, you can score 4 or 5 and over at this time with this field. They don't need to really be massively aggressive for the time being, and they can get themselves to a 350 lead quickly enough with this field. And then maybe have a tonk.
It's interesting that they seem to be having a different field set on the leg side for almost every ball.
Yep.
Just kind of suggests they've got specific plans for Root versus Brook, but also that they don't necessarily know what their best plans are in terms of.
Well, Root and Brook have got a plan. They've just had a chat here ahead of the last ball of the over from Sinclair. Brook takes up strike. It seemed quite an urgent chat for some reason. Brook makes room for himself, carves it out on the offside along the ground. He'll get a single, and that's the end of the over. 3-2-7 for 3. Lead is 2-8-6.
Warren wonders what the weather forecast is. He's wondering about the chances of synchronised swimming celebrations. Well, I can tell you that it's very unlikely to be any rain today, although it's likely to be a cloudy afternoon. Tomorrow, the Met Office is suggesting it'll be fine and cloudy, but there's a 30% possibility of rain during the afternoon. But it's England, so that can always change. Mog says, I've got a gilded 5 trillion Zimbabwean dollar note around here somewhere.
I've got a very large denomination one on that very wall somewhere as well. Just before they switch to American dollars.
From the hyperinflation period.
Yeah.
And the Pornbot says, Richard is going to be posting to his ball sack. I don't know what that was in relation to.
Well, perhaps there was a slight audio interruption, but what I said was Substack, where journalists and forgotten journalists and wannabe journalists write.
Yes, put their musing out to absolutely nobody, potentially.
Quite often. Or at least one gets the feeling sometimes.
I was just looking at the stances of both Root and Brook from the side, and they're almost identical at the delivery point. The only difference really being that Root probably takes a slightly stronger step back into his pressed position.
The starting position's a little different, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you say, it ends up quite similar. Seals into the attack. Maybe we can have a jingle after the ball because he's already into his delivery stride. And Brook just gets up on his toes and plays that one from back of the length down into the space in the point region. 1 run.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Seals still looking for his first wicket of the innings, 9 for 78. He's into his 16th over.
Finding it just a little bit harder than when he's on his stint with Sussex, where in Division 2, where he was taking wickets for fun.
His Root with that pronounced trigger movement back into his crease, finds a bit of space on the offside for another single.
In fact, Seals' 25 odd wickets in Division 2 was probably the main reason why Sussex were catapulted to the top of Division 2 at the point at which he left. Him and Ollie Robertson made a fairly decent opening partnership down there.
Brook on 109, taken up strike following that single. Deals in again, and Brook has a waft at that. And there's the pseudo celebration from De Silva behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Because there was no actual nick on that, despite it
Brook
being
was
like a
trying
shot.
to repeat the little up and over shot that he played earlier, but fortunately he pulled out of it just at the right moment to not get a graze through to Josh De Silva.
It ended up looking quite similar to the one a couple of overs ago, although I think the thought process from the batsman was different. A play and a miss in both cases.
Add one to your false shot tally.
So here's Brook having another go as Seals comes in bowls, and this time he has found a nick. Seals is off and running, he's broken his duck, he's got a wicket. The diving De Silva has taken the catch away to his right. Brook has got to go for 109. Full of that one, wasn't it? Had a proper drive at it.
Yes, indeed.
On your bike, mate.
Yeah, that was just... It's a nothing shot, really. There's nothing really threatening about the ball at all. It's on a good length. It's outside off stump. He could quite easily leave it. I think Brook has just had a brain fade for 2 balls, and that's cost him.
Yeah, it was fuller, but it certainly wasn't obvious driving length, you'd say, and there was just enough time for it to move away a little bit, and it was lazy in terms of foot movement. As you say, one of those.
Nowhere near it.
Yeah,
just a lapse of concentration, and fair play to Jason Seals for getting the ball in the right place at the right time.
And fair play to Brook for a sparkling 109.
Yeah, great innings. You've got a taker, Richard. Christopher J says, I'd love to pad up again in Austria.
Yes.
If you could give me the details, I'll hit the nets and dust off the grey nick. Maybe the best thing would be for him to DM you on Twitter. Is that the best way of contacting you?
Yeah, I think under these circumstances I shall make a special effort to log in more than once every 6 months. I will know it's coming and I shall read the message. So my green jacket is my ex-Twitter handle. My green jacket as in if I had won the Masters.
Well, that could apply to anybody.
That's this one.
Sunny Rose says, what's the possibility of a match draw? Well, I've just looked at WinViz. They're saying 27% possibility of a draw, which is significantly
3 to 1,
higher than
yeah.
I would have had it. But there you go. There certainly is a possibility.
I think that's based predominantly on pitch deterioration and not really deteriorating.
Yeah. Parrot Badger says, afternoon, old salts and sea dogs. Are you going to be following the curling this afternoon? The hurling?
Wrong season for curling, I think. It might be fairly liquid.
And Slice of Coffee says, I played in the German Cricket League for Gudelösch back in the 90s. So lots of German listeners coming in. That's great. And James Hopkinson says, just answered the front door and missed the wicket and the jingle. Typical.
Don't do that again, James.
Have we jingled on you, Bat?
We haven't. It's a talismanic England skipper.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Are we foreshadowing perhaps some explosive batting by Ben Stokes?
Seals
Not
is going to
before
come
lunch, I don't
immediately
think.
around the wicket. First slip is wide. There's a gully. Stokes defends. There'll be one before the end of the over and before our change of crew. Oh, yeah, just seeing a replay of that dismissal, it really was aptly described, Jason. That was a lazy brain fade. Not becoming of a man on 109, but then again it tires you out scoring 109, or so I hear.
Yeah, what would we know?
What would we know? Maybe I'll concede 109 if the captain ever gives me enough overs one day. I only need 4 or 5. So Seals to conclude his over. That's also blocked into the offside by Stokes. So I guess you want to finish off the socials. I'm staying on for summarising, and we have a new ball by baller coming in.
Yep.
King Seon says, good morning, I'm listening to your commentary from Georgetown, Guyana. Welcome, it's lovely having people in the Caribbean listening to us. Thanks for letting us know. Parrot Badshaw says, not my bag. Mercifully, I've not got to go anywhere, so the traffic disruptions caused by cultures coming into Dublin won't impact me. And Slice of Coffee says, gutters low, messy, good try though. There's about 100,000 British expats here. That's good to hear. And that's it on YouTube. And indeed, there's one more from the porn bot. The journalist protesting to someplace hardly anyone knows or wants to go. That's me.
Now, Substack got a big push a few years ago, didn't it? But it's like a lot of these new platforms,
it's still growing quite a lot.
They do send you lots of emails about how much money you're going to make if you do what this person did.
Yeah.
But, they never send you an email of how many people aren't making any money.
Often the way, isn't it?
We never know that statistic.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Bear.
Good morning, Richard. Afternoon, actually, isn't it? Yeah, we're past the yard.
Yeah, we are in all our countries.
Is it hot in Central Europe then?
Oh yes.
Excellent.
Quite temperate where you are, is it not?
It is today.
It is today. It has been hot this week. Root just works that round the corner out to deep square leg, and that'll be a single.
I find a good way to cool down is to watch the golf from Scotland.
It was horrible yesterday, wasn't it? They got that bloody amateur who's 475th in the world or whatever. He's in one shot off the lead.
I know, and there's also South African in the final group, so I'm excited about that.
I haven't really paid much attention to it, to be honest.
It's not an exciting leaderboard, to be fair. It's Rory missing the cut always takes something away from it.
Around the wicket is Sinclair bowling to Stokes, who just defends to the bowler, and there's no run. I presume England want that lead of 400. I don't think Stokes will go mental before lunch. What we got? We got 25 minutes plus just. And
no, you have to respect the Windies.
Yeah. What did we come out on this morning? And that's
207 lead. So we've had 82.
82. Okay. They won 100 lunch and then another 100 in the next session, and presumably actually towards the end of the next session, if they're 350 ahead, then presumably some shots will be played. I don't think they'll want to go on much beyond tea, and they'll want that lead by tea, I think. Bearing in mind the state of the wicket, Sinclair is into the pads of Stokes, who works that out deep mid wicket, and actually he works it in front of deep mid wicket, and there's a little bit of misfield as well, so he gets back for an easy two, gets himself off the mark.
And there it is again, Shamar Joseph's ballistic lob.
Yeah. I don't think he's got a shoulder problem.
I think he's just protecting it. He's fit enough to play, and he's fit enough to bowl, but he doesn't want to put any undue strain on it.
Yeah. Well,
which means he's not really fit enough to play.
Well, presumably if he has to wang it in, he will do, but if he doesn't have to, he won't. Stokes goes on the back foot, punches that up to long off, and there'll be a single.
Did anybody watch the much vaunted Sky documentary on Shamar Joseph's background in Guyana?
It was on TV here on the first day, I think.
Yeah, I watched. I took a little bit of note of it, but not a huge amount, I must say. It was at lunchtime fodder.
I was just thinking it was a nice job for Nasser Hussain and Mike Atherton to go out
exactly.
Grenade.
One of those.
To Georgetown, sorry.
That one turns a little bit, keeps a little bit low. Root drives it. Sinclair's hands are on his head, but there's no run. He's gone for 6 and over. None for 60 off 10. And over to you, Jason.
We have Beschwertes Kurtzes Bein says, may I humbly plug my mostly German cricket channel? Is that you, Leah?
Yeah, it is.
Now that the Germans are crawling out of the woodworks, Kevin Webster says, is Curtly Ambrose the Windies bowling coach? Blowing coach? Bowling coach? Because most of these guys are all over the place. Come on, I think that's a bit harsh.
I think you've got... The pitch is not helpful. And
they are bowling within themselves to conserve their resources, because these tests come quick and fast.
Well, that's interesting. The replacement ball is swinging over twice as much as the original ball. So they'll be happy with that. Stokes facing up, Seals is around. Around the wicket. Stokes tries to pull one, it doesn't really get up on him, and it goes through and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Less than 10 overs to that new ball now.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, isn't it? I mean, 300 might well be enough. I mean, in normal circumstances, you'd say it would, but I just get a feeling on this wicket that...
this is infamously one of the fastest scoring wickets in the world, particularly in white ball cricket.
Wow, the boundaries are short and the outfield is very, very quick.
It's got two of the two, in fact, fastest or highest scores in 50 overs there.
Yeah, didn't England need to score 500 here once?
481 for 3
against the Kiwis, wasn't it? That was punched out to cover, and no run from Stokes.
And one number that England might want to have in mind is 322, which is what the West Indies chased down at Headingley a few years ago.
Indeed.
In the fourth innings. That should definitely be achievable from here.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
30 runs
I mean,
away.
it all does depend on wickets, and if the overheads are more conducive, maybe England will get more swing. Again, depending on what ball you get out of the box, really. If the new one gets changed. Seals around the wicket to Stokes, who drives that nicely, but straight to mid-off, no run. Wicket always slows things down, and it is pretty breezy.
And Stokes does like to play himself in a little bit on occasion before he goes
mental.
Well,
there's no point in going batshit crazy before lunch, is there? I mean, you've got literally 20 minutes. Just ease yourself in, and then look at it after lunch. Get that lead to 300. Push on from there. Seals around the wicket. Stokes defends, back to the bowler, no run.
Whoever that person on social media is, was it Sliced Coffee? They need to send me a cake, because they've got cake and coffee somehow with that name slicing through my brain.
Do they have good cake in Austria?
Cake. They do, but I live in a very small country town where nothing has ever opened on a Sunday. And
oh really? Oh god, it's one of those.
Very much a traditional...
I would actually have to make a cake if I want one.
Yeah, it's going to be the case in France, isn't it? I forgot about that. Seals around the wicket, and it's defended by Root. Back up to mid-off, and there's no run. One ball left in the over. It's a problem when you live in London or any city that's 24/7. You go outside of it, suddenly you have to remember these things.
Oh, it's brutal.
It
I
is.
have to cook almost every meal for myself and shop for it.
Oh really? No takeaways?
I mean, there's no delivery. No, this is proper country. This is a farming town, the likes of which is increasingly rare. I mean, you'll wait many decades before there's delivery services here.
Oh really? No Deliveroo? No Uber Eats?
No Chinese, no kebab.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I couldn't live there. And what's the population? Last ball of the over, that's thrown out wide. Should have probably been fielded, but instead it's been battered out to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs, straight through the fielder. Stokes gets himself 4 off the last ball of the over, 71 done, 3-3-7 for 4.
Kieran Roseblade says, afternoon all, really interesting match this one. I love a good test. He also says, from sunny North Wales today, from where he is. And we've got a couple of tweets from Bushwares Curtis Spine. To Slice Coffee said that make good to slow almost entirely British. But the real question is this: why choose good to slow when you could live in the cool part of NRW, which I presume is a German province, instead?
North Rhine-Westphalian, I think, yeah.
I have no idea. I think I've been to Austria.
The porn bot also says, is Richard's ball sack on not threads?
Oh, please. Defended. Out into the offside by Root to cover, and there is no run.
You probably have to ask not Fred about not threads.
Yes. Threads, that was another one that came up, doesn't it, when X was touted to be going under. Do they want to use it anymore? Attempted drive by Root, but he can't beat Sinclair.
It's the one that Meta and Facebook tried to put up to take over all the content from
Well, I signed up immediately to Threads when it came out because that was at a point where it looked like Elon Musk was going to explode Twitter. He has to a degree. So that one is swept out the deep square leg. There's no one. I mean, it's noticeable now that we get hardly any tweets.
Far fewer,
and loads of tubes.
Yeah, I don't go on very much anymore. But as said, I will make an exception to hear from a potential cricket player on the other side of Europe. We are that desperate for numbers.
Yeah.
You two are also heartily invited. Bring some gents over. We'll have a social game.
I think I went to Austria to film once. It snowed in November, which apparently wasn't that a regular occurrence, as that one is played up to long off by Stokes for a single.
There's an absolutely delightful ground in Carinthia, down near the Slovenian border, at Felden. It's the Dharamshala of Europe. It is well worth a visit.
Oh, sounds nice.
A proper cricket ground with a
The question is, what are tees like? That's always the biggest question when it comes to a cricket match. Sinclair tosses that up. Flatter, a little bit quicker. Root just punches up to long on for a single.
Well, I've been skiing a couple of times in Austria, and all I can remember from Austria is the food is magnificent.
and cricket is the new skiing because the glaciers are disappearing and there's no more snow. So,
well, I presume you have to go quite high up these days to guarantee snow, don't you? On the back foot goes Stokes, pushed through by Sinclair, didn't really turn. Caught it inside half of the out back, goes out to mid wicket. There's no run.
The thing about Austria and the Austrian Alps and the Tyrol is that mostly their tall mountains aren't that tall.
Yeah.
I remember Seoul, which is just next door to Kitzbühel, being about the base level is about 700 meters, 600 meters.
Is that tall?
Where most high alpine resorts are like 1200, 1300 at the base level.
It makes you wonder why places like Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Nepal haven't got great skiers.
Yeah, it's true. It's a great question.
I guess they don't do it, but I mean, even India. I mean, okay, you're.
Yes, I've been shown a picture by my friend who went out to India for the Dharamshala test and went out for other things as well. He is Indian, and he showed me a picture from Kashmir, which is just looks like the Alps. It's magnificent.
Oh, well, exactly. I mean, tallest mountain range in the world. I think they've got some pretty decent black slopes out there for practicing to be a professional skier. Root works that one out, but can't beat Gully. Into the offside, and there is no run. He's on 79 now, moving along smoothly.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of future in being a professional skier. I think it's on the list of things I wouldn't advise my children to pursue as
well, true.
Just because they're struggling to find venues with enough snow fill a season, really.
Yeah. We used to have Ski Sunday here on a Sunday.
Yeah.
We still do, but it's very truncated now.
It's very truncated, isn't it? I mean, that was a regular Sunday night thing throughout the 80s and 90s. Defended by Root into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single, and they're going to do it easily. He moves on to 80.
You'd even get skiing on the BBC live at Sunday morning.
Yeah, you would do. That is the lead up to 300. England will feel happier now. Still got 6 wickets in hand. Guess they'll look to push on after lunch.
Population of my town, since you asked, Bear, I think it's 1,500-ish.
Wow, that is pretty small.
You'd think it deserves a cake shop.
Yeah, a cake shop, maybe one takeaway, even a pizza place or something.
The butcher closed down and couldn't be taken over because of bloody health and safety, making it too expensive for anyone to do so.
Really? There's not even a butcher? That's defended up towards mid-on. There's no one. Presumably there's a supermarket.
There's one left. And the guy's going to go into pension, and then we're looking forward to no supermarkets.
So what the fuck do you do for buying food?
Well, we're being forced to live like Americans. Everyone has to have a car and drive over to the strip mall in the next town. That's completely the wrong way the world should be going, I think.
That is very much so.
This is how humans are governing themselves.
Well, it's very much the same in England, isn't it? I mean, everything's out of town shopping centres now. I mean, obviously London's London, but I mean, you go out of London and everything's on the edge of the town.
Yeah, it's in industrial estates.
Yeah, exactly. Seals is in around the wicket to Stokes, who just defends on the offside. I think about a single, but Stokes sends a Root back, and there ain't no run.
A couple of people have said to me maybe I should take over that shop when the man goes into retirement, which I wouldn't entirely rule out because I think it's important. But I will change the opening hours because he opens the doors at 6 o'clock every day, which I find very aggressive.
Yeah, is that morning papers though?
Old school, 6 to 12. It's morning people buying their
baked goods,
baked bread.
Baked goods, yeah.
Yeah, which means you're working at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, you know, if you get it right, you employ someone else to do that, and just, you know, take the money. That's works into the leg side. And there's no run.
He's quite Basil Fawlty-esque, our local shopkeeper. He's quite funny. Sometimes he'll stop and have a chat when he's in a good mood, but 9 times out of 10 he just looks very stressed and frowns at you and gives you a very formal good morning.
Oh, God. Yeah. Integrate a cafe into it?
Yeah, I think that would be too innovative for him.
No, this is when you take over, obviously.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I would. I would think of that.
Seals around the wicket, worked into the leg side by Stokes, can't beat mid-wicket, not well timed, no run.
But then you'll run into the health and safety regulations, won't you? And it'll turn out it costs $1 million, needs €1 million workover to meet hygiene standards.
Yeah.
Disinterested Hamjob says, is there any way we could train up an AI to do the bear's tech whilst he's away?
Wow.
Well, given the success of failure of AI recently, no, I'm not sure that's an improvement. It might be improvement on Hendo and Tony, but that's a low bar potentially.
That is a low bar. Tony's getting better, but Hendo, yeah.
And Leo says Eastern Frisia has the highest consumption of tea per capita in the world, but down here in the west it's coffee country. Talking to Slice of Coffee. Pirate Jack Shaw says, if you log into the Guerilla Threads account, you can turn on a setting that will allow me to follow that account from Mastodon. Of course, I actually have to use the Threads account.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I signed up to it because everyone was saying it was imminently that Twitter was going to break down, and everyone was desperately looking around for alternative.
And Jamie Grover makes a very valid point that any mountain is tall when I'm at the bottom of it.
Yes, that's very valid. Even Ben Nevis, which is only about, 2,500 metres or something?
Or the slope at Lords.
Well, 6 foot.
8.5 foot.
Is
it that much?
Yeah.
That's fairly substantial, huh?
If you look at from the nursery end towards the pavilion, you can see how much the it falls just across the length of the pavilion.
Yeah.
Which is about 4.5 feet, 5 feet.
It's quite a significant amount. Sinclair is in. Root again tries to work it down to the leg side again. He's nearly crashing into Stokes. They both have a little laugh.
I think they measured it something like 2.5 to 3 inches per strip.
Okay. Tossed up this time, and Root clips into the leg side. Can't beat mid-wicket, no run.
I'd like to see a better slope than the one at Babacoombe in Devon, in Torquay, where I occasionally play holiday cricket. That is on both sides of the wicket.
Well, so it's like on the top of a hill and goes down either side?
The pitch is in a saddle, in a valley.
Oh, okay.
I've played there, I think.
That's clipped into the left side again. Can't beat mid-wicket, no run.
If Annie Chave is listening, she will confirm, but I seem to remember until they changed the square through 90 degrees, you were going in from one side of the saddle to the other.
Oh, God.
Ah, okay. I didn't know the square had once upon a time been the other way. That may well be.
Clipped into the leg side once more, no run.
And so at both ends, if you started your run up as a pace bowler, your feet were above stump height.
Oh my word!
He's not exaggerating.
That's a bit weird. That's shoved down the leg side, and no, I don't think it was an ooh. I think it was
not
off
that close.
No, I think it was off the pad. It's going down leg, and I think Root might think he missed out a bit actually. And there is no run. It's quite a flat delivery. Sinclair will only have one more ball to go. We've got about 10 minutes till lunch. Probably get 2 or 3 more over this. Sinclair gets one of them, and maybe 3. Root again trying to work it into the inside, but of course the short mid wicket is there. You get no runs with that. It's the angle. He shakes his head. He can't miss the fielder. He's like,
Is that a maiden?
End of the over. It was a maiden. The lead remains on 300, 341 for 4. Over to you, Jason.
Oh well, just push back to you saying GPL 10 minutes.
GPL 10 minutes, of course. Get your calculations in for today's number of runs during the day, and if you get it on the nose, you'll win the pot even.
Pokey Rubber says that's why the Welsh make such rubbish Sherpas. Our Himalayas are tiny. He also says, I haven't got a shop for 6 miles either way. All the village shops finally died in the pandemic. No buses left either. So yes, you can't get out today on public transport.
See, these are things that states should be obliged to do, really, if you want society to maintain, and stop these fucking rich bastards having loads of money. Is that out? I think it is out. Stokes has gone. Stokes has just pulled basically a rank long hop straight down Longleg's throat, you fucking idiot. And that's pretty poor from Ben Stokes, has to be said. England 3-4-1 for 5. Would that be lunch then? It shouldn't be that close to lunch.
It's not in the last over before lunch.
It's not going to be a no ball. He's just helped it round a corner. You're not looking where the fucking fielder was, you muppet. Straight down Holder's throat, a long leg. Didn't have to move.
Yeah.
Well, it was Ari Joseph down there, sorry, not Holder.
Well, it's definitely one of these.
You silly little boy.
It
what
is.
on earth were you playing at? Oh!
He did that in the first innings as well, didn't he?
Well, he
smashed it out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was Sinclair, and he smashed it straight down the guy's throat who didn't have to move
then either.
About a yard.
Ah, well.
Right.
And that might move the game along. Jamie Smith and Wokes, England's next batsman.
Yep.
Should be able to make another 100 runs with what's left, considering the state of the pitch. You'd hope, anyway.
No, 2 proper batting partnerships to come, right? How's Atkinson with the bat?
He has potential, but he's not showing it in recent games.
No.
For club or county, for that matter.
A bit of a tail for England as things stand.
Bashir is
a rabbit,
tall, gangly rabbit.
Woody can give it the long handle.
Yeah, I would like to see potentially Wood ahead of both those two.
Did he come? No, I think Axton came out forward in the first innings. Jamie Smith is going to come out. He won't thank Ben Stokes for that. He's going to have to come out, face about possibly an over, and then go in for lunch again.
I'm not sure he's actually that bothered. He seems to be a very laid-back individual.
Well,
anyway, here's his jingle.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
That was just really poor from Ben Stokes. All he had to do was roll his wrists over the top of it, and it would have been along the ground.
Yeah, it's quite high on the bat, so he's not really got any power into the shot.
No, he's just helped it on its way straight to the fielder. It's like catching practice. Deary me.
It would have been, I don't know, yeah. Probably easier to have played further up than further down, but that wasn't the height.
Yeah.
But maybe an advert for just having a bit of a longer look before you go on the cross.
Well, to be, it was a pretty long hoppy ball. I mean, it was there for the shot. It's just got to be a bit more diligent about how you play it and know who's where. Well, Smith gets off the mark straight away, just guides one down towards third man. In fact, he comes back for 2. And England roll on 3-4-3 for 2. The lead is 302.
There's nothing too much to worry about for England unless there's another 2 quick wickets. Then you can start to talk about a contest. But they'll have to come
possibly. Even then, you'd imagine they get a few. I mean, this is it. I mean, all logic says that a lead of 350, 60 should be enough, even with the time left in the game. You just look at this wicket and wonder, it might suddenly start deteriorating as the day goes on today, in which case things will look a lot rosier. It doesn't look like it's going to, but it is a 5th day wicket. Oddly for England, the sun has been baking down for a couple of days. It's been hot. There was a puff of dust on one earlier from Sinclair. That might get more pronounced, and the up and down might start if the pitch does start to deteriorate. And that just makes it harder to bat. That's a nice shot from Jamie Smith again, guided down to exactly the same space. This time the fielder is a bit deep, a bit further behind square. And it'll just be the 1 run.
Looks like they got the 2 gullies in now for Root. As I could tell from that quick glance, and a very wide first slip.
Yeah, the Root dab is in play now and trying to cut it off.
Well, you'll always get a run.
Is that first slip's job then, being so wide? Is it literally there for that?
Well, there's a bit of it, isn't it? I mean,
well, you don't see the batsman going hard at the ball, so it's not going to go to first slip. It's going to go wider.
Yeah.
It's over the wicket though to Root, who does cut that into the ground. Can't beat the man at about 3rd slip. Who's that? Was that Athenaeus? Yeah, 3rd slip.
Not sure. We're not looking at Athenaeus right now, to be honest. Although Athenaeus has floated around in various spots. He's been in 2nd slip and gully.
Yeah. Jaden Seals has 2 balls left in this over, and he should get another one in. If Sinclair bowls his over quickly, which I'm sure England won't let him, you could potentially have another one, but I don't think that will happen. Seals in. Root guides it past. Well, not past. Gully again. And he throws at the stumps this time, but Root hadn't left his crease, so he didn't hit the stumps, and there's no run.
You get signs that Ruth is getting just a little bit twitchy.
I think he just wants to get off for lunch, doesn't he? It's end of the
and
session.
reset.
Yeah, reset. You don't want to make any stupid mistakes. I bet he's a bit annoyed with Stokes, to be honest.
Well, and
Brook
Brook as well.
yeah.
Two soft dismissals.
Well, Brook you can kind of forgive a little bit. He got 109, so he did his job, but not necessarily Stokesy. That short down the arse, left by Root, through to the keeper, no run. We'll get another over. Over to you, Jace.
Just a couple of shout-outs. Jameson Jamsong Amist says, greetings from Vivaro, Northern Italy. A town untouched by cricket fever until now. And also Daniel Taylor says, best of Sunday morning to you guys. Listening to you from doing such marvellous work from the wonderful island of Jamaica.
Hey.
Matthew Cullen says the cricket ground at Bath has a pretty steep slope at one end. Derek Willis says Sinclair's maiden was the first of these innings and the West Indies third. Well, Ben McCourt says, what was it I said about throwing away a strong position with some unwise shot selections?
Yeah.
And Stephen Kelp summed that up with Ben Stokes. Sigh.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying because I like seeing him bat and get aggressive, but I mean, just can't throw away. They've been showing us lots of replays of Donald bowling at. I've forgotten how obvious the glove was. The glove was. Is that when he got his 189 not out over 2 days or whatever?
No, that's 1998 when he got a ferocious spell bowled at him by Donald.
Yeah.
And they're chasing down about 200 to win, Atherton and Hussain.
That's clipped into the leg side, out to the deep by Smith, getting himself a single, Root back on strike.
Speaking of Stokes and the old Psy, it's more than a year since his last 100. I was just having a look. It was June 2023.
Yeah, that would have been against the Aussies at the beginning of the Ashes. That's just works into the leg side by Rooty.
And Holder lollops out towards it, but leaves it to another fielder running in from the boundary.
I never think it's the one thing about Stokes now. He's bowling again. I don't think it matters too much. If everyone else is doing a job, he gets out cheap. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world if he's bowling well. I mean, that's the idea of being an all-rounder, isn't it? You can have lean spells in either, but not both. It's defended up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was 155, good 100 last year at Lords against the Aussies.
Yeah. Down the track comes Smith. And Sinclair is He likes barging over the geezers at the non-strikers end.
So he says, sorry, and he comes up with something like, that's all right, Grandad.
Yeah. Over the wicket he comes. Driven at. Nicely. Romario Shepherd is chasing that down. Does manage to get Joseph even. And it's not Romario Shepherd.
He's gone for the big white Richie Richardson now.
Yeah, that's a single. Anyway, why do I keep calling him Romario Shepherd? I don't know why.
He does look like him, I think, a little bit.
No, it's not that. It's because I keep thinking there's two of them in the side with the same surname, and I keep not going for Joseph and going for Shepherd. I don't know why I keep going for Shepherd. Tossed up. Ooh, is that out? I think it is. I think Jamie Smith has got an arm ball, and he's pressed forward, and that will be lunch, and that does change things. 348 for 6. 3 quick wickets for the Windies, and suddenly a lead of 307. Root still there on 81, but they've got through the middle order. And West Indies will think they're in with a shout here. He'll be a bit disappointed with himself there, Smith, and he'll also be a bit fucking pissed off with Stokes for getting out just before lunch and having to do that. But hey, that is cricket, and suddenly things have turned.
At least it wasn't a soft dismissal. He was trying to block it and just got out.
Another one
bowled.
bites the dust. Yeah, I think it's playing for a little bit of turn, and there was none.
It's good bowling by Sinclair.
Yeah, he's just hung it up out there, hasn't he? Giving it a bit of air.
Maybe just a little bit of an away swing with
little
the
bit
arm
of drift,
action.
yeah.
But no somersault.
No somersault. Didn't need to. Well, maybe we didn't see it. It was off camera. But that will be lunch, because there definitely isn't going to be an over after this.
They're all walking off, aren't they?
They are indeed. So Wokes will come out to join Root after lunch. And this session has got 25 overs, 100 runs, 3 wickets, run rate of 4. So, well, it's not so bad.
Honours even each way, I think.
Yeah, I mean, England will be reasonably happy that they've got the lead over 300. They would have liked it to have been 1 or 2 wickets less. I mean, you've got to expect to lose wickets at some point, but to lose Stokes and Smith in quick succession like that after losing Harry
Knocks
Brook
the stuffing out of your quick
scorers.
scorers.
It does a little bit.
So this is going to be slightly more attritional closure of the innings, I think.
Well, it may well be. England will look to push on and try and get a lead of 360 to 400. One would have thought, well, especially while Root's out there, he'll trust Wokes. Possibly not so much Wood, but he'll let Wood have free licence to hit. And then if he's in there with Atkinson and Bashir at the end, I imagine he'll try and up his pace and play some entertaining, weird shots.
Right, a few messages before we leave. This one didn't age well. Frank Rockefeller says, Jamie Smith seems solid.
Yes.
Tom Egan says, Stokes could be dropped. He's going through a rough spell with that. I don't think you can drop your captain.
No.
Especially not if he's bowling and contributing that way.
He's getting himself out. It's not like he's batting. Well, I mean, you could say it's bad, but I mean, it's not like he's. I mean, he got 70 in the first innings, to be fair, and slapped it down mid-wicket's throat. So, I mean, it's not like he had a bad innings. It just gave it away, and he just gave it away in that innings as well.
Stephen Couch sends us a bunch of tweets. Says Joe Root's average has just crept up above 50 again, but I think it will drop below 50 if he gets out soon. But anyway. Myron McCourt says, fingers crossed the pitch breaks up, or the Windies will have this in the bag.
No, in the bag. I mean, this is it. Scoreboard.
Mash's bag will think is probably half open at the moment.
Well, this is it. I mean, you still got to chase down all those runs to win a Test match. It's never easy doing a chase. It's fine until you start losing wickets, and then suddenly things can go horribly awry.
George McPherson says, England continuing to lose wickets cheaply. Not good.
I don't know about continuing to. We've got guys who's just had a partnership of nearly.
And he also predicts that Joe Root will get a ton. And
I think that's good money on that, I said.
I think with that we're pretty much up to date. So
okay.
Shall we go to lunch?
We should go to lunch.
Put a record on.
What are we going to play, Bear?
Who knows what we're going to play? What's this? Bishop and the Bear, episode 75, possibly. Where's my podcasts? We've only just started it, so we'll play that. See you in a bit.
The tension and the aggro in the air. As soon as Steve Waugh walked to the crease, just had that fight.
But you know something else that I think all your examples have, and all your players,
there's an element of theatre in all of them that is about that sort of gladiatorial side of the game. So I mean, I guess Michael Clarke going get ready for a broken fucking arm is not hard. It wouldn't qualify in any way. In a way, that's I don't want to diss Michael Clarke. You know, he's probably got a lovely career, but that just seems to me snide and nasty. Not backed up with any of those other characteristics.
I've never liked that kind of. I wouldn't even call that bravado. I'd call that stupidity, and I've seen it in club cricket. I've seen people, get someone out and give him the send off, and then the batsman has a word, and the bowler, I'll see you behind the pavilion later, and all this. I just find that pathetic. That's not hard. That's not playing the game hard. I class playing the game hard as a Kepler Vessels playing with a knee that needs surgery on, or Alan Border making his captaincy debut for Australia with a broken finger because he didn't want to miss the match. To me, or Dennis Lilly bowling with a broken back for 18 months before having surgery. They're my kind of examples of being hard. Even like I said, Mike Atherton getting the job done in Johannesburg. These are hard examples to me. Just saying silly words to make yourself look hard is more pathetic than hard, in my opinion.
Well, I think we'd be 100% with you there. Well, let's chat about some of the players that make that 22. I mean, you start with one other thing that is common, and it's a theme that keeps popping up, and it must be a sort of a generation thing. It's the West Indies attack or it's the Australian attack that they've somehow tangled with somewhere. You can't somehow escape in many occasions from Lillian Thompson or from Marshall Holding, Garner, slightly later Ambrose and the like. Yeah. The ability, despite some form of adversity, to come up against those guys. Hall and Griffith as well, get earlier mentions because you have the wonderful Brian Close in there. Yeah. Who I just wonder if was he just slightly daft, or was he as well as brave in Brian Close's case? What did you tell us about him? Because again, from a certain generation, when I think hard, I think fielding a short leg and just getting smacked and going, the famous quote about the ball's only on you for a moment, I don't know what you're worried about. The bruises after facing Charlie Griffith, I think, and then again facing or coming back at 40, whatever it was, to face the Windies. Brian Close is kind of close to the archetype, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's the most obvious, ultimate example of cricket's hard man. Almost stupidly, because like you just said, he would just take blows on him rather than have his bat or glove nick off and take his wicket. I don't think that's probably anything that we'll see again. It was one of a kind, and to be in his company for an hour, a year or two before he sadly passed away, I was very fortunate to take that interview in the committee room at Headingley, and he was chuckling along while he did the interview with me, and I think I just got the sense that he was reflecting back at some of these iconic stories, and he couldn't actually believe he acted in the way he did, and it was making him chuckle, the way that a batsman would whack the ball against his head and the ball would bounce up in the air and someone would say, "You're okay, Brian." He'd say, "Never mind that, just catch the bloody thing." That was his attitude. And he never sledged any batsmen. It was all about being hard in terms of trying to win, trying to get the best out of his team, which to me is the ultimate. And you could probably talk all day about Brian Close, but the way that two tough cricketers like Viv Richards and Ian both idolised him at Somerset, I think says it all.
Well, there is one wonderful quote, and obviously the book we're talking about is Cricket's Hard Men, by our guest today, Richard Sydenham. Obviously, we're going to include notes and stuff when people get this podcast. But there was a brilliant quote or conversation between Brian Close and Ken Barrington, Brian Close, I think, said something along the lines of pains in the mind, and Ken Barrington replied, "Yeah, but it still fucking well hurts." Which I thought was kind of interesting. And there was another Brian Close example where wasn't he said you better go the physio? I think this was after either the West Indies or the working over by Hall and Griffith or the later West Indies quick rollers.
Yeah.
And there's that wonderful picture of him. He's literally just red marks turning rapidly blue on his body. And Brian, hadn't you better go for an X-ray? To which his reply was, "No, just give me a scotch, I'm fine."
Yeah, that was in 1976, when he made his comeback I think he was 45 at the time. The famous Saturday evening session with John Edridge, where it was like Dad's Army going out to face the fastest attack in the world, and how one of them didn't die on that pitch. It was an uneven pitch, flying all over the place. I think incredible bravery, really.
It was incredible, but there's other things. So there's no order for my 22 as we go through them. It's such a sort of interesting wander through different types of hardness. But one that leapt out at me again because of other things, or reminded me of things I maybe knew but had forgotten, is Andy Flower. And why and how Andy Flower makes that list, and despite the fact he was a great player and the fact he was a great captain and he went on to be such a successful coach, there's a part of his career where he stepped out of his role or he used cricket to make a really powerful political statement, and against what could potentially have been at risk to his life. And that to me was a very different kind of hard, tougher in many ways than actually any ball he will have ever faced in his life. Tell us a little bit about that, because that was fascinating to me.
Yeah, so like you quite rightly say, it's just another example that cricket's hard men's not all. When I set out with this book, I didn't want it to become a monotonous tone of the greatest batsman against fast bowling, because that wouldn't be cricket's hard men. That would be the best batsman against fast bowling. So I was looking for various examples of hard, and like you've just quite rightly said, that political statement to take on Robert Mugabe's controversial regime at that time, when there was genuine threat to his life, and obviously we shouldn't forget Henry Olonga, who made that statement with him. I just think it's, I struggle to think of a greater example of hardness in cricket history, really, when you're not just putting a broken arm at risk or broken cheekbone by taking on a bouncer, you're taking on a dictator. I thought that was an incredible example. That was an off the field example, but I thought Andy Flower deserved it even in cricket sense, when you think that Zimbabwe at that time in the early 2000s were really the whipping boys of international cricket, relatively new to the international arena, and for him to become the world's #1 batsman while being a Zimbabwe player, because he was the outstanding batsman in that team on many occasions, I just thought was an incredible achievement. And I think to carry that kind of weight of expectation for a minnow nation showed that he clearly had incredible mental toughness as well as a great batting technique.
It was interesting though, because he then went on, of course, to coach England. And what was the name of the documentary there that followed the England team when they became #1 in the world?
I can't remember.
It was the first of a really good fly in the wall documentaries, wasn't it?
Yeah. I've watched it. I should remember the title.
Yeah, Same here. We've all watched it.
We all watched it. Can't remember the title.
Yeah.
But he kind of he was so demanding on others to the point where he actually ultimately said,
well, he eventually
possibly
broke
was
them,
too
didn't
tough.
He?
Yeah,
he broke the side eventually.
I pushed them so hard I broke them.
Yeah.
And I think maybe Mark Gothic somehow fitted into that.
Jonathan Trott as well, wasn't it? I mean, that was
Jonathan Trott.
That was basically the end of it. It was like when Trott pulled out of, was it 2 or 3 tests in Australia, and it was that was when it all fell apart, wasn't it, on the return after the 2010 win. And when was it 2014, 15, I presume?
Yeah, well that might well be one of his failings, because when we look at great footballers, they don't always become great managers or managers. I think Andy Flower has proven as a good coach. There's no doubt about that. All the amount of franchise jobs he gets around the world, you don't get that much work if you're not a good coach. But man management's a big part of that. And when you're going back 10 years now, I'd like to think he would have probably learned from that experience that you need to know your team and the people you can kind of push, give a rollicking to, and the people that need a bit of an arm around the shoulder and a different approach. And maybe he would look at examples like that and think, if I had that time again, I'd probably handle that a bit differently.
Kind of the really management of the likes of Botham and Willis. Well, actually, that's another really interesting example. So if you take, because you have in your 22 Douglas Jardine, and that's fascinating, because if you take a cliched view of hard men, he doesn't quite fit it. He feels like the First World War general who's behind the cocktail cabinet while the troops do the
send them over the top,
do the dirty work, is the misconception, I might point out. But he makes it. He makes it, and you've got some really interesting reasons. So tell me a little bit about him and why he makes the 22.
I researched him quite a lot, actually, because obviously I wasn't around during his career, as most of us wouldn't have been, and found it fascinating that in many ways he sounded quite, to put it bluntly, like a bit of a snob who wasn't particularly likeable, looked down on people a little bit, particularly Australians, because they barracked him, and he didn't like that too much. But
bloody convicts, he called them.
So he's in the book for 2 basic reasons. One, because he was hard enough and brave enough to just change the conventions of cricket and say, this guy Bradman is going to keep beating us every time we play Australia. We can never win the Ashes while he's being allowed to just smash us all over the place. And he was, like I said, brave enough, maybe even innovative enough to come up with this body line. He didn't like the term body line, but leg theory, where we're just going to bounce the shit out of them and hopefully take their wickets. And it worked, didn't it? We won 4-1. And it cost him his England career in the end, because the English authorities turned on him in the end.
As they did with Harold Larwood.
They shafted him, to put it, in a crude term. But in terms of physical way, the Aussies did try and give it back to him in side matches, and he was hurt several times. And I think he actually won the players' respect, because they said, fair play, he dishes it out, but he can take it as well. He was a bit of a tough upper lip kind of general figure, but he was bloody tough as well.
Yeah, we've had a lot of chats about him. Largely, we did a special around Percy Fender, and obviously Percy's career and Douglas Jardine's career are sort of massively intertwined. Certainly at England level. But there are other examples, that I guess if most cricket fans sat down to come up with their list of 22. I mean, one of the beauties of the book probably is it's unexpected in some of the names. I'm not sure I would have put Ranatunga in my 22, and yet again he was making, as well as being a tough player, he was making a statement about the treatment of Murali, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And you cite that, I think, as being the ability to step out of your role and front up against a different issue.
Yeah.
And he did that. Do you think without that he would have made the cut?
I do, actually, because the Murali example is just it's a small example under the umbrella of the spirit that he gave Sri Lanka at that time, because I am just about old enough to remember Sri Lanka touring England in 1984 at the back end of that West Indies series, and I think they'd been going in Test cricket 2 or 3 years by then. And throughout, although they did well at Lords against England and it was a drawn match, but throughout that era generally, a little bit like my example earlier of Zimbabwe, they were seen as a soft touch, you know. Batsmen would be thinking, God, I'm going to boost my average against these guys. They haven't got any pace, no, you know, spinner to worry about. Yes, they had a few batsmen who could score 100, but generally they were seen as a bit of a soft touch. It was about how much you're going to beat them by, not if you can beat them. And Ranatunga came along and just gave them a bit more of, like we said earlier, a bit of a mongrel spirit. You know, let's not be pushovers. Let's stick our chests out. We're playing for our country, and let's give as good as we get. And he definitely did that. And look, who expected them to win the World Cup in 1996? A lot of that, yes, was down to some damn good players like Murali and Jayasuriya, Aravinda de Silva. But I also think they were playing because of the, you know, that the freedom that Ranatunga gave them to go out and express themselves with a kind of an iron fist attitude.
It was as Sri Lanka was just really starting to emerge as a power as well. I mean, it cause and effect. He played his role in that.
Yeah.
But I think
a golden generation started then, didn't they? As well?
Did. Yeah. So. It did.
Let me ask you a question. Tony, you've read the book.
Yep.
Were there any players in there that you thought, wow, that surprised me, but having read the chapter, you agreed or you didn't agree? I mean, feel that they were all justified in the end? I'm curious to know your...
Well, that's a really, really good question. There was certainly players I didn't know so much about. I mean, I might put John Reid.
I was going to say, I don't even know who John Reid is.
But I'm not, and I'm not sure I got to the end of that chapter utterly convinced. But that's possibly because I didn't have any real preconceived notions when it came to John Reid. But I thought another one that did fascinate me, or two actually. One was Anil Kumble, and you mentioned him when we were chatting earlier because the mental image I have of Kumble is a craftsman of a bowler, obviously, you know, one of the 3 bowlers to take 10 wickets in a Test innings. But a craftsman of spin and a hard man. Didn't really see it, you know. On the list, it popped out at me as going, ooh. But you cite him as being quite an example of white line fever.
Yeah. Yeah. What was
so you got that contrast.
What was interesting about that, and I obviously wrote about it in the chapter, when I was working on a Test match in, I think it was 2007, India's tour of England. I just remember an on-field altercation between Kumble and Peterson, and I thought, wow, I don't usually see that side of Kumble, sort of having a bit of a aggro with an opposition player. And I specifically asked, Rahul Dravid did the end of match press conference when he was captain, and I got along with Rahul quite well, and I asked him the question about, isn't that a little bit out of character for Anil Kumble to react like that? And he said, absolutely not. He said, I understand why you would ask that, because from the outside you don't see that side of him, but all his players are well aware that he's almost a bit of a nutter when he's on the field. He's so competitive. So, and then when you put the broken jaw example with that, and you start to get a little bit more of a picture of this character that he was.
Well, I mean, I think from our perspective, as a sort of guerrilla perspective, whilst respecting KP's achievements, we've become possibly somewhat disappointed about some of his his social pronouncements, and he's not been too kind to one or two of our members. It's got to be said. So, possibly if there was a clinching argument for Kumble, it was being reminded of the facing off KP. And to his credit, as I recall, though, Peterson said, look, do you know what? We were both tough. He wanted to support his country. He wanted to do everything he could to win for his country. I've got no problem with that. So in a way, Peterson, in that occasion, when he's not frantically promoting franchise cricket left, right, and centre. On that occasion, I think he emerged with a fair bit of credit. You've got Javed Miandad in there.
Oh yeah, well he was.
Who I sort of vaguely remember as well being a bit of a bad lad. Maybe have I got my players mixed up?
He lived for aggro. I mean, he was one of the
he did.
One of my favourite players as a kid. Actually, I loved to watch him bat, but he wasn't a particularly graceful batsman. He was what you might call an accumulator. He was one of them players that maybe a little bit like Alan Border, where you go to a test match at your local ground, and I remember both batsmen at Edgbaston when I was a kid, and you don't really remember any shots they've played, and you look at the scoreboard and they're 55 not out because they're so clever at just working the field, you know, ones, twos, the odd four. But both Border and Miandad had the ability to go into another gear as well and take attacks apart. But you mentioned Miandad, as a character, he gave Pakistan a real sort of tiger spirit. I know Imran Khan gets a lot of credit about, you know, the tiger spirit for the World Cup win in '92, but Javed Miandad had been like that since the 1970s when he came into the team. I'm good friends with his first captain, Mushtaq Mohammed, and he tells me stories about Miandad, how he was always trying to wind up the opposition, even as 18, 19-year-old, so it just came natural to him. And if you're a rubbish batsman and you're like that, you look a bit silly. But when you're winding the opposition up and getting under their skin, and then you're able to go and average 50 in Test cricket after over 100 Test matches, then you know I think you're allowed to be a bit of a wind-up merchant. And like I called him, as the original street fighter. I mean, the typical example would be that little spat with Dennis Lillee, wouldn't it, in Australia? Yeah. Lillee kicks out and then Javed goes to wrap his cricket bat over his head. You know, that was typical of Javed, who, if you kick me, mate, I'm going to kick you twice as hard back. That was Javed's attitude, and that was really important for Pakistan at the time, because a little bit like the Sri Lanka example, they wasn't overly known for being aggressive. Pakistan, that they first went to Australia in the early 70s, was swore at by the Chappells, Doug Walters, all these guys, and didn't really say anything back. They were overawed and intimidated by it, but the more of the Javed Miandad influence on them helped them to become a little bit more aggressive as a team.
You've got a couple of Aussies in there. You've got Alan Border. You've got Dennis Lillee out from memory. Dennis Lillee, Alan Border,
Steve Waugh. Steve Waugh. Steve Waugh is my ultimate. I mean, for me, he is the ultimate hard man in cricket.
Mental disintegration.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the phrase I always have in my head with him.
Yeah, definitely. He was an obvious example. When you look at that 100 he got at the Oval in 2001, he should never have been playing in that match. He tore a calf muscle in the 3rd Test, missed the 4th Test, brought himself back for the 5th Test. Alex Stewart said it was almost selfish and a bit of a gamble, because his leg could have gone and let his team down. And I get what Stewie says there, and his leg did go, but he didn't let his team down because he was a damn fine batsman who was 150 odd not out, and his team, I think they won by an innings in that match. So that was Steve Waugh for you. You know, he just wanted to be there leading his troops.
But there is that mix that you were saying. It's that mix of mongrel aggression, adversity, facing up to injury. Like I said, it's really interesting how many of the players you've cited will have mixed it with either Lillian Thompson or the West Indies attack. Roy Fredericks is fascinating as a character. Kept playing a hook shot, even if it got him out. Didn't care. He just play it again.
Well, he's 169, I think it was, in Perth in '76. You know, that wasn't just a slog. You can't score that much of an innings, that higher score if you're just slogging. That was serious batting against probably is the fastest opening attack of all time on that pitch. You know, it was incredible bravery. And talk about unlikely characters as well. And the Australian, I would probably almost certainly never have included him myself without speaking to other people. It was Bruce Laird.
Yeah, I was struggling for his name, but you're right, you got him in there.
I found it interesting that his two biggest supporters to be in that list were Viv Richards and Michael Holding.
Yeah.
And I think when you've won the respect of those guys for the bravery, of taking on that attack, like I said, it wasn't just about his technique against playing fast bowling. He took some serious blows, particularly in World Series cricket, when they were playing on outgrounds because they were still out of the establishment. They wasn't allowed to play on the test grounds. They were playing on like football grounds on uneven surfaces. He took some serious blows and still scored a lot of runs, and that was the first name Michael Holding came up with, and I asked him his typical example of a cricket hardman.
And he came up with Bruce Laird. Wow. Well, you've got Viv in there, which I guess from that perspective is I just see Viv as part of that Fire in Babylon generation where you just felt the way they were playing their cricket wasn't just about the cricket.
Yeah.
You know, helped along by the likes of Tony Gregg and Grovel and all of those kind of crazy conversations. Eddie Barlow, I love the fact you got Eddie Barlow in there, because I just remember him. I mean, clearly because he was playing at a time when South Africa then couldn't play for quite a long time. So I remember him probably best for his time at Derbyshire. But you a lot of the examples you give, I think, for him are around his captaincy and the exercise drills and the licking an underperforming county into shape to become, a really, really top kind of one-day side. You've got Mike Atherton, of course.
Yeah.
Where everyone will remember the face-off with Donald. There were so many other things, but equally remember he had the back problems all his life, like crazy, as did Dennis Lilly, who was also in there. So I guess an ultimate question then for you before we kind of move on and maybe talk about some other things is, from your 22, or indeed any you may have considered since, is do you have a personal ultimate that you go, well, if I had to just put one of them in front of me going over the top, who would it? Could you do that? Is there one?
I think the obvious and iconic cricket hardman is Brian Close, for reasons we've discussed already. But if you ask me my favourite, and this is probably one you would never guess, even though my childhood heroes were Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, I opened the batting in league cricket, but I'm a much more relatively limited player than those two. I identify with someone like Kepler Wessels, with Brook, and I loved the way that he wasn't the greatest batsman of all time. He was a damn good batsman, really good at Sussex in the 70s, and actually limited his own stroke play as he got older, purely because he didn't want to be a flashy kind of player. He wanted to get the job done. Whether he broke a finger, was playing with a bruised knee or damaged hand or whatever, he went out there. He liked to look like a proper leader of men, wanted to lead from the front, whether it was for Australia against the West Indies, whether it was for South Africa when they were new to the after re-entering international cricket, whether it was a coach. I just loved the spirit that Kepler Wessels played the game with. So he'd probably be my unlikely favourite.
Wow, that's pretty good. Well, I back you up with Brian Close, and Bear, you've already kind of gone for an Aussie.
Oh yeah, well,
going on?
Well, I just thought that Steve Waugh was. Throughout that period where they battered us the whole time. I remember once I met him at some awards in Berlin. He still had that steely, gritty Australian thing, no nonsense, and I just admired the way that he led that Australian team and the fact that he was so bloody minded, and he was all about winning, and he was all about, just grinding the opposition down, and he didn't care. And I kind of really appreciated that about him, even though he was a bloody Australian and they kept beating us. But
what's fascinating about him though is that I wouldn't disagree with him being the ultimate hardman. That's that's your opinion, and I certainly think it's a fair call. But what's interesting about him is that he's what, about 5'9", quite
Yeah.
wide.
Yeah.
You know, if you didn't know him, the average man in the street would look at him and not feel threatened by him. But when
No.
you know the way he played the game, with the courage he showed in the game, with the grit and determination, the way he batted, the way he just looked at you, he exuded like a coolness, an unflappability. You know, he's a real sort of interesting.
Yeah, and I remember when he first. I remember when I first saw him play for Australia. He was touted as a genuine all-rounder in much the same way that Steve Smith was. Actually, he was kind of medium-paced bowler who then basically stopped bowling. Seemed to be quite a limited batsman. I seem to remember when he first started. He wasn't exactly. He didn't look. He wasn't technically beautiful like some great batsmen you see, but with that limited. Way he played the game, he just became one of the all-time greats behind the crease as well. In a similar way, I saw you got Graham Smith in there. He's another one. He's, he had about 2 shots.
A good batsman, really.
In much the same way that Alistair Cook was basically defend or hit it through the covers or clip it off his legs. He was very, very similar in that respect.
He's not someone you'd say to your son, let's go and watch Alistair Graham Smith today and look at a beautiful batsmanship.
No.
But if you want to show your son getting the job done, determination, grit, then let's go and watch Graham Smith.
Although I never forgive Graham Smith for the no ball, the hand on the wickets thing when he was out to Stephen Finn. That kind of screwed Stephen Finn's career up as well, I think, a little bit. When he was, complained and ended up staying in the crease after being caught in the slips and Finney had knocked the bails off at bowler's end. I thought that was all a bit tawdry, but there you go.
Who would make? It's a joyous read for me because it's a generation mostly. I don't go back as far as perhaps the very Douglas Jardine, but obviously history I do know. But many of them are that generation who were facing the likes of Donald, and then if you work back the West Indian team, then if you work back a bit more, you get Lily Thompson, and then before that, Paula Griffiths. I don't quite go back to them. They were bowling at Brian Close, but I was only 2 at the time when they were. But of modern players, you have Adam Holyoke, of course, which is a really interesting story as a cage fighter. But who from currently playing players would make it in there? I guess there's one very obvious example. England Test captain.
Yeah, Ben Stokes would definitely come into the equation because of the way he plays through his knee pain. I think Andrew Flintoff, recently retired player as well. I remember a couple of spells, especially against the Aussies. I think it was 2009, where he ran in and bowled really quickly, even though we all knew he was struggling with his knee. Maybe what let him down a little bit, he found him a little bit unreliable as a cricketer. I thought he had a lot more ability.
Freddie is it?
Showed, yeah.
But again, you've got that mix, that cocktail that includes injury adversity,
definitely
iconic games against a really, really tough opponent.
But definitely had the mongrel spirit and ability to bowl through injury. Somebody talk about other players that just missed the cut. Ryan Harris was another one actually. Retired, who had really bad knees, and I just felt that he just a real tough character just came running in. A very underrated bowler, I thought. The fact that he doesn't get the credit he deserves is probably only down to he didn't play enough games. But when we spoke about that, I think it was 2013-14 Ashes that we lost, when Mitchell Johnson took all the plaudits. I thought Ryan Harris bowled as well as anyone in that series.
Well, I've got one more to throw at you, which hopefully the Bear will endorse, because you've got Jardine in there for playing cricket in a certain way for a certain reason. Clive Lloyd, he has to be mentally tough because he's had to drive around cricket grounds in the back of Bear's car. Anybody who survives that gets my vote for mental toughness. But as a captain, he really fashioned that West Indies side that became so fearsome, of with Viv Richards was a part and then went on to be captain. Did he and yet he doesn't feature. Is there a reason he didn't make the cut?
I personally don't think he's an obvious example, because whereas England back in Jardine's day were getting pummeled by Bradman. I know Australia had that one series, West Indies had that one series where they were beaten heavily in Australia, but that wasn't really a repetitive theme. He still had a pretty decent team. I think it was more cricket nous about, remember when India scored 406, didn't they? Against the West Indies in '76, and he thought, I'm not messing around with these spinners anymore. I'm gonna bring the quick guys into my team. And so I thought that was more about cricket intellect than sort of hard man spirit. I'm not saying he wasn't hard, because he obviously had a lot of success.
And we are back. It is post-lunch. And Rayan has joined us. So he's finished his studies down in Brighton and he's got some time off. He's come to watch a good test match,
Good test matches, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. It's
good to be back with the Guerilla boys.
Yeah, glad to have you back.
Yeah, thank you.
Messi is joining us post-lunch.
It's nice to be called a boy at my age.
Well, yeah, you know.
Yeah, always young.
Thank you, Ryan.
Root is still out there. We'll play you some post-lunch jingles shortly. The first ball is on to the pads of Joe Root, who clips it sweetly out to deep mid square leg, and there will be a single. Root is batting with...
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
The bowler is...
Jesus, Mary and shame our Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
And a new batsman for England, as Jamie Smith was out last ball before lunch, is this guy.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour.
His first ball is short, and he gets right behind it and defends it, and there is no run. You had a chance to watch much of this?
Not much.
No? You've been keeping up with the scores then?
Yeah, I'll keep it up with the scores.
Okay, cool. It's been quite a good test match, a very flat wicket, I have to say that.
I saw that Harry Brook scored his first century on England.
Fifth century for England, first on home soil.
First on home soil.
Yeah. Good innings. Stokes rather gave it away just before lunch, which is really fucking annoying. And then Jamie Smith just played inside a straight one. I think he was expecting a little bit of turn, didn't get any. He got a little nick, and that was the last ball before lunch. England lead 308.
What do you think about the lead? So just quite good for England, or still West Indies have a chance?
Well, I mean, West Indies have a chance. It's a really flat deck. I mean, you'd normally say 308. There's a lot of time left in the test as well. Wokes hoiks that one out to long leg, and there's a single. I mean, there's 5 sessions left, and
150 overs left.
Yeah. They scored 360 in a day. England scored 416 on the first day. There were 350 runs odd scored yesterday. So, 350 run lead is certainly enough time in the game to chase them.
Yeah, and I think in the last test match in here, England chased around 300 in 50 overs.
Yes, exactly. Mind you, Johnny Bairstow went absolutely fucking ballistic after lunch and knocked it all off in about an hour. That's driven back to the bowler by Root, and there's no run. And I'm not sure. I suppose some of the West Indies might. This is it. Depends how they go about it. With all chases in a fourth innings, isn't it? It's like, yes, that score is chaseable, as they proved in the first innings by getting a lead. But if you start losing wickets and you haven't got a second innings, then everything gets on top. And it's a pretty inexperienced side the West Indies have brought batting wise, and so it could go horribly wrong quite quickly, or they could end up, winning like they did the other year. Shea Hope got a ton, and they got it with 3 wickets down, chasing at the last out Headingley.
7 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Clipped by Joe Root, wide and mid on, they get a single. And actually, West Indies have done it several times. Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes scored 340 odd or whatever it was at Lords on a final day way back in my first experiences of Test cricket. So West Indies have got good memories historically of chasing down runs in England.
So you call this West Indies batting lineup as inexperienced? Do we call this England bowling lineup as inexperienced?
Yeah, it is inexperienced. I mean, you got Wokes and you got Wood. I mean, they're not inexperienced.
But Wood didn't play much of Test cricket.
No, but actually, it turns out he's a pretty good pretty good bowler. That's driven square by Wokes hooking himself a single and retained the strike at the end of the over.
So we are in for a very good Test match from here on.
Well, we certainly have potential for it. Over to you, Messi.
Michael Harris says, "Morning, guys. I enjoy your commentary. Great contest. This is why Test cricket is my game. But Wendy's will win. Mark my words. Jamaican watching from New York. Welcome, Michael. It's good to have you on board."
It is, Michael. They certainly got a chance. I'll give you that.
Gloria Fernandez says, "Bowling the night before tea." Yes, indeed.
Well, I think that will now definitely happen. Root clicks that off his legs out towards deep square leg, and there's no run. I don't think Root will be particularly anxious while Wokes is there. Wokes is more than capable batsman. He's got a test ton. I think once Wokes goes, he'll probably let Woody, if he comes in next, which I suspect he will.
We'll see Root's ram shot.
Well, I don't know if he'll do that before he gets to a ton, but and if Wood could do what Shamar Joseph did. I mean, we saw it against the Aussies last summer. I mean, he can give it some Humpty. But I'm sure once England are 8 down, and if Root's still there, there will be a definite change in tactics. Yeah. Well, there'll be a change in tactics, and Root will try and hog the strike and manipulate the ball more. I'd have thought.
So why didn't KM Hodge bowl for West Indies in the second innings? Is it because of a show because he scored runs in the first innings, or?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there isn't a lot in it for the spinners, to be fair. I think Kevin Sinclair is the first spinner off the ranks.
Only one.
And they've been able to rotate the bowlers well enough at the other end not to require a second spinner as per yet. Sinclair pulls out of his first delivery. Leads on to 113. Comes into bowl to Root, who works that. Tries to work it up to mid-on. Mid-wicket comes across and fields, and there's no run.
He's not getting much of a turn, isn't he?
No, there's not much. I mean, this isn't a spinner's wicket. It never has been, really. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it is a fourth-day track, right?
Yeah.
So, dear, that's a horrible horrible ball. Root went really early, and Sinclair saw him go really early, so shoved it down the leg side really short. Fortunately, Root was able to adjust. Didn't get enough bat on it. There's a big smile from Sinclair. That was a filthy delivery. Absolutely.
I think after Root dancing down the track, Kevin Sinclair just dragged down the length, but it drags down too much.
And trying to get stumping down the leg side. He couldn't get it. They're checking for a 4, but it wasn't a 4. Alzari Joseph got round well. Kept it in play. Root moves on to 86. And Sinclair comes in to bowl to him. Shoves it up outside off stump. It's driven by Root out through the covers. They'll think about 2, and Root's coming back. That's good running.
Root came from a very good lunge.
Yeah.
Ran 2 runs.
Maybe don't need a lot. That was just filthy. He was lucky to get a bat on that. Were you getting a phone call there, Messi?
No, I'm still with you.
Oh, okay. Sinclair.
Quiet.
Punched nicely. Punched nicely off the back foot. In fact, so nicely in front of square this time. There is no one out there. Root will get the first boundary after lunch. Moving him to the 90s. Good start for England straight after lunch.
Yeah. No, it was 90 for Root.
Yeah, he's on 92.
92. We've seen so many times batters got out on 90s.
Not Rooty. Rooty doesn't get out.
You're pushing your luck.
Yeah, I am, aren't I? Oh, they are appealing for a catch there, but I drove it into the. I think
it was 90s.
Well, I think he drove it into the ground and it bounced off his foot. Would be my bet.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have a look at this. I'm not sure the Windies are that convinced, but they did appeal and they're entitled to.
umpires go for upstairs.
I think it came off the inside edge, hit the ground, hit his toe and came up. I don't think it went
straight into the...
Yeah, I don't think it bounced off his foot up. I don't think that would be probably feasible, actually. We'll have a look here. It's tossed up.
Definitely went into the ground first.
Drive, went into the ground and onto the inside of the pad, and that's caught behind. Yep, there it is. Hit the ground. It's not out. Get on. Root would be very upset if that was out.
So would you.
Oh, yeah.
After saying he doesn't get out of
the
90s.
Sure, he has at some point, but very rarely. Root faces up. And it's tossed up by Sinclair. Right forward is Rooty. Defends it. No run. End of the 78th. Over to Messi.
Johnny Cool says, shoulders need to open after lunch. We're 100 runs shy of what we want. We end the session today to have bowled at them. Sandiford Baharis from New York City. We will see how good this West Indies team is after the test match. Kieran Roseblade says, what's the pitch looking like? Is it deteriorating at all? No sign of deterioration, other than the odd ball keeping slightly low, I'd say. Is that what you'd seen there?
Yeah, the odd one has kept low. The odd one's gone off the seam. I mean, certainly there's a little bit more misbehaving day one, but not a huge amount. I mean, the question is it suddenly going to fall off a cliff at some point, and when a wicket does finally, is the wicket finally going to break? I can't remember when England what day it was when England chased down that runs against New Zealand. I think I've got a funny feeling it was only day 3.5.
Okay.
So around about now. And so we never got to, New Zealand never got to find out what day 5 would be like. So I can't see West Indies chasing down this today. So there will be something tomorrow. And of course, they'll get the pitch will be rolled in between innings as they do.
Yeah.
For Matt Searle, I see on Twitter, he wants to know what the book was for the lunch interview. That's off the back foot, nicely hit by Wokes in front of square, out to point. Just be the one run. Jason Holder's out there. Cricket's hard, men, or something like that. But if you go to Sports Social Network and find the podcast, or if you follow it on Apple Podcasts or whatever, in the spiel it will tell you what it is and probably a link to where you can buy it on Amazon, probably. I'd have thought.
Yes, that's a good recommendation for everybody. Is go to your podcast provider, look for the Bishop and Bear podcast from Guerilla Cricket, and subscribe.
Indeed, please do. That one is defended out to the covers, no run.
And with Samad Joseph, there's a lot of expectation on his shoulder after his performance in the Kaaba.
Yeah,
but it's not.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled since. He hasn't bowled since then. Basically, he's had a cramp.
He went for a massive price in the IPL. Didn't play much in the IPL because of injury.
Exactly. He's had cramp in the first 2 tests. He seems to be much better in this test, in this innings particularly. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, he's not the fiery pace that I was led to believe. He's not up in the 90s. It's
clicking just 132.
Yeah. I mean, he can get up high 80s. He's quite slippery, but he's not the fearsome thing that I expected. Some days you have good games, and that was a very good game for him against Australia. So Australian wicket's probably more helpful as well as a pace
extra
bowler.
Bounce.
Yeah, a bit of extra, especially at the Gabba. You get extra bounce and pace. Must love bowling there as a fast bowler. It's in, it's pulled. Lovely shot. There is a man out in the deep.
I think Root is facing them
single
easily without not much of hard work.
No.
He's middling it most of the balls.
It's Joe Root, man. He's
absolutely.
He's
Joe Root.
King when it comes to. I mean, he's probably the leading international run scorer out there at the moment, isn't he? He's still playing in the world. He's ahead of Cody.
Still playing.
He's ahead of Cody. He's ahead of Kane Williamson, who's probably his 2 nearest rivals in terms of longevity.
I think he just now surpassed Sivnar and Chandrapur in the leading.
Yeah. Just got over him. He's closing in on Brian Lara. He needs another 80 runs, and he was on about 40 odd when he overtook Shiv. So if he gets to 150 or whatever, that's got to be out. Surely, no. Maybe got an inside edge. That was really
going down.
Going down.
I don't think that was going down. I thought he got quite across his stumps. Maybe. Have a look at the replay. I do like the West Indian attitude, though. I mean,
Yeah.
they've all
No,
got
so
they've
yeah.
all got a smile on their face.
Nice guys.
Yeah. Oh no, it was going down. Yeah. It's because it looked like it hit him on the knee, because actually Wokes hit his pad with his bat.
Yeah.
It looked a bit funny. In fact, I could probably tell you, because I've got the bloody player open here. It's called Cricket's Hard Men, the toughest characters in the history of cricket, and it's by Richard Sydenham.
Change of fielders.
Yeah, that's a name you shouldn't forget.
Yeah, it's not a name I should forget. Yeah, exactly.
I think Shama Joseph took down one of the slips and placed him in the
Short leg.
short leg.
Oh, we got a short leg in
Bouncer.
for Wokes. Round the wicket as well.
Yeah, bouncer.
Ooh, and Wokes gets inside it, attempts to pull it, misses it, through to the keeper, no run.
So Jay Grover says, God fucking damn it, I just realised I typed, every hill looks large when you're at the bottom. And this sounds like a shit-ass motivational poster. It wasn't. I'm just unfit, middle-aged, can no longer walk up the 7 hills without a break and smoke. Like many of us, I must say, Jay. I must say I was impressed when Bear triple the size of Ben Nevis to say it was 3,500 metres.
I said 2,500. How long? I don't know how. What is it?
It's about 1,400.
Okay, so I nearly doubled it. I know it's not particularly high.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Ashley Partridge says 350 lead is going to be hard to get tomorrow. It certainly is.
well, I don't think in terms of the pitch it is. I mean, this is it. It depends how psychologically they feel about it, and every wicket is going to count. That's clipped out into the leg side and there's no run. I mean, when you're not losing wickets on an easy batting surface, they might rollick along at 3, 4, 5 and over for periods. It's just when those wickets occur, because they inevitably will, how the next batters cope and whether they come in little clusters. How far are they away? If they're 6 down, are they 150 short with 4 wickets in hand? It becomes a really tight, potential tight game then. I mean, Sinclair's at 8 and he can bat.
Well, what impressed me with West Indies was how well
there's an
they
appeal for
close,
LBW.
it's
It's not out.
Impact talked it off.
Inside out, outside the line. Clearly outside the line.
Yeah.
They might review it, but the impact is outside the line. You
The
could say
skipper,
he was hiding his bat behind his pads, but I don't think they will. Brathwaite doesn't. It's smiling, kind of half smiling. I think he's reviewed it.
Yeah.
I think he's been pressured into reviewing it. I don't think he looked particularly convinced. Joshua was shaking his head. I think Sinclair's got a bit over enthusiastic, and everyone else is laughing. But Sinclair's like, "Yeah, give it to me."
I want to do a somersault.
Yeah.
It might almost be umpire's call on hitting, but it certainly won't be.
No, it's not even close. It's about, if that's middle and that's leg and off is there, it's about.
The only problem is the
about
impact.
fourth and a half stump it's hit him in front of. I'm not sure they're going upstairs to review it. I think he's seen the replay and they're all having a laugh about it. Come on, get on with it. Are they going to get on with it? Are they withdrawing their review? I don't think you can withdraw it, can you?
Possible?
They've got to go through the protocol.
Decision, hit him outside the line. Review lost. Yep. That's a long way outside as well.
Yeah.
Nope, not out. Everyone knew it.
When he starts getting a turn.
Well, if he starts getting turned out, encourage England as well. That's defended by Wokes and there's no run. I mean, Bashir will come around the wicket to a lot of the West Indies left-handers, and if there's going to be any rough, it's going to be outside the left-handers off stump.
Yeah, we've seen Ali Kathanis playing elegant in the first innings.
Yeah.
The left eye. Missed his first test century by 8 runs. 18. He
was out for 82. It was defended into the mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, he batted really well. And Stokes, I thought Stokes should have bowled yesterday actually when we were trying to get that final bloody wicket, and he didn't. I don't know why that was. Sinclair tosses that one up. Wokes gets right forward, defends into the offside, and there's no run.
I don't know how Kevin Sinclair makes Craig Brathwaite to go for a review.
Yeah, exactly. That was tossed up, and it's cut. It's a good cut, actually. It's a late cut, and he's hit that behind square. Oh, there is a man going across. Should get back for 2. Mikhail Louis down there, and it will get back for 2. Wokes moves on to 5. England 367 for 6. The leader 326. Roots on 94, facing the next ball, and it's over to Messi.
Edie Williams says, get more runs. I'm just a cricket lover, not a fan of any team. George McPherson says 100 plus from Root, along with a few more runs from Wokes, and that should ideally give England a chance of seeing if they should declare or set a 350 plus target. Jay says, I've bought every book recommended by the Bishop and Bear and have not yet been disappointed. I have to read extra hard to compensate for Nigel Walker's bibliophobia.
Well, the problem is, we do these book reviews. We've done 4 now, I think. And the thing is, the books get sent to Tone, and I never see them.
No, yeah, don't obfuscate. You wouldn't read them if they were sent to you.
Possibly not.
Okay, here's a question. I gave you a book in 2019.
What was the name of the book?
Steve Smith's Men by Jeff Lennon, signed by Jeff Lennon for you. And I bet you haven't read it yet.
No. I don't even know where it is, Messi. It's here somewhere. It's probably on the shelf next door.
Second new ball has been taken.
Ah, yes.
It's an excellent read, by the way.
Yeah, I just don't get time to read books. Yeah.
Shamar Joseph with the new cherry.
What am I doing? Selected in play. New ball. There we go. Shamar Joseph is going to take it.
Yeah.
And Root just plays that into the offsides. Misfielded at Gully. And they'll get a single.
Good single to be given.
Yeah.
Wokes to face the 5 balls. Let's see.
Well, the new ball can quite easily go quicker across the outfield as well, can't it? There's a bit of a misfield by, I can see who that is. Was it
Kevin Sinclair, I guess.
Yes, it was Sinclair. Bounced up, hit him in the side of the head. I think he's damaged his Oakleys. Started to take them off. Wokes has only faced 11 balls, got to face up to the new ball.
Yeah.
And Shamar Joseph is into his 17th over. He's going to bowl at him now, wide of the crease, and a little bit extra pace.
Some cutters.
Yeah, and Wokes hops a little bit, defends it back down the track. There's no run. I don't think whoever's at Ashley, I'm not sure 350. I think England will want more than 350. I think they'll want 400 on this track. Knowing exactly, precisely for the reasons that they did against New Zealand last time. I don't think West Indies will bat like that. But if there's one place you can chase down a big score, it wouldn't surprise me if Trent Bridge was one of those grounds that's defended up towards mid-off and there's no run.
I think Ashley is a batter, I guess. He loves team scoring runs, not teams picking wickets.
Yeah. Well, we all like that. And you know, if England get set them 400 with 4 sessions to go,
it's uphill toss for West Indies.
I mean, it's. The thing is, if you get up to close, I mean, this is what happened in Headingley. I mean, the point is in big chases. Shamar Joseph is in, it's full.
Yeah.
It's driven up towards mid-on. There's no one. In big chases, if you don't lose many wickets, suddenly the end can come quite quickly because people are set. The team, that's bowling gets a bit dispirited by the fact that they're getting these runs chased down, and then suddenly someone or 1 or 2 people are really set, and it looks quite easy. I mean, where was that game? There was didn't India draw a game 2 or 3 series ago when they were chasing 400 somewhere, and was it Ajinkya Rahane, or did they lose that game? That's
I think
played square on the offside or something. They were chasing about 400
in England.
No, in Australia, and I think it was Ajinkya Rahane was batting with Kohli, and they looked like they were going to race past it. Suddenly a wicket fell.
I think it's Ravi Ashwin and Hanuma Vihari in Sydney against Australia in the 4th Test match.
Yeah, and they looked like they were going to get it, didn't they? And then suddenly a wicket fell, and then everything changes. That's the thing. especially if you haven't got many left in the hutch. If you've got loads left in the hutch, things don't necessarily change that much. Wokes plays up to mid-off and there's no run. Because didn't Rahane get like, whoever it was, someone got like 150, didn't they? I can't remember.
So, Dave Wood says, come on, Jez. The bear's still working his way through the very hungry caterpillar.
Hey, fuck off. I've read that. I've read that one a million times to my kids.
Yeah. Leah says, are people talking about Root overtaking Sachin again? They did the same when Cook had around 11,000. He ended up 3,000 short of Sachin. Yeah, really needs another 4,000. He scores about 1,000 a year, so it's a way off yet.
Yeah, it is a way off. But
Jay said Steve Smith's men were proper mint. Yeah, it's really well written. That's the beauty of it.
what's that? That was before Sandpaper Gate, wasn't it? So it's not about that.
Yeah. Well, no, it was actually about Sandpaper Gate.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I might read that then. Maybe I'll take it away to France with me and read it by the pool if I can find it.
I think it's got sandpaper on the cover, which is kind of neat.
Okay. Alzari Joseph is the new bowler at the other end. They've replaced Sinclair, obviously, taking a new ball. Root defends that. Out to Gully, no run. I should give him a jingle as he's come back in.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
We are due a change at the end of this over. Possibly, maybe we'll get one more.
Free entry for tomorrow's display.
Sorry?
Free entry for tomorrow's display in Trent Bridge.
I don't know actually.
Yeah, just now I saw the advertisement in the board.
That's good of them.
Good for the spectators to see they're expecting a gripping test match tomorrow. Let's see.
It could well be. Root guides that one down towards third man. I'll get a single. He moves within 4 of a test century.
Yeah, it's noticeable there's quite a few empty seats today, which is surprising on Sunday.
Yeah, on Sunday in England, summer.
Yeah. Maybe people didn't expect it to go. But I presume you can walk up and buy a ticket then today.
Root is batting at 90s.
So. Yeah, exactly. If you want to see Joe Root get a ton, it's always a good thing. They're looking to give the helmet to a short leg. They are indeed.
I saw Root scored a 50 in a hole in a county match against Sussex.
Okay.
It's a nice.
Yeah, he's nice. He is nice to watch. Yeah, he is.
I took a picture with him as well.
Oh, right. Getting your cricketing photo album up and running.
I thought you were studying down there,
Part-time studying, full-time cricket viewing.
Alzari Joseph is going to come in. Bowl to Wokes. Ooh, fished at that one. There's a little bit of movement in the air. Goes Balsters outside. Edge through to the keeper. There's no run. 88 miles an hour. Alzari Joseph had good pace throughout the day.
Yeah.
I like him as a bowler.
He's the leading in this attack leader, right?
Yeah, I'd say he's the leader of this attack. I think he's the quickest. Jaden Seals as bowler. I mean, they've got a pretty decent bowling unit, to be fair.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said they've bowled a bit wayward. I don't think so. I think this particular wicket has been tricky. It's a lot of hard work if you're a bowler out on this particular track. At Lords, they didn't really have anything to play with. That was played down towards mid-on by Wokes, who got himself a single.
Jaden Seals has a very good county stint with Sussex.
Yeah. From taking hatfuls.
And I think that's the reason he earned a spot in this West Indies attack.
Well, I think he kind of knew he was going to be in and around as a squad. And, I mean, Jason Holder's been over here playing county cricket as well.
Yeah.
Warming up to English conditions. Which is always a sensible thing. Right, so Root faces out 96. 2 balls left in this over. Can he get the 4 runs to get him to 100? Joseph is in. Yeah, he guides it down towards third man. It's thrown in, hits the stumps. His bat was down. And there is no run.
West Indies are looking eagerly for a wicket.
Yeah, they are. Well, he plays that shot all the time, doesn't he, Root? He misses the fielder, he gets his single, or his 4. Yeah, bat was clearly down. Last ball of the 87th over coming out. England 370 for 6, leading by 329. Joseph bowls. Root drives. Beautiful shot out to deep cover. Get back for 2.
Has to wait for a few more.
Have to wait until the next over at least. And he moves on to 98. Wokes on 6 will retain the strike. 372 for 6. Lead of 331 after 82 overs. Messi.
So we're up to date on Twitter. Jay Grover says, I hesitate to recommend out, but I think the Bear would like Steve Smith's men. It's not very long and Lemon doesn't slip into performance poetry. Yeah, I think that's a very good recommendation. And Will's taking over from me. So we're up to date on Twitter. Will, you go for it.
Jace, you're supposed to be in doing ball by ball. Are you coming, Jace? Have you fallen asleep?
Hey.
All right, Will, how are you? I'll carry
I'm
on.
good.
I guess I'll carry on until Jason appears.
Yeah.
Trying to work out how to do the socials while being half blind. I'm trying to make it so that I can see the bloody writing without going.
Shamar Joseph cutting from what they.
Yeah, so Joseph is in. It's defended by Wokes and there's no run. Am I looking at the right bloody rotor? I am looking at the right rotor.
Yes. I think Jace is supposed to be on.
Yeah.
As well.
Has he fallen asleep? Jace, are you falling asleep in there?
I can do a bit of ball by ball if you want.
I'll carry on for the time being until he arrives.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Bear.
And then if you can't do the socials, I'll take over from socials from you if you want. And you can do my slot as you can do my summarising. Wokes is facing up. Shamal Joseph is in. That's a nice drive in front of square. Don't know if there's a guy in front. No, he's not got enough on it to get 4. He'll get back for 2 though. It still looks quite easy to bat.
Yeah, England are getting easy singles and they're not feeling any pressure right now.
No. That's what I mean. It's still quite a nice batting track.
Lead went past to 3-3.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I still think they want minimum 400 lead. And if they stay there till tea, which is quite possible.
I feel anything about 350 is
350 should theoretically be enough, but I'm just not sure it is. That's defended into the offside, and there's no run.
On this.
Go on.
This pitch, 350 is not enough. Not enough.
Well, it still could be enough, couldn't it? I mean, it's still 350 you do have to chase down on a 4th, 5th day wicket. It's just, it doesn't feel like it'll be enough.
And I also feel like if anything about 350, I don't think West Indies will go for a win. They'll aim to.
I think they'll go for a win.
You think? Okay.
I don't think there's a couple of guys who are a bit blocky, but I think there's guys who like playing their shots, and with the pace of the outfield and everything, I don't think you could avoid getting the win if you were there at the end of tomorrow, if it's only 350. That's a good shot from Wokes, turns it around a corner, fine enough that it is 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Wokes just clips into the fine leg for a boundary. Get his first boundary in this innings.
He's got some shots, Wokes.
Yeah, he's a good test batter.
Yeah.
Wokes. In fact, after this over. Is that gone?
Well, it's been high on Chris Wokes.
Yeah, that one lifted a little bit, and Wokes drove a little bit at it, got an edge. It's been caught by the very tall Jason Holder. He didn't really have to do much. Stick his hands in the air and get caught.
It's because of Jason Holder's hate.
Yeah. We have to say goodbye to Wokes. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Shamar get his first wicket in this innings.
Yep. He's doing a Cole Palmer celebration. Wokes won't be happy with that. But that one did seem to lift a little bit. Got a little bit of extra bounce.
So new batsman in. Root on 98. 2 wickets. What do you think?
Well, 3 wickets left, isn't there? So that's 7 down. So
Okay, 3.
I think Woody will come out next and try and blitz it.
Will Woody try to defend it or just whack it from first ball 1?
Knowing Woody, ball 1.
Ball 1.
Yeah. If they bowl it short, he'll certainly try and pull it. You might as well take over from me because Jason is snoring away on the sofa. So there's no chance of him coming in, and I've got to do the next ball by ball session after this anyway. So you might as well take over from me, and you stay doing summarising, and I will take over doing socials.
Do you want some socials?
I'll do them. Go on then. I'll take over your.
Sure?
Yeah, I'll take
Gus,
over.
I'm not going to lie, mate. I can't see the bloody.
Precisely. That's fine then. I'll just jump in. Jano71 says England could have declared long time. West Indies ain't getting 300, let alone 400. Well, Jano71, I'm not so sure about that. I think it's possible they could chase it down. I hope they won't as an Englishman, but I'll give them every chance on this track. Johnny Cool says once Root reaches 100, these two need to open up and push the lead to 400. Well, that is no longer going to happen. Leah says those cheap katanas from Andorra sure would come in handy with Samurai Singh. I don't know what he's on about. Jay Grover, hooray! Will Disability Social Media International in the making. What happened there?
Yeah, Gus comes in
read the
before
Twitter
Wood.
though.
Yeah.
So it's not Woody, it's Gus.
Oh, it is Gus Atkinson. He's come in, and that was the last ball of the over. We'll give him a jingle. And it goes like this.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Well, Ben McCormick says England looking like they're aiming to make it an interesting one with a lead of no more than 360. Well, yeah, it would be interesting at that point.
Yeah.
Edie Williams says I think England is scared to declare because of past results by West Indies. 450 by West Indies against the Australians in the Caribbean in 2003. It's true, they've done some big chases in their time. Well, England have done over the last few years.
Oh.
Will, it's
Go
you.
for the route. Oh no, still have to wait. 99 for route.
You going to commentate, Will?
I thought I was doing summarising. Sorry.
No, you commentate. Ryan's going to do summarising.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. That was clipped into leg side for a single. I'll do that one for you.
Thanks, mate.
But you are now on. Your ball by ball.
I am on now. Good.
Yes. And Root's on 99.
Root's having a little chat in the middle.
Yeah. 5 more balls for Gus to defend.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can back, can't he, Gus? Apparently. I haven't seen much of it myself.
Yeah, I think
not seen much of him.
He got a first ball duck in the first test. With hold, I think.
Over to you, Will.
Joseph coming in. And clips that away into the leg side. And it's picked up. And they'll get away for 1.
Yep.
Root back into the strike.
Yeah.
Will you see a Rooty celebration?
That's exactly what you want, isn't it, really? Just kind of keep Root at the right end and
Root facing as
and
many
let him do
balls.
his thing.
Yeah. You want Root facing as many balls as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, Root will be concentrating on getting his 100 first, and then he'll be thinking about how can I get the team to 400 lead, which is quite a long way off 60 runs. Only 3 wickets left.
Yeah.
10 sixes. Isn't it long? 10 sixes. Isn't it long?
It's not T20. It's not T20.
Again.
But England is beauty. That's a beauty.
Lovely shot away to
bring the test century.
To the offside for a boundary.
We'll give it one of these, and then and that's his 100.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Trent Bridge is on its toes and applauding the great test batsman. England ever produced?
Well, I guess some people would argue that. That is a shout, isn't it? How many test tons has he got now? 30, 31, something like that? Or maybe the late 20s, I can't remember, but a lot.
Joseph in again. Sort of.
And I think
off into the slippish area that sort of runs away.
Root has some bad memories when England played West Indies last time.
Yeah, but he was skipper, and we were bloody
skipper.
useless. And we also took a quite experimental side. We didn't take everyone out there, did we? I mean, it was
lost the series, lost his captaincy.
We didn't take Anderson or Broad out to the West Indies, did we? The last time we went out there.
I think Anderson. They didn't pick Anderson for the West Indies series, I think.
Yeah.
That was a very depressing tour
It
for
was.
everyone involved.
Root is doing a Stokes celebration.
Oh, he's doing a. That's Stokes' celebration. Stokes' dad, isn't it?
Oh, in again. Just defended out into the offside for no run.
So Root scored a century, but as an outsider, I have one question inside me regarding the England selection. So how did England choose their players for the Test series based on their county performances, or?
Yeah, I mean,
because there's so many Division 2 players, they're performing really well, but didn't find a place in the team.
Yeah, I think
a lot of Surrey players,
Joseph,
they found a place.
Yeah,
that gets through the gap, not quite to the boundary, thrown in, and they'll get a single.
I guess they kind of treat it a bit like you would international football. If you're playing in the Championship, you don't generally get picked for England. You know, you got to play in the Premier League to get paid, to pretty much get picked for the England international football side. And I imagine, I mean, it's not the same in cricket because there's only a limited amount of sides, but something similar. I mean, if you're
there is also certain team bias as well, like there is in football.
Yeah, exactly. I think Surrey do get a bit of team bias.
But it's exception for the players like Brook, who are playing Division 2 for Yorkshire.
Well, yeah, because they got a proven record already. I mean, you can't say, oh, Joe Root, you're playing for Yorkshire in the second division. Oh,
that's
No, I have this question since I see.
Had a shy at the stumps there, but they were just about safe.
I don't think it didn't hit the stumps either. Did it?
No.
Yeah, I mean, Root's got 11,000, 12,000 test runs. You can't drop him. Harry Brook. I think Yorkshire were in the first division, weren't they? Blah blah blah. You know. And Yorkshire is another one of the favoured sons of English cricket, isn't it? Let's be honest. They always have been.
I would say, kind of, in terms of England selection, if you play for Yorkshire or Surrey,
you've got a better chance than average.
Yeah.
So is Surrey the Mumbai of England cricket?
Yeah, that or I mean, certainly Yorkshire used to be. I mean, back in the day.
I would call Surrey the Man City of English cricket.
In football terms.
Very much so.
Terms, yeah. Because they financially dope like nobody's business.
Yeah.
So if he was to play for England, you need to play for Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you do get a chance. You play for other people. Wokes plays for Warwickshire, but they're a first division side.
Warwickshire used to have a lot of England players.
Yeah, they did. Ian Bell was there, wasn't he? Was Pryor Warwickshire? No, Pryor was Hampshire, wasn't he?
I think Matt
Pryor moved
played
around.
For Sussex.
He was Warwickshire for a bit, and then Trott was Warwickshire as well. And,
yes.
There was a big Nottingham contingent in the sort of like 2010s.
Well, Broad, yeah. But they were. I mean, Warwickshire when Trott and Bell were there were winning championship. Weren't they?
Were, yeah.
They were bossing.
I caught the tail end of that. That was lovely. Joseph in for his last of that. Oh, that's scooped over. Over the slips for a boundary. I think my feed slightly crackled.
Yeah.
That did go to the road, didn't it? Yeah.
It did. The first Scoopy we've seen.
Have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's got to 100 first.
I think I said to you earlier, when Root got his 100, you'll see his.
Well, exactly. It's a bit inside edgy.
Okay, it's going to be interesting from right on.
Well, it will be. I mean, he is batting with a tail.
So,
I'm sure Woody will come out and smash a couple of sixes. But
I hope so. I love watching Woody bat.
Yeah.
I just love Woody. I think he's great. He's such a nice bloke as well.
yeah, just unfortunately such injury prone man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's partly because of what his bowling action has just put so much
Well,
strain on his body.
How he's not in again, and that's just tidied up by the slips. No run. Shamar Joseph's kind of getting quite a lot of that had a bit of sort of swaz on it.
Swaz?
Yeah.
Nice. What's swaz?
Like movement in the air, like, but it could have also just been that my speed sped up, so it looked like
No, there is a little bit. I mean, it's getting it's a bit overcast. It's a little bit humid.
Slow one
into the
that's
leg
a great
side
shot.
and away for a lovely, if slightly odd boundary.
Yeah,
because it looked like Root sort of was falling over as he took the shot.
Yeah, I think it was a slower ball.
but I think
And then he yorked him.
the batsman who faced 162 balls,
Yeah.
he see balls like a basketball, so just middle it, even though it's a slow ball.
Yeah. Well, he's not far behind Brian Lara now. He's
Yeah, just 23 short of Brian Lara.
quite easily overtake two of the top West Indian batsmen in one foul swoop.
Against
One
West
innings.
Indies.
Against the West Indies, yeah, that'd be quite fortuitous.
And Josephine sort of clipped into the offside for no run.
I think Shamar is bowling more than 8 overs in this spell, and he's still steaming in.
Yeah.
But will we see Jason on the other end, or Shamar will continue?
I don't know. Holder's not had the best of days with the ball.
No,
so
well, he's slow as well these days, isn't he?
yeah, he is. And then again, and that's hooked into the leg side, and it's picked up just on the boundary edge and back into the keeper.
A rare fall shot from Joe Root, and he saw his bat after the shot.
That was a bit sort of flaily, wasn't it? Well, it looked. It was one of those ones that it looked a bit kind of icky, but actually sort of did the job.
Yeah, he knew no one was. If he didn't get hold of it, he knew no one was going to catch it. There's no one particularly out.
Yeah.
The only guys on the boundary. He's got 500s at Trent Bridge, 250s, an average of 76.17. That's not bad going in 8 tests. Is it?
That's a really, really good stat.
And again.
Oh.
How
did that not get a wicket?
That nipped in really nicely, and De Silva just came across and took it. Somehow that didn't catch any of Root on the way through.
No, it wasn't Root, it was Atkinson. I don't know how it didn't hit the stumps
Atkinson.
or catch an inside edge. Anyway, let's give you some socials. I think Hodge should have had a bowl. Well, he's not going to now because the new ball's been taken. Sandra Richardson said, really like when Joe Root scores 100. Congratulations to him, indeed. Jay Grove says, Edie, I'm just glad I'm not hearing Fraser Mohammed's commentary at the moment. Fazir Mohammed's commentary at the moment. Johnny Cool says, now Root open up and gets us near the 400 lead. That's what we need. Carl Saberton says, why are we playing Atkinson as a 9 and not an 11? Well, he wouldn't be an 11 because Shoaib Bashir's in the side, but I would.
Ash is in the side.
No, exactly. I mean, I'd be tempted to have Woody above Atkinson, but clearly he does have something because everyone says he can bat, and has he got first class ton, or he's certainly got first class 50 or 2.
But I feel
so is Leachy, you know.
Well, yeah, that is true. Didn't Leach get 100 the other day?
100.
No, that was for the twos, though, wasn't it? Or was it for the twos?
Yeah, not last night.
No. Over to you.
And in again into the leg side, and that will be cut off on the boundary, and they will get back for.
No, it was only a single. It was only a single. Yeah.
But I think Bashir is a good batsman as well. So I saw him in the Indian series. He batted decent.
Who?
Shoaib Bashir.
He had that one innings, didn't he, where he swatted it a little bit.
Yeah,
was that the
but-
first? No, it could have been the first test
No,
because he
it's a
wasn't playing the first
second or third
Yeah.
test, I guess. But he batted decently.
test. Yeah, he swatted about 20, didn't
Yeah,
he, or
20.
something? Yeah. He didn't do anything after that, though, right?
But this is his second test series.
Yeah.
Short leg into place, maybe expecting a bouncer from Sorry Joseph.
Yeah, because he came in after Jimmy Anderson in the first innings, didn't he? And
Yeah.
scored some runs.
Sorry,
and
Joseph. In
bluff.
and that sort of caught Atkinson.
That's a
and that felt like it should have been an edge, but somehow missed it. And they go and have a little natter in the middle.
Broad
Probably tells him to calm down.
No, I think so he bluffed the Gus Atkinson, brought the short leg in place.
Yeah.
Made the batsman to think of a bouncer and just a fuller one outside off.
Yeah, there was a little bit of movement there as well. I mean, it's still overcast.
Yeah.
England might not mind bowling this afternoon. It's milky sunshine.
In and clipped away into the leg side. That will be cut off on the boundary, sort of in the long square leg-ish region. And that'll be just the one.
No, it's two. They got back for two, and it's England 400 up. 400 for 7.
400 for 7.
Lead of 359.
We've already seen tired legs from the West Indies players.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real tough task for them to chase.
And that's clipped into the leg side again.
Now that is a nice shot.
Gus
That
is proving us why he's sending a ball
lovely.
Woody.
That was 4 runs. That was a beautiful shot. Clipped it sweetly off his pads.
Yeah.
But I guess it's easy picking for a tailender all towards outside leg. Just
Well, you say that, but it's what, an 86 mile an hour ball at number 9.
Yeah, that's never going to be easy, is it?
No, but I mean, you feel great when you hit those, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Clip it perfectly.
I wouldn't know. I've never done it.
Oh, well, I managed to hit a few of those.
Yeah, I've batted at 10 once. And that's clipped away and collected. And that will just be a single. Yeah, I've batted at 10 once and I got vertigo, to be honest with you.
I played
Wasn't-
yesterday, picked 3 for 10.
3 for 10?
Yeah, scored a 14 of 8.
Sorry, 14 off 8?
8 balls.
Nice. What's the length of the game you're playing? 40 overs, 50 overs?
40 overs.
40 overs?
Yeah.
Limited overs,
Limited
not
overs,
time. Yeah, okay.
We won the game as well.
You won? Nice. That's always good to hear.
Joseph in, and that's sort of
good feeling
manoeuvred into the kind of gully area. That felt like it was kind of, they were trying to do something, like it felt like Joseph was trying to do something with that ball that didn't quite come off.
Drinks in the field.
Yep.
Why are we having drinks? They've lost a bit. You know, they've gone to adverts. Don't know why they're having drinks. They should be having drinks in about 5 minutes' time, I think. But there you go. Yeah, I thought that was a catch for a minute. Yeah, I can do some socials. Let's see what we got. Have we got anything on Twitter? No, Twitter is dead. Elon Musk has killed it. Where are we up to over here? Leah says, I have to agree with King Cricket here. Second division runs don't count, and neither do wickets. I think they do, but I mean, you have to take them with a little bit of a pinch of salt, that's all. There's a reason some teams are bottom of the I mean, Leicester are always pretty much bottom of the second division, and
I was going to say, when was the
Derbyshire
last time someone played for Leicester and got picked for an international side?
Well, it would have been. Didn't Willie play? Did Willie play for Leicester, or was he Derbyshire? But I didn't.
He was Warwickshire, wasn't he?
Well, he was, and then he wasn't getting much of a game there. I thought he went somewhere else, but he's not. He doesn't play.
He went to.
He never played
Worcester
Test cricket
for a bit.
Yeah, and then Yorkshire.
He's sort of done all the Midlands.
Yeah,
I think.
Trying to think. Did Mullally play for Leicester? No, probably not. Who was the other guy I'm thinking of? I can't remember.
Don't remember.
I can't think of any Leicestershire players. Derbyshire players, last one I can remember, Kim Barnett, but that was back in the 80s.
Oh. But what's the motivation for Division 2 players to perform in the county cricket if they know they're not going to be selected for the England?
Well, it's their job. I suppose if you're getting
Well,
paid
yeah.
money, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? With the whole. I mean, like in football, you can still earn a good living being a third division, fourth. I mean, I think some fourth division players still get paid, $4 grand
Well,
a
if
month
you
or something.
if you look at what Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney did at
Wrexham,
they were paying their players like top League One / sort of lower Championship wages in the non-league. So
yeah,
like it was
which
crazy.
I imagine is a fairly decent wage even in football. I mean, this is it. Championship players on a good wage now. Third, fourth division players are, but
League 2 make about 50-60 grand a year.
Exactly, and that's in football, right? You're talking about county cricket, because county cricket. I mean, what?
No. In football, like League 2, they make about 60 grand. I'm really sorry. Somebody started drilling.
Oh, that's okay. We can't hear it.
Oh, good.
But yeah, I mean, this is it. I think the top wage you would get at a county cricket club in second division would be about 50 grand a year, which as a job, it's not bad. I'd rather do that in stack shelves at fucking Sainsbury's. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, money is okay, but as a professional sports person, you're always aspired to play at the highest level from your childhood.
Well, yeah, then I guess you're trying to get out of playing for that. You're trying to get to one of the bigger counties. I mean, there is a lot more transfer action, isn't there, in county cricket these days?
I had a chat with Danny Lamb on early October. So he moved from Lancashire to Sussex, and he has the aspiration to play for England. That's why he moved from Lancashire to Sussex. But if England doesn't consider players from the Division 2, then what's the motivation for?
Well, for him, is to do something at Sussex so he can get back to somewhere like Lancashire or Yorkshire or one of the bigger counties by dint of doing what he's done at that club, and then moving on to a county that maybe he will be considered for Test cricket.
I mean, it's exactly why we loaned Bash out, because we've already got Leachy. So it's that thing of you're not both going to get a game, so you've kind of got to go somewhere that you're going to get a game, and it's all sort of.
And I imagine that was kind of facilitated a little bit by England as well, because especially if they said we want him to be in the England setup, he needs to get some overs under his belt. Then.
They, as far as I'm aware, they basically told Somerset that we had to loan him.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone particularly wanted to.
So, did Surrey ever relegated to Division 2 in the history? No.
Who? Sorry.
Surrey, yeah.
I don't know. They might have been at some point. When we only went to 2 divisions. When did we go to 2 divisions? About 20 years ago, wasn't it? It was after.
Yeah.
It was kind of post Ashes trauma, 1990s. We decided that we needed to up our game. I think we're going to have a switcheroo. Will, you're off for a session. You're back on doing ball by ball again in half an hour. Jason might have woken up by then, and he can come back. That's all right. I'm going to take over for you. Messi's going to come back, and Ryan, you're going to stay here. It's all right. You missed your slot, mate. You were snoring away on the sofa. You get another half an hour off now. That was pulled down to long leg for a single. I did try and come and wake you up, Jace, but you weren't listening whatsoever. You were snoring loudly.
He had a heavy day at the cricket yesterday.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's Sunday. We can chill.
Yeah. Jaden Seals back into the attack. Shamar's getting a rest right now.
Yeah.
After a long spell.
They get a single there?
Yeah.
They did, yeah. Root's back on strike. Leeds 365. England are 406 for 7.
Gus scoring at a strike rate of 100.
Well, yeah. And he's got a double figures. That's as long as he stays there with Root, that's fine. If the next 3 batsmen get 10 at one end and Root gets 10 for each of those, that's another 60 runs, isn't it? And there's something the lead is 420. That's defended by Root, and there's no run. I'll tell you what you can do, Jace, is bring me another can of Stella from the fridge. You might as well. It's Sunday. That'd be really nice of you.
Spicy Golden Duck makes a good point. He says Rian Ahmed was selected for England from Leicestershire.
Oh.
Yeah, he was.
Rockin' Ahmed. Yeah.
He's a leg spinner.
Yeah.
He's the potential golden goose, isn't he?
I thought he was picked from YouTube.
Yeah. But I mean,
Stokes is
a potential Thank you very much, Jace. Potential English leg spinner is like gold dust.
Yeah. After Adil Rashid.
Yeah, well, yeah, he never really cut it.
But even I think Adil Rashid is not playing much of
Down the leg side, no run taken by the keeper.
Adil is a great white ball bowler.
Yeah, he'd have probably settled into the Test team now, much later in his career, but...
Yeah, I think his bowled to KL Rahul in the 2018-19 series is ball of the decade, I guess. So.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I remember when we went to... I can't remember where we went. Might have been playing Pakistan in the UAE, and he got called back into the Test series then. It was about 2015, 2016. Jaden Seals is in, and Root goes on the back foot. Oh, there's a bit of a mucks up, but then the fielder cannot pick it up. Then Atkinson had gone back, gone again, and unfortunately it was a misfield. There should have been an easy run out there, but there was not, and there is no
Root
run.
is smiling.
Root is smiling. He wanted the single. Atkinson really wasn't on his toes.
Smiling very sheepishly.
Well, they've got to have a chat here. It probably should have gone. I think there probably was the single. I mean, it was into the
Kevin
space.
Sinclair who misses to collect the ball.
I mean, Atkinson was nearly down at the other end. But they did fuck it up in the field, did the West Indies.
Yeah. Somebody wasn't calling properly.
But the problem with, Adil Rashid is fantastic in white ball cricket because you got everyone out on the back, you got everyone on the boundary. I mean, he doesn't bowl particularly shit balls anymore, but 10 years ago he was still bowling one half tracker and over, and in Test matches he couldn't. He didn't have the consistency. So that's clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single. He didn't have the consistency that meant he could go for less than 4 and over. And a Test match, especially when England weren't very capable of facing that kind of bowling and would often be bowled out for not many, he couldn't really keep it together. And we suffered because of that.
But in Test matches you could afford a half tracker in over.
I don't know if you can in tight run. I mean, not well. I mean, things are different now, right?
Yeah,
you probably could. England like to go along at 5 and over. If one of those is a half tracker that goes to 4 and the rest are all right, then that's probably okay. But in those days, you were trying to keep people under 3 and over. You bowl a half tracker that gets to 4, 2 more singles, 6 and over. It makes it easy for the opposition. You're never putting any pressure on them, are you? So you're never going to buy the wickets.
I think your leg spinners have been under so much pressure post-Warm because he was a freak.
Well, exactly. That's defended up to mid-on. There's no one. You've got to remember you had Anil Kumble at that time as well, who got 600 Test wickets.
So who is the best leg spinner who plays in long term for England in Tests?
Well, we haven't.
Adil Rashid.
Well, we haven't had one.
No leg spinners.
No, I think there might be one in about the 1930s. I seem to remember, but I can't remember what their name is. But I mean, there was someone maybe back then, but. We've never had a decent leg spinner. We tried. We had. Who did we have? We had. Was it Schofield?
I don't know. Carl Saberton says, why are we playing Atkinson at 9 and not 11? Have you seen Bashir batting, Carl?
I did. I answered him that. He did say. I did point that one out earlier. Yeah, maybe 10.
Johnny Cool's got a good story. He said, I went into bat with 1 ball remaining in the innings and got ribbed for putting a box on. Guess where the final ball hit?
Right in the box. He was a sensible man.
Randy Kelly says, good day from Trinidad. Welcome, Randy.
Welcome, Trinidad. Defended by Root. And goes out behind square on the offside. Out to Gully. There ain't no run.
And Matthew Cohen says, just opened the cider myself, beer. I'm glad I'm not the only word. And Brian Barish is with us. Says, what's up, nerds?
All right, Brian. It's all right. Everything is good.
It's going good.
Oh, talking about Rian Ahmed, Matthew Cullen says, I saw him batting at 3 for Leicester the other day. Jesus.
Batting at 3.
You can bat. That's defended. Back down the track. There's no run.
And his brother is also doing good for under 90s England.
Yeah.
But he's an off-speed, I guess.
I mean, the problem with leg spinners is, especially English ones, I mean, they do need working on to get them. And we've tried we've had Matt Parkinson. Who was the other one? There was Crane.
Mason Crane.
Yeah. Jono's call on England leg spinner, he put on Hobbs, 1971. Robin Hobbs, 1971.
Oh.
Well, there you go. That was the year I was born. Don't know who he was. That's defended back down the track. There's no one. Roots dropped his bat.
Set the world on fire.
I can't imagine he did. Big English leg spinner. I think that's the end of the over. Is that the end of the over?
No, it's just...
That one came back a long way. And Root's on 100. And
surprised the Root.
Even surprised him. I mean, maybe there's something up in it for the English bowlers. You'd hope that there's 10 balls there can get wickets. It will all depend on opening partnerships. I think it's important to get Brathwaite when you got the West Indies in. He's a bit of a brick wall if he gets in. Clipped into the leg side by Root out towards the long leg. He'll get himself a single.
Michael Lewis, the debutant opener in this series. I think he looks pretty impressive for West Indies. He's very attacking.
Looks quite,
doesn't get much of runs, but with the style of his play.
Yeah, this is it. Maybe he could get to. I mean, Dave Brook thinks he's got potential.
Yeah.
I don't know why Jimmy Anderson's got a bloody hoodie on. It's not. He's English. It's not that fucking warm.
So Robin Hodds only played 7 Test matches and took 12 wickets, but he played 440 first-class matches and took 1,099 wickets.
Sweat hard to play just 7 matches in the Test matches.
Yeah, Ian Salisbury, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah, Ian Salisbury, he got some tap. And there was a Schofield, was it Schofield? Or was I thinking of Salisbury? Maybe I was thinking of Salisbury. There was someone who, I mean, this is a typical English, when we had, maybe it was Salisbury. That's defended by Gus Atkinson to the leg side. Roots heading off straight away for a single. Is that last ball of the over though? No, one left.
No.
And the thing is, he used to have an action where he kind of started it from here.
Oh.
So he didn't go over, he kind of held his arm and then pushed it out from there. It was one of those, you could see it all the way, and then he got fucking tapped against somebody, I remember.
You had a great memory of Schofield then.
Yeah, I mean, every time England discovered a leg spin, it was like it was going to be the next thing since sliced bread and we were going to win loads of Test matches. Then they get smashed out of the park against any decent batting attack and forgotten very quickly,
Is it because of the high expectation on leg spinners? Or?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, everyone wants a decent leg spinner, partly because of Shane Warne. That's driven by Root behind square. It was aerial for a while, but it's wide of gully. No one back with a square. 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on number.
Shane Warne giving night mass to English batsmen in English conditions as well.
Everywhere, wasn't it? I mean, Shane Warne, as Messi said, was a bit of a fucking freak.
So there's nothing to do with the English pitches, just the English
I mean, it certainly does. I mean, that's part of the reason why we don't have any bloody spinners,
So there was a forum thread about this very question. The people listed were Doug Wright, who took 108 Test wicket, Eric Hollies, Johnny Wardle, Ian Salisbury, and Chris Schofield.
Chris Schofield, that's something. Do you want to get your mic close to your mouth?
Ian Salisbury not too great. Chris Schofield worse still.
Yeah, well, exactly. They were in quick succession. Do you want to get your mic a little bit close to your mouth, Messi?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Titch Freeman gave him a sensible contract.
Titch wasn't the... was Titch a leg spinner? He took massive number of wickets. It's the most amazing record as in first-class cricket. I should tell you about it in a second.
Jaden Seals comes in. Ooh. Attempted pull by Atkinson. I think he got a top edge, or maybe it came off his helmet. Who knows? But it went for 4 runs down a fine leg.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
England's tail giving the West Indies a little bit of what they had. Was that top edge or was that off the helmet?
It came from his bat, I think.
It was all from behind. It was off the bat.
Titch Freeman was style a leg break googly bowler. He only ever played 12 tests and took 66 wickets, but he played 592 first-class matches. He took 5 wickets in an innings 386 times.
Fuck me.
And he took 10 wickets in an innings in a match 140 times.
What? How many games did he play?
592.
Wow.
Oh, God.
That's
he took
no run.
He took 100 wickets in each 17 times. He took 100 wickets in a season.
Oh,
wow! And in 8 consecutive seasons, he took over 200 wickets.
Fucking hell. He only played 12 tests. I suppose that was an era where they didn't probably play that many tests, did they? When was it? What was his era?
He was born in 1888.
Oh, okay,
okay.
Fair enough. There's probably only about 3 nations playing Test cricket there, wasn't it? Another attempted pull by Atkinson. He does get hold of it down to long leg. It'll be a single. Not shy of having a hoik.
His first test was 1924. His last was 1929.
Mm-hmm.
He
That's
played
5
first
years.
class cricket 1914 to 1936. It's just a freak, absolute freak.
24 years of career.
Yeah, probably wasn't a lot of games. Who did he play for? Was he English or was he Australian?
For Kent, yeah.
For Kent, okay. There probably wasn't a lot of games between 1914 and 1919, I wouldn't suggest.
No.
In fact, I probably expect he probably went to the front, didn't he? That's lovely shot by Root, but there is a third man down there, and it'll just be a single.
Root is trying to get run on every ball right now.
Yeah, well, and rightly so. Lead is 378 now. England's got 419. 3 wickets
He's
left.
the only bowler in history to capture 300 wickets in one season.
Oh,
304 in the dry summer of
304.
1928.
And how many games?
That's a good question. I don't know that.
304. Oh, God.
In a season?
So
and 5 years later, he got 298.
Fucking hell.
So, for example, in a season, he played for 100 matches. That's itself.
Well, no, 100 matches? No
That's
way.
3 wickets in every matches.
Well, they didn't have ODI cricket then, so they were only long form games.
Maybe 50?
Maybe. Well, depends whether he was playing. I don't know if they had sort of.
If it's a 50, then 6 wickets in every game. Oh, God.
He's the only bowler ever to take 17 wickets twice in county championship cricket.
Wow, okay. James Seals has come around the wicket to Atkinson now, bowls it short. They've got a leg slip gully, and he tries. He's a happy hooker, is Atkinson. He's tried to hook that and missed it and threw it to keeper, and there's no run.
No. Now I wondered how the English cricket have facilities in the old days as well. They have the stats on every matches back in the old days. So
yeah, you can get them on Crick Archive. I mean, they're not. Well, I mean, I don't know when modern scoring records began, but I mean, for example, all the early records aren't done by ball, are they? They're done by minutes and shit like that. I think.
Mostly.
It's defended by Atkinson, back down the track. There's no run. Of course, there were 8 ball overs originally. There might have been more balls per over. Yeah. In the beginning, there was 8 ball overs, and then it might have been.
Then there were 4 ball overs as well.
Yeah. The laws of cricket have changed a lot over the years.
But from that to how did England lost a lot of fans from cricket to football?
Because it fucking went off the telly. It's now on Sky. It's behind a paywall.
Yeah.
The last series that was on national telly, on national broadcaster, was the Ashes in 2005.
Oh, God.
After that, it got bought by Sky. Sky always had away. Sky TV started broadcasting away series from the mid 90s. And we have this thing called the whitelist, which means that things like the FA Cup and the Olympics and certain things have to be on
BBC.
On the BBC and ITV. The World Cup mainly applies to football these days, funnily enough. It's like Euro Championships and World Cup have to be on national telly. But a lot of the other sports have been taken away from that, and Test cricket was one of those things for so long, and they decided that it didn't have to be on that list anymore. That's full driven. I think Root has got himself out. Has he? No, he must have driven it into the ground.
Yeah. Oh,
no, he's out.
He's out.
He is out.
Nobody seems very excited.
Yeah, they're not really excited because
they know the game is out of their hands.
Well, it is a little bit, and Root was trying to accelerate. He's driven. That was a nice shot, but it was a bit uppish, and it was straight to the man at cover. It's a good catch because he's quite short. Is that the skipper? Couldn't see who it was who caught him.
Everyone from West Indies are congratulating Root.
Yeah, I think there's good camaraderie between the two teams. It does seem.
Yeah.
Root will be a bit upset. He got 122. Didn't really go after a big one. England do have a lead of 378. They got 419 for 8. They've certainly put themselves potentially in the box seat. Might be too much for the West Indies. We don't know, but we'll give them a send off with a wicket.
I won't look back. 'Cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
So that is why.
Mitch Freeman, by the way, was 5'2", John at 71.
Oh right, that's why it was Titch.
Indeed.
But I mean,
Sweet Mango says, just joined. Good morning from Brooklyn. Afternoon on your side of the world.
Oh, yeah.
England would never win this Test game. However, they will accept victory because the West Indies will choose to lose. So.
That's one way of putting it.
Matthew Cullen says Ahmed scored 8 off 4, batting at 3 in a crushing loss for Leicester. Moeen Ali scored 103 off 59 for Warwickshire.
Nice ton for Moeen.
Enigma, Moeen.
Yeah, he is an
Patrick
enigma.
Lambert says we can still chase down a target of under 450 because West Indies can score fast, but they will keep their wickets intact. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they do.
Well, if they do, it'll be a fantastic
That would be,
victory.
History.
Yeah, it would be. Well, Mark Wood is out there. He's got a jingle. Goes like this.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing.
That's his first ball through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, our fans / friends' favourite Mark Wood is here.
Yeah,
Everyone
absolutely.
is asking for Mark Wood.
Give it some Humpty. Well, you might as well now. I think 378. You're getting up to where you want to be anyway. You're at 910 Jack now. You might as well just throw the bat at it and see where it goes.
License.
Yeah, you are exactly under license. I don't think England I mean, if England want to win this game and Stokes, or, the England side that say they always want to win it, I think on this track you probably need 4 sessions to win it anyway. So it could be a close run thing. Nice target for the West Indies, possible in 4 sessions. Defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Equally England.
Well, I mean, they scored 457 off 111 overs in the first innings.
Precisely.
Because this is the sort of track where the runs are going to come if you're batting. But I think it's interesting too that I don't think any of the England wickets have been impacted at all by the state of the wicket, have they?
Not really. But batsmen do make mistakes eventually. I think the old one has got, it's just played up to mid-off and there's no run.
And they will be in the field for 1 day.
Yeah.
So tired legs.
Tired legs, tired minds.
Yeah.
And that's what England will play on.
Where's the cliche, Joe? Oh dear.
I mean, going back to this point, I mean, Holder is in. Woody tries to guide it down at third man. There's no run. I think England cricket make enough out of the TV. I mean, this is part of the reason. That part of the problem is that the BBC can't pay enough money. Sky pay enough money to keep English cricket going.
Yeah, but in a country like India, they provide free cricket for the whole people. We don't watch.
Well, no, of course, but then you've got 1.4 billion people.
Yeah,
TV advertising makes up the money, and there is a massive appetite for it. It's like the Premier League in India, isn't it? Whereas cricket is no longer like the Premier League here. That's into the pads, and there's no run. You've got to think the football season here ends, May 23rd, something like that, as the FA Cup final. It's starting again 14th of August. You literally got 2 months off,
2 months
and then the
off
whole of the back pages of the papers, fucking TV, it's all back to football.
But only on Saturdays they play football.
No,
Sundays.
you think now they have a televised game. There's 4 televised games per year on a Friday night now. 1 a month, I think there is, on a Friday night. Then you have possibly a 5 o'clock and a 7 o'clock on a Saturday. There's a 4 o'clock kick-off on a Sunday. Possibly you get to watch a 2 o'clock. And there's Monday night football. So the fact that you've only got 10 games a week, of which possibly 5 are broadcast on the telly, and you've got match of the day on Saturday. The whole country revolves around football. And when I was a kid, which is a long time ago, as Jaden Seals comes in, another 10 ball. He's a happy hooker, is Atkinson. That's been given as a wide, so we'll give it a jingle.
Wide.
When I was a kid, football wasn't on the TV. There was not a lot of live football. You get FA Cup, you would get match of the day on Saturday, but throughout the summer, Test match cricket would be on the TV throughout the summer.
throughout the summer.
And when you were a kid in the summer holidays, when you had summer off, that's how I got into cricket. The Ashes 1981. You know, you have 5 days of Test match cricket. Richie Beno giving you the old Richie shit.
Yeah.
You know, and that went on throughout my childhood up until into the mid 90s, and then the BBC couldn't afford to do it anymore. Channel 4 took it over for a few years, and then Sky bought it all out, and that was that.
Oh, I'm sad for the current English generation kids.
Well, that's it. You know, they don't get to see it. Down the track comes Atkinson and gets an
don't get to
under
see
edge
the
that
beautiful
goes
game.
to second slip. Didn't carry. He went pretty fast. There's no run.
Hendo has a nice story about he didn't have a TV in his house when he was young, so he used to take a chair down to the Retrovision store and sit down outside the Retrovision window watching the Test cricket.
Oh, that's beautiful. That shows the passion of.
But then you got to think as well. I mean, back in those days, a lot of players were paid a lot, like a lot of sports. I mean, you think rugby was only professionalised in the 90s, I think.
Oh.
You know, the England side that won the World Cup in Australia. When was that? 98. That's through to the keeper and there's no run. They just become professional. You know, you think where sport's come in the last 30 years in terms of money to even things like athletics now, where people can earn a living doing it. But you know, a lot of those rugby boys were. I mean, what was it? Who was the winger we had? He was in the army or the RAF, and one of them was a trader. Johnson, the captain, used to be a policeman.
Oh.
You know, and all this sort of shit. Until sport got properly professionalised, all these guys were essentially amateurs.
2 jobs.
Yeah. Jaden Seals is in. Oh, dropped! Oh, Holder's dropped an absolute sitter. It was a good ball, actually. It swung away from Jaden Seals. Atkinson couldn't resist the drive, got a fat outside edge. Should have been taken by Jason Holder, but he dropped it.
But I guess it doesn't cost much for West Indies. Let's see.
No. And I guess in those circumstances, teams like the West Indies and all those guys, they're all in the same boat, right? So they can all compete. You know, England didn't have the resources to be able to challenge the West Indies and their naturally gifted fast bowlers and their naturally gifted batsmen, etc. But in an age of professionalism, everything has to change. You're going to get teams that don't get paid enough and therefore don't put in the work, don't put in the effort, don't find the players.
Yeah,
and then everything becomes separated. Edge this time dropped again, 2 in a row. My God, Atkinson's been dropped. Woody's been dropped. I don't think they got through for a single on that one. Atkinson was dropped and they got a single.
I think it's
Kevin
Kevin Hodge.
Jaden Seals' head's going to explode.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that was Kevin Hodge at first slip. That was another sitter, really. Should have been taken. 2 in 2 balls. Jaden Seals is ticking, man.
Fuming.
Yeah, he's absolutely fuming. Could have wrapped this up.
He holded it, but doesn't get it.
It came quick.
Yeah.
He's quite wide at first slip, isn't it? They kind of hedge their bets with 2 slips. He's probably more closer to second slip than he is at first slip, and that was a first slip catch.
I think he's a bit wide of the first slip position, or is it in the correct position?
It does it himself. Third ball, he does it himself. Wood goes to give it some Humpty, misses it, gets bowled. The lead is 380. Well, you know, this is good. The game is moving on. Without England helping themselves, but they've got a lead of 380. They're 421 for 9. And it's kind of been taken out of their hands, but I don't think they'll be that unhappy. They probably wouldn't know when to declare anyway, because it's Trent Bridge and what they did a few years ago, so it's kind of been taken out of their hands. We'll give it a jingle for that one.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says,
An extraordinary over, 2 drop catches and then bowled.
Yeah, and our viewers' favourite Mark Wood went without disturbing the scorecard.
Yeah, well, I think he decided he was morally out.
Yeah. Yeah. So England have 1 wicket left. It'll be Shoaib Bashir. I can't imagine he'll last long. We'll give him a jingle before he gets out there in case he only lasts 1 ball.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
The lot of information from you, Burr, in this tin. I guess our viewers are enjoying a lot, because I'm enjoying a lot to hear from you.
Well, you know, this is it. So, I mean, just sport. You think sport has moved on so much. It's like the world, really. I mean, fuck. I remember having a epoxy telephone modem.
Oh, to watch to hear cricket.
No. Just the internet didn't exist.
Yeah, back in old
until the mid 90s. Really, I mean, you think that's just 20, 30 years, and you think where the world has gone in 20, 30 years with the age of the internet. Before you were born. But
Yeah,
I mean,
you've seen everything.
You sound like an old.
I sound like an old fart, don't I? Yeah.
But you've seen everything.
Says, I can see the wind is chasing 400, but 450. Surely they'd shut up shop and bat for a draw. Don't think there's any point batting for a draw.
I don't think there's any point batting for a draw. I mean, I think.
Exile says, "Hello everyone." And Jono says, "Up the Spurs."
Up the Spurs. Fuck
can't
off.
trust.
Oh, nice shot by Bashir.
Can't
out to the deep mid-wicket man who got himself single. Carry on.
Richard R says England can't trust their bowlers to bowl out West Indies for under to 350. Johnny Cool says don't forget Sky this season has covered League 1 and League 2 footy.
Yeah.
Jono says sloppy for West Indies, unbelievable. I love Channel 4 cricket, says Pokey, especially their matey pre-game shows.
That's a replay, don't worry. Carry on.
Oh, is this a yeah, okay. Patrick Lambert says 400 is under 450 and we're having 2 century makers.
Good do.
It saves a dodgy declaration, I suppose, says Ben McCormick.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if England would know when to declare. I think they want to declare by tea. They want as many runs as they could by tea, but I mean, this kind of takes it out of their hands, you suspect. I mean, you should expect to. Look, England would expect to win with a lead of 380 with 4 sessions left. They would hope that there's a bit of deterioration in the wicket, and they would hope that they can. I don't think that thing will be easy because I think there's still runs to be had out there. Another big heave from Atkinson, misses it through to the keeper. There's no run.
So, was there any draw in the baseball era for England? No, right? Only one match was left. No result because of rain in the Ashes.
Yeah.
Apart from those,
I think there's been a result in every match. And we won. I think we won 12 out of the first 13.
So will we see?
Maybe 17 out of the first 18 because we got 15. I don't know. Cause I think after Pakistan we won 12 out of 13.
Oh.
We lost one game, the first game against South Africa last summer.
In the home series, in the home.
Yeah, in the home series we lost. We lost terribly against South Africa in the first game and then absolutely whooped them in the next 2. Went to Pakistan, won 3.
I try to remember you in India 4-1 for India.
Yeah, well, that was always going to be the test.
Yeah.
But I think it was a bit. It was one of those things when we went to India. I mean, I think we lost the last series 4-1. But I mean, if you look at the 2 4-1s, I would have much rather lost 4-1 in the way we did in the last series. Than
I
the
think
one
the previous
before.
one might have been 3-1. I think it was only a 4-test series.
There might have been a draw. There might have been a draw. That's pulled out to mid-wicket and there's no run. There was one wicket that was really flat, wasn't there? And there might have been a draw in the 2000 whatever it was series. But I'd have much rather lost in the way we did last time. And you think we went out with a really inexperienced side. I mean, we had 2 debutant spinners.
2 debutant spinners. That's really impressive.
And they still got wickets. And you're playing a really experienced Indian side at home. And we won the first one, and we were in 2 others. We got belted in the other 2, but we had a chance of winning the 2 that we 2 of them that we lost. Attempted cut by Atkinson through to the keeper, no run.
India was also without the services of Virat Kohli.
They were indeed, yeah.
Yep. Diana Patterson points out the internet did exist. It was American. It was the World Wide Web that didn't exist.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah. You know what I mean. And we had telephone modems. I remember trying to download music off Napster, and it took 24 hours to download a 3.5 megabyte file. Pull again by Atkinson, but he misses it through the keeper.
So 2,400 bits per second if you were lucky.
Yeah.
Crazy. From there to now, 15 GP per second for.
Well,
Well, the first personal PC I bought was in 1991, I guess, and it had a huge 10 megabyte hard drive.
Well, I remember when I started doing music, I had a Mac G3 when I started doing music, and I bought a 40 gigabyte drive, especially for music, cost me over 400 quid.
Yep.
Yeah. That's like on a fucking SD card now. It costs about £5.
Change of fields for Jason Holder.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over. Jason is now awake. He's going to come back in. Holder comes in. Oh, that's a great shot though. Atkinson's come down the track to Jason Holder, bashed him over the top of mid-off, all the way down to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
After 4 hit and miss, he found the middle of the bat in the 5th ball.
Well, I think Jason Holder's pace is probably a lot more amenable to most of these batsmen. High 70s. There's a bit of overheads. Looks a bit cloudy. Might be a bit muggy. I think the bowlers might fancy this. With a lead of 384. Another waft down the leg side. Another miss by Atkinson. Through to the keeper, no run. 425 for 9. The lead is 384. I'm going to hand over to Will, who's going to do your ball by ball. Jason.
I'll catch up on a few tweets which suddenly have come through in a whole rush.
Okay. And Ryan, you're going to stay there?
Yeah.
But you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Jay says, I've not been a man given to happiness recently, but a West Indies win would give me joy. Martley sends me some cheeky Frey Bentos as food porn. Neymar Butland says, don't forget European Cups, Champion League, Europa League. Jay says, the telephone modem squealing were the white noise from hell. Absolutely.
White noise from hell.
Yep. Okay, I shall leave you and catch you later.
Yeah, catch you later.
Hello.
Jaden back into the tuck. First ball left by Shoaib Bashir.
Yep.
I think Will is doing ball by ball, right?
Am I doing ball by ball?
You're doing ball by ball, yes.
Alright.
I have given up the right to do that by falling asleep.
I don't mind if you want to do it. I don't mind at all.
That's very gracious of you. Seals is coming in. He's got
Seals.
3 for 97 off 22 overs.
He's had a better day than.
And he just castled.
Absolutely cleans him up.
Yeah,
well,
well,
just wobbling around like me after far too many drinks.
Well, he saw some free food there, and he's just absolutely gobbled it all up. The stumps are all over the place. Bashir has gone for naught. That's the end of the innings. Well bowled, Jaden Seals.
Ending with figures of.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Pretty good ball there to tail ender, fast and
Very
straight.
good one for a tail ender.
Ricochet off the pads, but Bashir was not really anywhere near that ball.
So 385 needed for West Indies. England have got 120 overs, many more.
Well, this is going to make a very interesting chase now. I think
Yeah.
there's enough time in the game left that.
Yeah, West Indies need just 3.5 around in an over. Will they go for a chase or?
I think they'll play.
You'd
No.
have to go for a chase with this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to bat particularly excessively aggressively to get it. 3.85 is a good average scoring rate in most red ball competitions.
Yeah.
So, I think Brathwaite will be very happy about the performance of his bowlers. I'm not sure England will be very happy about some of the performance of their lower order batsmen here.
But I guess 425 is a decent third innings score for England.
It is.
Not a decent, it's a very good.
I think the defining factor of this game, and potentially the series, is going to be whether the pitch deteriorates now or not. It's not really shown any evidence of doing it so far in the 3.5 days that we've had.
Yeah, I don't think so. The pitch will deteriorate from here on.
What are your thoughts, Will?
Yeah.
I think, well, it's definitely within the realms of possibility that you could chase that, I think, on this pitch. But it all depends on what we get tomorrow. what the overheads are overnight and all of that sort of thing, and
how much, if any, that the weather intercedes and shortens the time available.
It's all ifs and buts and maybes at this point, I think. But sort of on pure numbers, England have got the bowlers to bowl them out. But, also if the West Indies stick around a bit, they could chase this down, I reckon. It's a very batting friendly pitch.
Yeah, but the good thing for West Indies is the young bloods. So they are playing just a bit of aggressive cricket, and they don't know the fear of losing because they haven't been before. Most of the boys, they haven't been before in England before. So it's their first series in England. So I guess they'll also have a go for a win. Let's see.
Well, they need to go for a win, otherwise they're out of the series. So they must at least try. The question is, how do they work in their head the best way to do it? Do they start?
No, I guess.
Can I just interrupt you to let you know they are now taking tea, so you may want to take a break, come back straight afterwards, and continue on until you would have changed.
Thanks, Messi.
Yep, thanks. We will go to tea then. Let me just find something to queue up very quickly for 20 minutes. Or can I hear the bear trying to do bear does tech stuff? Let me witter on very gently whilst I try and find this podcast.
So I think the whole thing is kind of if the West Indies can kind of hold their nerve, and it at this point it's a sort of weird staring match. I think. And they've got people in their side that have got enough experience. Like I know
Greg Brathwaite. So if I am in the West Indies camp, I'll tell Greg to just play your own game and the other guys will play just a bit of attacking nature of cricket. Like guys like Michael Lewis, Alec Athens.
I completely agree. I think also you've got people like, I know Hodge hasn't been in the test side for very long, but he's got a hell of a lot of first class experience, and he's been in the game for a really long time, so in terms of managing an innings, knows what he's doing and like all of that sort of thing. So there is that, and also he'll be coming off a kind of, he'll have the confidence from his last knock as well.
And their low order batsmen, Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva, they also have a century in their kitty. So let's see.
Yep.
We're going to go back to another episode of The Bishop and the Bear whenever you're ready to go.
Yeah, see you later, guys.
Yep, see you later.
Oh, what's he doing?
All the big names are here. Ooh, who is that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
Oh, she's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks can save you up to 8 hours a week, so you can bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Sure is an official UEFA Euro 2024 sponsor this summer and will keep you protected from the heat. New Sure non-stop protection antiperspirant is body heat activated, so no matter how hot you get, Sure keeps working against odour and sweat. 72-hour non-stop protection activated by your body heat. Win tickets to UEFA Euro 2024. Visit your local store now.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. It's raining outside our pub window, which can only mean one thing. There's an England Test match starting next week at Lord's against the West Indies in Jimmy's farewell. We'll look forward to that, and also briefly back to the World T20. But first, you may know that the first time the West Indies won a Test in England was at Lord's in 1950, a thumping 326-run victory inspired not just by Ramadan and Valentine, but also by a second innings 168 not out from Clyde Walcott. Our special guest today is journalist and author Peter Mason, whose book, Clyde Walcott, A Statesman of West Indies Cricket, is released in September. It's an essential biography of a cricketing great exploring his achievements as player, manager and political activist. Peter, a huge welcome to the Bishop and Bear. What can we get you to drink, first of all?
Well, if you got it, I'll have a slumbering monk.
A slumbering monk? We have everything.
It's my favourite beer.
It's a virtual pub with a limitless bar, mate, so you can have one of those.
Great, thank you very much.
And as well as Peter, we're blessed today. As a regular guest when it comes to all matters West Indies, our own David Brook. David, I would imagine your usual Bayesian Mount Gay might be appropriate, given that we're talking about the 3 Ws.
It would be appropriate, but I'm afraid I've got a year's supply of Blackwell's dark rum from Jamaica.
Oh, okay. What,
year's supply?
A year's supply, which I'm happy to share.
Nice. Oh, I was about to say, well, I'll check which days you're in for the West Indies series. well, let's crack on. Peter, I guess let's start. We want to chat a fair bit about Sir Clyde. There were 2 autobiographies, I think. One called Island Cricketers in '58, one called 60 Years on the Back Foot in 1999. But is this the first formal biography? And if it is, why hasn't there been one before?
It is the first formal biography, yes. The 2 books you mentioned were essentially written by Sir Clyde with help, and they didn't cover all aspects of his life. I think the reason there hasn't been one, he's a bit of an overlooked figure, really. During his era, of course, he had the 3 Ws, Frank Worrell and Everton Weekes and himself. And Worrell sort of took the limelight, really, because there was a lot of controversy in the late 50s about the captaincy of West Indies and who it should go to. Up until that point, it had been held exclusively by white figures, at least the permanent captaincy. And it was Worrell who ended up taking on that role in 1960, and he did it so well, such a pivotal moment that everyone sort of thinks back to that time and thinks of Worrell and his influence he had on West Indies cricket. But Walcott was right in there in the mix. He was a great friend of Worrell's and Weekes, and he was agitating in the same way that everyone else was for a change in that arrangement. And in fact, before Worrell got the captaincy, probably was in a better position to get that himself, but things conspired against him. So he's always been a bit more of a backroom figure, I think. Both then he wasn't as charismatic or as outgoing as Worrell in the playing days. He then switched into management of the West Indies, including of the great side, from the late 70s to the early 90s, with Clive Lloyd and then Vivian Richards. And he was a hugely influential figure in that role, but again, he was in the back room wearing a suit, and he would talk to the press and so on. And then he went on to be the first ever non-white chairman of the ICC, and created a huge changes there. A sea change in the way cricket was run. But again, it was behind closed doors, really, and he wasn't a massive public figure. So I think that's why there hasn't been a biography, and why he's perhaps not, as widely known by many people as some of his contemporaries.
And yet, if you mention the 3 Ws, everyone knows the name. Anyone who knows cricket kind of knows the name. Do you just think he's less celebrated than the other 2 because of that kind of sort of more reticent nature that you said he had?
Possibly. I think as a cricketer, I wouldn't say he's necessarily less celebrated. I think that Weekes, whereas Warren and Walcott both took on other roles in cricket and had a sort of wider, as my book suggests, statesman-like role. Weekes was much more content to stay in Barbados and do his thing afterwards. So one perhaps wouldn't have expected Weekes to have the same profile over a long period of time as Walcott and Worrell. But I think at the time, Walcott was one of the greatest batsmen of all time. He essentially was an even better batsman cricketer than Worrell or Weekes, and so over the period of time, I think his reputation there as a cricketer stands up. It's just perhaps the other stuff he did in the game has not quite been recognised in a way that you might expect.
Well, I think we'll come on to that between us, but there was a lovely. We all read a sort of an interesting article by Sir Garfield Sobers that was talking about the three of them and how he used to run to school and was listening to that test match on his way to school and stuff like that. And he, in a description which I think turned out to be John Arlott, described Sir Clyde as the bully beef of West Indies batting. And he sort of compared him to the more silky skills of the classic shots of Weeks. Do you think that's fair? It kind of made me think of of a powerhouse in a sort of the manner of Clive Lloyd, really.
Yeah, I'm not sure Clive Lloyd, but Walcott was 6'2", 15 stone. He looked like a heavyweight boxer. He was very big physical presence, and he did hit the ball very hard. He didn't have the silky skills of Worrell, for instance. I think maybe I'm not that I ever saw him, but I think maybe a better comparison would be Vivian Richards. Actually, he had that sort of physical presence on the pitch and could just absolutely rifle the ball. But he also had. It wasn't a kind of gay abandon. It wasn't just completely smashing the ball everywhere. He had that defensive solidity that Richards also had and could play to the game. So I mean I suppose Clive Lloyd had that same sort of presence in the game, but he was a massive influence in Barbados. It's interesting what you say about Sobers, because although we now think of Barbados as being the centre of West Indies cricketing world, before Walcott there hadn't been a truly sort of world-class Barbadian batsman or cricketer. I mean, so he was the first one that really put them on the map, and then after him, they just kept coming and coming from Sobers onwards. So he was very important in that regard as well.
Well, I mean, a question I think both for you and for David is something a little bit about the impact of that win in 1950. Was it a bit of a shock to the English system to a certain extent? I mean, West Indies had beaten. I mean, I think the first time West Indies beat England was in the 1930s, but that was in the West Indies. I'm going from very loose memory. I wasn't there. But this was the first time they'd ever won in a test match in England by a thumping margin, as I said, of about 326 runs. It created the Ramadan and Valentine calypso.
Yeah.
It was, I think, the first fully mixed West Indies team, if I'm right. I mean, that to me is a huge political thing as well as a cricketing milestone. Sorry, David.
Well, I just wanted to leap in to reinforce something that Peter said earlier, and I'm looking forward to seeing the book. This is going to be a wonderful addition to the cricketing history of West Indies, because Peter said before that Frank Worrell of the three W's ascending to the captaincy was a key moment for West Indies cricket. It was also a key moment for West Indies society, and many people have linked the way that Worrell confidently took the reins after a long delay and his success as captain directly fueled Barbados' own independence in 1962.
And we just lost Dave.
Oh dear, we've lost Dave.
He's just frozen.
He's already slipped off his bar stool. Oh, he's back. Sorry, David.
You cut out for a second there, Dave.
That black players could lead the cricket and black leaders could lead the island towards independence. So I think it had massive ripple effect. And it was interesting just listening to you talking about different character of Walcott relating to Weeks and Worrell. And Peter mentioned, slight charisma bypass Clive Walcott. It's those qualities that made him such a good administrator. because he wasn't flamboyant. He didn't break the rules like Everton Weekes, who also left a considerable legacy, although not an international figure, with the Everton Weekes School of Excellence. You know, and he was involved until his death in mentoring the next generation of young cricketers in Barbados. So he's also left a huge legacy. And as for Frank Worrell's legacy, I mean, where do you start with his influence over university and his idea of an education, a cricketing education off the field as well as on the field? You know, they're all huge figures, but I suppose in our modern parlance, Clyde Walcott, Peter, would be like more the Copper's Knock, the Angus Fraser figure, you know, the Mr. Reliable Establishment figure. He wasn't one who... So Sobers would have looked up to Weekes and Worrell because he had that bit of mischief about him, whereas Walcott was firmly establishment. And just one other thing, I remember reading something one said that Walcott hit the ball harder than anyone else up to that point in international cricket. When he hit it, it travelled. And I think that was the key to, as you say, his success, you know, 15 stone of him. And, you know, you were through, when he got through Conrad Hunt, when he got through Joey Carew, Weekes, and Worrell, you then had to contend with Walcott and his amazing hitting. But it's interesting that there's been no book on Walcott because he hasn't got the charisma of other figures. And I think, Peter, your work will fill a definite void. Did you find out anything surprising about the man? You know, because the last time we saw him, he came out to field for West Indies at the age of 57 when he was a manager, and they were so short of players because of injury that Walcott came out and fielded for a session at the age of 57, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know whether he appeared against Ireland, the famous game in Northern Ireland, when they lost.
That's right.
West Indies lost. They were out for less than 50, I think.
Yeah.
But he was just filling in then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think something that a lot of people don't know about Walcott was that he had this other existence as a social welfare figure in what is now Guyana, was then British Guiana. So from 1954 to 1970, some of that time when he was still playing cricket, he was a cricket organiser and social welfare organiser.
And we're back. They've been seem to be playing a bit of silly peoples over the tea interval, and we thought they were taking a full tea interval. I think they were just taking the 10 minutes. So England are out again, and
Chris Wokes with a new ball.
Yep, we'll jiggle him up.
Yeah.
So this guy is going to bowl his first ball. Which is safely down the offside and ignored by the batsman.
And he's a Twitter fan on the Ashes tour. Not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
And the person that ignored that first ball is this guy.
He's a determined fella, I just gotta tell you, he could bat on endlessly. All those balls faced by a Craigie Brathwaite, you know he can bat.
Works in again.
Yeah, Stokes is Wokes is warming up nicely with bowling in the 5th channel.
Yeah, it's a better ball. It's closer to the wicket, but still not enough to tempt the very defensively minded Brathwaite.
It takes quite a lot to tempt Brathwaite into a sort of a little fish outside off.
It's the end of Broderson era, and England is entering into a new era with Wokes leading the attack.
Yeah. And he comes again. And exactly the same area taken by Smith.
Now, by my reckoning, they're going to get 2 overs before they have to go off again for the tee proper. Which is as it should have been. I'm sure this suits England far better to have a blast for 2-3 overs and then have a recap and then go again.
It's very cricket though, isn't it?
It is. I mean, the original option was, no, tee now would have been common sense.
Folks in, and that's just defended away into the offside.
Wokes made the batsman into play for the first time in this over.
Yeah. Well, it was sort of actually on the line of the stumps rather than that sort of fourth, fifth line.
Yeah, but swinging early from the hand, it was easy to line up a defensive shot for Brathwaite. But it's good. It's a good start.
Yeah, Brathwaite.
I really enjoy watching Folks. I think he's a really lovely bowler to watch.
Yeah, he's the controlled bowler. Doesn't give much of freebies.
And he comes again, and that's tapped into the offside, and they're going to get 2 for that.
Runs on the board for West Indies.
Yep. That was a fairly sort of sedate 2 as well. They weren't rushing too much.
Is it 2 or 1?
Why are they? Yes, why are they only showing 1? And
I thought it was.
Mikhail Louis is on strike now.
No, is it 2? I guess. I think there's some error in the scorecard.
Maybe it's either that or one of them was a short run, which would be really criminally bad.
But still, Craig is in the strike. Oh, nice, beautiful.
Oh, very
cover
nice into
drive.
the offside, and for a 4.
It's. It's an error in the scorecard. Michael Lewis steals the credit for the beautiful cover drive by Craig Brathwaite.
So nice.
Lovely shot. It was there to be hit, to be fair, but it's just not quite a half volley, but nicely played through the offside. There's not a lot of cover there at the very start of the innings. And they've corrected it. It's all 6 runs now to Brathwaite.
Oh, it was. I was so confused for a minute.
Oh, Gus. Gus is taking the new ball.
Yep. So we will have this man bowling.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
He's going to be bowling to the lovely named Mikhail Louis.
Fun way to spell a name. Mikyle Louis. And what does this guy do?
Atkinson in. That was quite nippy, and goes down to fine leg area.
Yeah, not a better start for Gus with the new ball, bowling away from the stems into the legs.
Do you know, I feel quite sorry for him because he's probably taken the best figures he will ever take in a test in his first test. So it's all slightly downhill from here, which is just really unfortunate.
Not easy for Jamie Smith to field that. That just landed before him.
And replacing a legend like Jimmy Anderson, it's really hard.
He's really just onto a bit of a sort of a loser from here. I feel really sorry for the bloke.
Second ball was defended for no run as Atkinson walks back and has a think about what he's going to do now.
Just put the ball in the correct line, that's it. The pitch will do the remaining.
And in again, and just defended.
Little bit of lift from that. It's just hit him on the top of the front pad.
Yeah, Mikkel tries to lunge forward and hit it in the bat, but the pace he misses it because of the extra pace.
Had a bit of late movement off the pitch as well. Atkinson in, and that was just left outside off. 3 to Smith.
Mikkel is looking a bit shaky with his stance, I guess, in my view.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, if it is a very shortened session, it's hard to get your mindset around it.
Yeah.
The only way you can go is downwards, basically.
Don't you just sort of... My instinct would be to just block this couple of overs out and just survive it and then start again properly. Atkinson in, and again outside off through to Smith.
Does grub through though. That was 86 miles an hour,
Yeah.
and it bounced a good 3 yards in front of Jamie Smith.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's not carrying through. Maybe I don't know. Do you pull your keeper and your slips in?
Yeah,
do you
but
think, or
will they decide based on the
or is that
one over?
or is that gonna then lead to kind of, is that a fluke? I don't know.
It's a clarification, you
that's-
guys. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh no. That goes down to
Long leg.
Long leg. I lost track of the ball.
So sorry about that. Just to point out, it's not a shortened session. That was a full 20-minute tea break. It's just that the discussion after the last week carried on for a while. So they're going straight through now. To 2 hours and 40 minutes, probably 50 minutes, all that.
Wow. Okay.
Well, in that case,
I should be taking over the ball then, yeah. And
oh no, I was just going to say, in that case, Louis needs to sort his head out a bit and settle down.
Yeah. Settle down and looking to score some runs as well, because if you defend too many balls, it will create a pressure for both.
yeah, mindset is very important. I do we definitely get in a defensive mindset when I'm in that position. Anyway, here's Wokes.
Oh, it's a beauty from Wokes, but Louis managed to defend it.
Yeah, he's playing round his front pad really rather than. His bat's going towards mid wicket as he tries to play back straight down the ground.
Even in his stance, so his front leg just wide open, and so it's really hard for him to hit it in the leg side when your front leg is wide open.
Yeah.
And they've now got a short leg in, and 3 slips for Wokes. Just stop him from thrusting that front pad out too hard. And that's a good ball by Wokes. He's played a slightly injudicious shot there, Louis. He had a fish really outside off stump, off the back foot.
Yeah.
And it's swung just enough away that he misses it.
Yeah, I feel Mikkel is looking a bit scratchy. Need to get some, need to middle some balls to gain some confidence, or else it will be going to be really difficult session for Mikkel.
And that's snaked in really off the pitch by Wokes.
Bit of an appeal there, but
they strangulated appeal because they could see that was going down the leg side, I think.
Yeah.
But Wokes moving the ball both ways is definitely a different thing to encounter for the young West Indian players. I mean, that's quite high as well. That's hit the top of the pad.
Yeah.
Mikkel already faced 9 balls, but he didn't even manage to middle one.
That said, he does have time.
That's down the leg side by
bit of a loosener from Wokesy.
Yeah.
But still,
Louis
Mikkel
just watched it go by.
Yeah. And as Will said, it doesn't carry to the keeper. Jamie.
Yeah. It's an odd one because you don't. When it doesn't carry, that feels like really that's sort of a bowler error.
Wokes attacking the stumps, and that's stoutly defended by Louis. Gets everything behind that. That's a bit better from Louis.
That's a good over from until now from Wokesy. Apart from the 4th ball, everything's on the stems.
He's doing
socials. I was just looking at that.
I was just going to say I'm really enjoying his sort of the way he's taking the new ball.
Yeah, he has a great control with the new ball. Doesn't swing too much.
I think have had a bit of a bias, having watched him at Warwickshire for a long time, but yeah, there aren't many that can do it better in English conditions.
Rakesh Prasad is saying on YouTube, rallying for Windies from Guyana. Everything looking great, heading towards the target. It's hard work. Certainly will be.
Yeah, I'm rallying for a good cricket from Sydenham.
And then Sweet Mango says, Louis looks very uncomfortable. I guess it's just a matter of time. Well, certainly England followers will hope so.
But the thing about the English bowling is it's Atkinson's second test match, and he need to find some control like Oaksey, or else if he give away some freebies.
Oh, there's Atkinson again, right on the stump, and that's clipped very neatly round the corner, but fielded safely by Pope at short leg. The quite depressed short leg, several yards away from them.
Yeah. So we have seen successful run chases in test matches. So
this would be 360. Would be in the top 10, but only just. I think. And Louis fiddles that into the offside where they've just removed the field to go to leg slip. That's an easy 2, in fact, as Wood.
Sorry, it's Craig, I think.
Oh yes, correct, Craig Brathwaite. But I get the feeling that space was previously occupied by the person who's just gone to leg slip.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting move generally, like in the game, that leg slip has become much more of a thing recently.
That's on the legs by Atkinson. Nicely played by Brathwaite. Just cut off inside the boundary, and that's an easy 2. Bashir sprawls himself on the boundary.
It's a long way down for Bash. He's a tall bloke and quite gangly.
Yeah, he has a kind of the look of a baby giraffe at some point. No,
baby giraffe
with arms and legs sort of going in odd directions.
It's a nice comparison. Baby giraffe.
He manages to keep all his limbs inside the rope though, which is impressive.
I think it's boundary. So his thumb finger touches the ball. I think so. Let's see.
I don't know.
I thought he'd just got the ball out of his hand when his foot touched the boundary sponge.
Yeah.
They are having a look at it.
Right thumb.
And it's still 2 runs to Brathwaite.
Yeah.
So he's been given the thumbs up there from the third umpire.
Yeah.
Atkinson goes for the short ball, and that's well directed, and Brathwaite has to duck.
Interesting. Short ball with a new ball.
And he given it a wide. Must have been just over his head high before he started ducking. Admittedly, Brathwaite isn't that tall.
Yeah.
But and he did get out to a short ball in the
first innings
here. So it would make sense to try him out. That's a flashing blade from Brathwaite, played away from the body, all iron hand movement. It's gone flying at catchable height, I think, through the gully area, but Gully doesn't get a hand on it, and it's all the way down to the boundary for one of these.
1 2 4 4 2 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
So we've seen some intent from Brathwaite right from ball 1. It's good to see. He's in the mood to chase.
And Atkinson responds with the ball that's just outside off stump, and it's defended off the back foot by Brathwaite into the covers.
But Atkinson is but not looking as good as Oaksey in his 2-over spell.
I've always thought that it's easier to bat that evening session than the morning session at Trent Bridge. I don't know what it is exactly that makes me think that, but
Oh, that's a jaffer by Atkinson.
That's a beauty for
it's angled in at the stumps. He has to play that and then snakes away off the pitch and climbs slightly. And that's the end of the over. West India 80 for 0 off 4. And looking on YouTube,
socials.
Marco Watson says, just picked up on the commentary. Have you given any stats regarding 2 Yorkshire players scoring hundreds in the same innings?
Yeah, I think Johnny Bastow and Joe Root.
Yes, that's certainly happened in the past. There must have been plenty of them in the olden years when Yorkshire provided probably half the side. Anyway, Wilkes is going to continue. Oh, and that must be close. That must.
But Rod Tucker thinks it goes away.
They're wondering about whether or not it went too much, went down the leg side.
Is he taking a review or just applauding?
Well, the DRS timer is on. They're having a discussion, and we are going to not have a review.
Okay.
I think that's probably wise. Initially, it looked very good. There could have been a possibility of inside edge onto the pads as well.
Yeah. Oaks is giving some troubles to Mikel.
Yes, I think that's just going to miss leg stump. I don't think there's any bat involved in that one, but I don't think it's come straightened enough not to miss leg stump.
Mikel is looking like now or not.
And that's another beauty by Wokes. He's starting to get the ball talking. That's pitched on and moved away. Louis just plays down the line of off stump, and that just snakes past him. We're getting a look to show that there was no edge on that previous delivery, and the ball tracker says yes, it was missing, not by much, but by enough.
Not a lot, but missing.
So good choice not to review.
After 14 hit and miss, Mikel middle one and it went to the 4.
That's just punched down the ground, beats the mid off. 4 runs.
No, it's always good for a batsman when you score runs, not in the nod. At last.
Yeah. You just want that kind of monkey off your back.
Yeah.
To be able to get on with it.
Works. That's climbed again on leg stump as it lifts just off a length. Louis plays defensive, but it just thunders into the front thigh pad.
Yeah, and the good thing about Oaks is he's making the batsman in the plane all the 4 balls into the stumps every time. That's a good sign for Oaksy.
He's getting a decent amount of lift off the pitch as well, you know. Considering he's not the tallest, he's getting the ball to move around a fair bit.
Much the same, but this time Louis locates the ball with the bat defensively and just pushes it up to mid-on.
Absolutely, no. I'm saying it again, so if you have a stance like Louis, it's really hard for a batsman to hit it in the leg side. So I think he need to, it's his second test match, so as his career grows, he needs to look on his stance.
Wide stance of Louis. Gets forward nicely to that. Pushes it past Stokes, who has to chase it all the way to the boundary. Will he get there? Yes, he does. But he has to run over the boundary, and they will turn probably for 3 here. Yes.
Stokes receiving a huge applause from the spectators in the covers after the save.
That was a nice controlled drive there from Louis.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the over. West India 25 for 0.
They're scoring at 5 runs per over. That's quite good.
Yep.
It's about the rate they need to be going.
Hendal Modeste says, listening from Trinidad, West Indies will win the game.
Hip hip hooray.
Jono71 says, the ball's moving all over the place. Well, it's moving consistently, which is a good sign. George McPherson says, England struggling to get early wickets.
In the absence of Anderson.
Don't get me started, Ryan. God, I miss him. I know, I bow to your greater knowledge, but I know with bowlers, you don't want to fiddle around with their action too much.
Yeah.
Action outside off stump, defended by Brathwaite and Louis.
So, yeah.
Would you say that is that like less of a risk with batsmen? Because you don't want to kind of have what happens to a lot of bowlers when a coach kind of.
I think it's
around
more
with
acceptable to
technique.
tinker with the technique of a batsman.
Yeah. My technique was always awful, so they just left it.
You know, when you score runs, nothing matters. But if you fail,
off the pads of Louis, James just gives it a despairing dive down the leg side, and that's flashed to the boundary off his pad.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
So Atkinson is keep on bowling on the leg stump, away from the leg stumps with a new ball. So it's, if you bowl like that, it's really hard to get wickets. Need to bowl in the stumps.
And that's better. That's outside off stump, forcing Louis to play a defensive shot into the covers.
So, you know, regarding the technique, you know, we all know Shivnarine Chandapal. His stance is really.
He stands pointing at square leg almost,
square leg.
and then as the ball is delivered, he's actually straightens up, so he's perfectly in line.
So, you know, when you score runs, nothing matters. But if you fail, you have to face a lot of talks around so many critics, fans, everyone. So, as long as you score runs, you're okay.
I suppose that's why they've let Steve Smith do a little dance every ball.
And that's grubbed by Atkinson. That's almost through Louis. It didn't quite come back enough to hit off stump, but Louis' bat was down late on that, and it was under his bat before he knew anything about it.
Variable bounce.
That's got up half the height I think he was expecting. That's a very promising sign for England if that continues.
Yeah, that's why we tell, you know, bowler needs to bowl into the stumps. So if you bowl into the stumps, anything can happen.
Yeah, certainly will encourage them to bowl a wicket to wicket line.
Yeah.
And just to follow that up with the next ball stands up, and Louis sort of has a head snap back as it goes to Jamie Smith at almost head high.
Is that a case of if I don't know what it's going to do, they won't?
Yeah, this will create a lot of doubt in the batsman head.
And we can see a little puff of dust as that ball pitches, suggesting that the pitch is getting quite dry now.
It's almost the same, maybe a bit of back where the ball pitches, but it bounces double the amount.
Atkinson for the last ball of his third over. And finally they get one that's in the right place at the right time, and Louis just drops it into the covers, and they not quite scamper, but run quickly enough to get a single from the last ball of the over.
They're still scoring 5 runs in an over. That's good.
And that's it's almost exactly 5 that they need to go at. So
yeah.
Anything on the social?
I'm just looking. Patrick.
So we should be back on time for the roster, the Redder.
Yep. So it should be myself, Messi doing socials, and Rayan, you're staying on to take spare stint, I do believe. So thank you, Will.
Cheers. See you later.
Thanks, Will.
So I think
This is going to be interesting.
It is. Wokes is going to continue. He's got 0 for 13 off 3. And that's a very short single there. Wokes has to field it himself, coming on his follow through.
That's
dropped just into the offside by Louis.
That's a good response from Craig, believing his partner and ran a quick single.
Yeah, nicely done by the West Indian batsman.
Yeah. So if you're taking the scoreboard on, the game is on.
He would have made it comfortably. Wokes did get the ball out of his hands quickly, but by the time it was at the stumps, he would have been in half the crease basically.
Yeah. Craig is looking in some intent, and there's a bit of a field change from Stokesy. So Ollie Pope moved from short leg to covers.
Yeah, I think they've seen consistent away swing from Wokes, therefore he's going to protect the offside.
Oh, he
and
induced
that's
the edge.
Fantastic ball by Wokes. He's got the edge, but unfortunately doesn't carry to
fell in
second
short.
slip. Crawley fumbles the fielding, and they think they get through for single there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, felt really short of Crawley. I think the slip fielders need to move in a bit front. Or what do you think? No, Wokes is not quick as well. So if he's bowling at 125s.
Possibly. I think if they get another edge and it doesn't carry, then they'll definitely move up. But I think there's enough in this pitch to suggest that one of them will take off and will carry. That's on the stumps by Wokes. Louis pushes it with the closed face of a bat up to mid-on.
Yeah. It's a fast shot in the leg side.
I am wondering, actually, having seen how the pitch is playing, how long it will be before they introduce Mark Wood to bowl some rockets on it. And just bang it into the pitch and wait for things to either climb or go on the floor.
Yeah, Mark Wood will make a difference in this pitch.
Surely it can't be that long. Works. Swinging away outside off stump, defended by Louis.
Yeah.
Very solid, very capable.
Anything on the 4th, 5th stump, Louis is looking solid. But if you hit into the stump's middle leg, it's a bit shaky. And Wokes just trying to get into that area.
Yeah. There's a limited opportunity, I think, with this ball. It's quite hard for about 15 overs.
Oh.
That one's just stood up as a result of that as well.
Yeah.
He's found that hard part of the pitch and hit the seam, and the ball's climbed again on Louis, who has a good sense to drop his hands.
Yeah, he did very well to drop his hands and not get the bat down. So
although actually, to be fair to Wokes, I think he dropped his hands after the ball went past.
So it's 7th over and they already scored 30. They're nearing the 50 partnership.
And that ball goes through and dies a little bit on its way through. Louis gives it the washing blade, the wiper blade's defensive shot. I'm just seeing the variable bounce.
Yeah,
Messy.
I'm not sure where we're up to on YouTube, although on Twitter I noticed Jay Grover just said Yorkshire, as he's wont to do it from time to time.
The last one on was probably Patrick Lambert right at the top.
Saying the history is there, but records are there for the making.
Yeah, go from there.
Yeah. Johnny Cool says, good sign the ball is doing a bit.
Absolutely.
Robert Gilbert says, could you tell me how many runs the West Indies need to win?
385.
The target is 385, so they need another 353 to win from here, which is, to say it quickly, it sounds relatively simple.
Atkinson. bowling into the stumps, and that's flicked very neatly by Brathwaite off his middle leg through the leg side. There's nobody there to stop it, and that's gone speedily to the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Nice shot by Brathwaite. He's just sitting in, and Anson comes again. That's outside off stump. That's pushed into the vacant extra cover position, and it's speedily through for 2 between Brathwaite and Louis.
Yeah, the good thing is West Indies batsmen are keeping the scoreboard ticking in every over.
Yeah, well, England will have an attacking field, obviously, for the new ball. If they get through the first half hour and nothing's happened, the field will very quickly go to a slightly more defensive run-saving field.
I don't think Stokes will set a defensive field until West Indies reach 200, 250.
Anyway, there's a short leg in now. Pope's under the lid. Axon bowls straight ball outside off stump, defended off the back foot by Brathwaite.
Yeah, Gus clocked 140 in the last ball. That's a good sign.
Yeah, he never seems to put much effort into his bowling, and it's all a case of rhythm as to whether or not it comes out at 85 or 88.
Absolutely, young blood.
He's got a very deceptively quick arm.
It kept a bit low.
He did. Brathwaite tried to play that back foot drive off the, but the ball didn't quite get up, or wasn't quite as quick as the previous one, and he mistimed that into the covers.
Harry Brook is doing some reflexes, waiting for a catch.
I think he's just stretching his hamstrings and his muscles. Axton again, that quick stuttering run up, and that's driven nicely back to Axton, who gets a hand on it.
Yeah, I know.
To take the pace off, and mid off comes round and cleans up after him.
Yeah, I know. Apart from that Greg's fall shot, which fell short of Crawley, nothing happened. Nothing goes into the way of England in the first half hour.
No, there's not really been the pitch has
quite flat, but yeah. But you know,
has had a couple of issues, but there's nothing. There's no edges being induced apart from that one that we were talking about. Atkinson, shorter ball, ridden by Brathwaite on the back foot, on his toes, or even up in the air very slightly.
Yeah.
Well played by Brathwaite.
It's a good response from our
That's the end of the over, and West Indies are 38 for 0. Brathwaite's moved to 21.
Pokey says run chasing records seem very gettable in the modern era. Sorry. Jono says, yeah, but under these overcast England conditions, can't see it happening. We'll see. England have no effect at all. Should have taken that, says George McPherson. You're very tough on England, George. Calypso Tumbler says, let's go, West Indies. Rooting for you from California in the USA.
Yeah.
George McPherson said, had that player have dived forward, then it would have been the first wicket for England.
It's very harsh. It's very harsh for
That is the hardest thing to do. And we are going to see my expected change of bowling. It's the Durham Rocket is going to come into bowl. Let's jingle him up whilst we can.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
Mark Wood, champing at the bit here.
While he's steaming in, Mikel stopped him.
Yeah,
had some issues.
Michael Louis has some issues with his helmet, so he's just walked away just as he starts to run in.
Yeah.
Mark Wood scuffs the turf in the crease, as he tries to make sure that he gets a decent foothold so he doesn't throw himself to the floor one more time.
Yeah. So as a viewer says, highest run chases are a thing in Test cricket in the recent years, in the modern era. So let's see, will West Indies make it one more again in this game?
Wood in wide of the stump, and that's a good Yorker first ball, and it's well dug out by Louis.
Yeah,
that's almost a definition of the Jeff Thompson Sanchu crusher. He's had to play it with his bat, and in doing so he's removed his feet from underneath him, just about managed to keep his balance.
Perfectly aimed ball towards the leg stump. That's a very good start from Mark Wood. Let's see, will he bring the wicket for England?
Yeah, pretty good on the money first ball from Wood. Here's his second. Again wide, and that's swinging, full and swinging. Louis thinks about going after it and then just checks his drive at the very last minute.
Yeah. Same length, different line. Another full length on the fifth stump.
Just a bit of swing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful seam on Wood. The seam was presented perfectly towards second or third slip. And if you're looking at it critically, if we had the slow-mo camera on, you say that the bat was just a bit late on that.
Yeah, no. Now Mikel is looking to crash the other remaining 4 balls without losing his wicket.
That's full and tailing in, and Mikel has hit down on that. With no cover, Stokes has to field it from the boundary.
Yeah, Stokes is having some warm-up before he bowls.
And Louis gets 2 for that. I would expect Stokes will come on at the other end when
after 2 or 3 overs.
Yep. He will be one of the people who could do something on this pitch, I think, with the ball. And he'll probably want one try at least before the ball start to soften a bit.
Yeah, his cross seamers are really one of the best in the world right now.
Wood again attacking the stumps, and this one's gone the other side of Ben Stokes. We've got the second long chase, and he's not going to be successful. That ball trickles into the boundary. Another boundary for the West Indies.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
The extra pace of Wood gives you.
That's
It's barely more than a defensive prod, and that's gone to the boundary all the way.
Mikel did nothing extra. He just managed to face the ball, and the pace does the remaining.
Wood in now, and that's another lovely ball just out of offering a drive opportunity to Louis. He puts the bat out there, but the ball just swings just enough away, and that's 95 miles an hour from that last delivery.
God.
He's definitely putting the
he's pumped up.
And in fact, looking at the 5 deliveries of this over,
93.
they've all been 91 or above.
Stokes is having a laugh. Why not? When your ball is clicking 90s.
Last ball of the over. Wood in.
Ooh.
Short and climbs and just misses the outside edge of Louis. That's an excellent over. 94 miles an hour for the last delivery. Well done, Mark Wood. Unlucky Mark Wood. Over to you, Messi.
I don't know if it was mentioned before, this is the first time ever that England have scored 400 in both innings of the Test match.
It has been mentioned, possibly not by us, but certainly saw Sky mention it.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary to think of that.
Well,
excuse me.
It just kind of shows you how much this pitch has not declined.
Yeah.
And how well actually both sides are batted.
It's both.
Patrick Lambert says, I'm backing our boys to deliver with 2 century makers. And Del Morris says, once the first 3 batsmen get 200 runs, it's over for England.
Yeah, but it's really a hard task.
Atkinson bowls, and that's played off the inside half of the bat, past the short leg in the middle wicket to the fielder on the boundary.
Yeah, I know.
And Brathwaite takes 2.
Mikel is not looking comfortable in the crease until now. So it's really hard for the top 2 batsmen to score a century right now, but let's see, anything can happen in cricket. Cricket is a funny game.
And Brathwaite endures yet more trial by pace. This one is just slightly short of a length and lifting, and he plays that with a little bit of discomfort down into the leg side.
Yeah, so when both the bowlers bowled in almost same pace, batsman doesn't need to worry about the pace. So why you Oaks in one end and Wood in other end will create much of difference, like.
That's a good ball by Atkinson on the stumps, but equally well played. Stokes is doing a lot of fielding here at mid-off. He's got a lot of ground to cover with that many slips and people behind the bat. And I think he does restrict that just to 1. That's good work by Stokes.
Yeah, so what do you think, Jason? So Oaks in one end, so he'll bowl at 120s and Wood will bowl at 150s.
Yeah,
so it will create a difference.
I think Stokes probably told these 2 guys to go out and just bowl flat out for their spells, and then he'll reassess. Another ball that's nicely defended off the back foot, and again there's plenty of space out in the covers for an easy single there for Louis.
Both the openers have some great camaraderie between them. They're running very good between the wickets, taking quick singles.
Stokes being Stokes, I wouldn't be surprised if he puts on Bashir
for
a couple of overs just to see what 6'5" spin bowler will do on this, and to change, as you say, to change the pace up a bit, so they have to play at a different tempo.
Yeah, absolutely.
With their body movements and their trigger movements. That's short. There's 2 men out there, but they're just watching the ball go to the boundary. That's lovely, nicely played by Brathwaite.
It brings 50 for West Indies.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's plain sailing at the moment for West Indies. There's not really any chances being offered or even generated, for that matter.
So they scored 20% of runs without losing a wicket. 20, is it?
No, it's 15 to 20. Yeah. And that's on the hip of Brathwaite. That's down to long leg. Bashir runs round, fields it, fires in the throw, but Brathwaite has no problem getting back for 2. That's the end of the over. 54 for naught. Brathwaite's moved to 30. Still going to over a run of ball.
Yeah.
Louis at 16 off 36.
Very good first half for England, for West Indies.
And
yes,
Messi.
Indeed. Mars says, let's go West Indies from Orlando, Florida. Richard Hyatt says, hope these 2 openers make a solid start. And Jono's 71 says, love to know who would be quicker, Frank Tyson or Mark Wood. I suspect Mark Wood.
Mark Wood.
I suspect Mark Wood, just purely because he played in the era of the front foot no ball and Frank Tyson played in the era of the back foot no ball.
Yeah, well, that if nothing else. I think the other thing is that the professionalism and the training and physical development has just extended the capacity to bowl fast.
Yeah. Wood in, and Louis is a bit discomforted by that. That's sort of angled into him, and he's played it with a straight bat. Well, I say straight, attemptedly straight bat, but he's got himself in a bit of a tangle there playing it, and it's gone out into the offside.
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of support for Caribbean from our viewers, supporting good cricket. That's good.
I mean, I think that ball almost hit the splice and could have gone anywhere. That's well bowled by Wood. He got a little bit more lift than Louis thought. It's down the leg side. That's off the pad. Smith chases it, and Louis sort of hobbles his way down to the other end for a single.
He's hiding his pain.
Yeah. Famously, Brian Lara didn't play with a thigh pad, did he?
Oh.
He said, "No, if it is my thigh, then I missed it with the bat." Was his comment on that, I think.
Yeah.
Which is very true. I don't play with a thigh pad either.
No
then again, I'm not expected to hit the ball the same way that Brian Lara is.
Yeah, no thigh pads it's really dangerous. And you need to be brave enough to not be a thigh pad against a bowler like Mark Wood.
Wood delivers again down the leg side. That's just outside leg stump. Tries to flick again, Brathwaite. Doesn't get anything on it. It's a nice tumbling take by Smith. I think Brathwaite will think that's an opportunity missed there.
Craig's feet is not at all moving. It's that quick for Craig to move his feet.
I think Wood needs to just move his angle of attack over very slightly to hit
the stumps.
Middle and leg stump rather than just outside leg.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bowl into the stumps.
And again, onto leg stump, just missing perhaps, but it's played to the man at mid wicket. I think Would have kind of given up on that sort of slightly outswinging delivery that he was bowling earlier in his spell.
Brathwaite, who faced just 26 balls, is like having difficulty against Mark Wood because of the extra pace. His feet is not at all moving in the last 2 balls.
Yeah, this is going to be a short, sharp spell by Wood, trying to get the most out of the ball before it goes a bit soft. That's a better ball. That's on off stump, defended off the back foot. It would have gone over the top of off stump, I think.
It's a little bit high.
Yeah.
Not on the top.
But yeah, he's at least making the batsman play every ball, whether it's a defensive shot or a shot off his hips into quite vacant areas in the leg side. We haven't seen the bouncer yet from Wood, to be fair. I'm wondering when that's going to turn up. And there's the swinging Yorker from Wood. That's nicely chopped down on by Brathwaite. Beats the man at mid wicket and gets a single.
56 for nil after the end of 11 overs for West Indies.
And
indeed,
Pope is wandering off at this point. I think they might be trying a different tactic. Messi.
Joanne is with us again. Says, "Go Windies, go! We're all backing you." Ma says, "Rally round the West Indies." 592 Guyana says, West Indies got this. Need some patience from Guyana." And Brown is the best I have ever seen. Great batsman, says Cornelius Davis. Brown Lara, that is, obviously, which Jay Grover agrees with. I'm just loving having so many West Indian listeners with us.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It just proves there's still, despite the fact that it seems to be a receding priority in the West Indies, there's a lot of passion there for the game still.
Yeah, and there are a lot of listeners
even if there's not a lot of participation.
Works back into the attack in place of Gus. Yeah, that's what I say. One end of Woxie and Wood will make a difference for the English.
And who's that? Is that Pennington? Come on as a 12th man?
Yeah.
I thought Pennington was a bit blonder than that, to be fair.
I don't know. It's Pennington or Dan Lawrence. Maybe both.
It might be Dan Lawrence. A little bit of admonition there from Wokes about a person being in the right place when he starts to run up. But he's in now. And that one climbs on Brathwaite.
We got extra bounce.
But nicely defended into the turf. As you
It's only 77 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's remarkable that he managed to get that bounce.
Yeah.
Out of
It's like a sprung trampoline off the pitch, that one.
it. Yeah.
It's at least a foot and a half higher than he expected it. That's almost at the top of the bat. As he sort of flinches and defends it at the same time.
That doesn't augur well for the West
It
Indies.
doesn't.
If the pitch is going to start playing tricks.
And that's mistimed the defensive shot there as a result of that one as well. That's only 77 miles an hour, but again it's climbed a fair bit, and Brathwaite, all he can do is knock it into the turf.
Stokes is having a word with Mark Wood in the sides.
I think that Lawrence was replacing Pope, who was going off for some reason.
Maybe because of discussed tactics with the bash.
I suspect it's something no more different than a comfort break, to be fair. And that's the in cutter from Wokes that was tailing in towards off stump instead of the away swinger, and Brathwaite plays on that defensively.
Who's he? Dan Lawrence or Pennington? I'm not sure.
I don't think it's Dan Lawrence, but
Yeah.
it might be just your generic
IP.
12th man from the host county
Yeah.
who's there. Yes, because Dan Lawrence was released to play for Surrey.
Yeah.
And that's nicely played by Brathwaite, but they don't eventually go for the run after that. It was wide of Stokes. They could have gone for a slightly risky single there. But
It's
it's decided not to get it. It's nicely played off the back foot, but not quite timed to the best.
It's quite a good over from Oaksy until now.
Stokes doing his catch, turn and throw at the... I think there's a single there. I think they missed out there.
Yeah. So they ran some quick singles before, and this time they failed to do.
That's outside off stump by Wokes, and just check defended by Brathwaite. And here comes Ollie Pope again. I think I am right. I think it was just a comfort break. He's going to have a sit down until the end of the over.
Yeah. That's a good over from Oaksy, keeping the batsmen quiet.
Yeah, it's perfect thing.
England need these kind of overs to create some pressure.
Wokes, last ball of the over. That's the Yorker attempt, and Brathwaite gets his feet out of the way, plays it back, and there's no run. And that's West Indies 56 for naught after 12.
So Richard Peel's got a challenge for you. He says, "Okay, Gorillas, you're the captain. What are you going to do to get a breakthrough and stem this tide of runs?"
So if I'm the captain, I just call Wood and ask him to bowl 6 balls into the stumps with full throttle, and let's see how they play. So from one end, Oaks is bowling at 130. So it's really difficult for the batsman to adjust to the pace.
Yeah.
What you do, Jason?
I think I do that. I think I might. I know Ben Stokes has been reticent in bowling himself in this test, after bowling a lot in the last test. But I think it would be the time potentially for have once Wood has bowled his rocket spell to get Stokes in. I also think he's been a bit lax in not going to a spinner at some point. As a partnership breaker, I think even Joe Root might be a possibility. That's short and rising by Wood, but nicely played by Louis. Again to the quite deep set cover fielders. There's plenty of room for single there.
I think
so. That's well played by the batsman,
actually,
rather than some form of mistake by the fielders.
Yeah, the slip fielders didn't come into play as often, like the Test match cricket. Only once or twice the ball went into slips.
There's going well. I think it was the 15th or 16th dismissal in this Test match before a wicketkeeper caught a catch. And there were no LBWs at that point. Short ball by Wood, jumped up and knocked down by Brathwaite. Wood is bowling almost exclusively from the edge of the crease here. He seems to have given up the idea of the straight run in and the jump to the side to get an angle, which was causing some issues. And now he's runs in at a slightly curved angle.
And as you ask for the spinner, the cameraman is showing Shoaib Bashir from the wide angle. Maybe we'll see him quite soon, I guess. Let's see.
But he also seems to have lost the ability to move the ball away very slightly in the air as a result. And that's a cracking bouncer. Brathwaite has to bend his back and crouch down on the floor there.
Yeah.
That was perfectly targeted.
Bounce, a good setup for a next ball Yorker.
Yeah, that's perfectly aimed. That's right at the grill and the label on the helmet.
Yeah, if I'm the batsman, I'll be looking for a Yorker this time. Let's see what Wood will bowl.
Will it be the double up and another bouncer? No, it's just it's
yeah.
the ball on the stumps. It's not a Yorker,
Not a yeah.
but it's nicely played by Brathwaite. He's got everything behind that. Stokes grabs the ball and gives it a furious polish on the back of his whites.
Spicy Golden Duck says, good afternoon, Gorillas. Thanks for the commentary. Mark Wood's number 33 looks a bit like a horse jumped on him and left all 4 hoof prints on his shirt.
Appropriately given his moniker. And there's 2 men out on the leg side. This could be the short ball. No, it's in double bluff, and it's nicely played. It's just punched up to the long off boundary. Stokes says yes, another long chase for it and doesn't get hold of it.
Boundary for West Indies after 3 overs.
Yep. And give me a chance to play this.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I guess this test match is going to be a nicely poised for the day 5. Looking this.
Yes, those people who are working the commentary on day 5 are going to be in for a fantastic day.
Yeah.
And we're due for changing the ball. Rayan, I think you're going, and that's down the arse, and that's the end of the over.
Thank you guys, see you later.
Yep. And Will's going to come back and join us, and the Bear's going to come back and join us.
I shall catch you later.
Hi all. Just thought I'd give you a bit of an update on the hurling. It's just about 10 minutes into the second half, and Clara up 214 to Cork's 116. If that means anything to anyone.
It does.
Which it does to me, but...
It's basically 4 points, isn't it? Or 3 points.
Yeah, 3 points for a goal and then 1 for over the sticks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So what? So then you have to add them up, though. Then it's the total, isn't it?
It is, and if they're equal,
yeah, it is.
If they have the equal score, is it the number of goals that is the deciding factor?
Well, they play a period of extra time and then
penalties.
I think.
Whatever.
Yeah.
There is a penalty. You have a shot from about 30 yards.
Oh, okay.
Because that's how far away you need to be to make sure you don't kill someone.
Yeah. Back to the cricket. It's quite intriguing, isn't it? I think the West Indies are doing well here.
Yeah.
I think England have got plenty of runs to play with. It's a question of getting the breakthroughs. I don't think it's easy to get breakthroughs.
No. This pitch isn't playing badly enough for it to be a done deal.
No, but it's starting to misbehave, isn't it? And you wonder whether
there's a bit of variable bounce.
Yeah, you wonder if it will get worse as the day goes on tomorrow. Would it happen quick enough? Now, do they get to roll it? Do they get to roll it at the beginning of every session? Or is it a heavy roller at the beginning of the session, only light roller in the middle? I don't know what the rules are.
I thought they were allowed to light roller at the beginning of the day for 8 minutes.
Okay.
Same as they have in interval breaks.
But it's only
not interval breaks, innings
breaks.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're only allowed at the beginning of the day, not allowed it after every break. No, okay, cool. All right. Well, it should be starting to wear off soon. If there is any inconsistency, it'll start to happen presumably about an hour after the restart. It's usually when the roller starts to wear off. But they are batting really well. England aren't bowling badly, but it is a quick scoring arena. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Presume it's a drinks break now.
They're just having a recap. Yeah, well, 2 hours 40 for this session. They're probably going to have one at 4:30 and one at 5:30.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's 4:30 when we had our change. So it looks difficult to get wickets.
I mean, the Wood and Atkinson have bowled a couple of quite nice Yorkers that have been well dug out.
Yeah. Well, that's it. They've batted well against what I don't think has been particularly bad by England. You've got to try something. I think you're going to give runs away. I mean, that's why you've got 385 to play with, really.
Yeah.
You always know that there's going to be partnerships. You bat it out there yourself. You know how easy it is. You've got to hope that you can force the mistake.
But
bowl that extra.
No, it gives the prospect of chasing 300 on the last day now, because they're certainly going to get.
Oh God, yeah, they'll be down to about 200. Well, no, 185 possibly.
100.
Well,
100
take 100 from here, and it'll be
160. So there'll be 220.
225. Yeah,
easily doable in a day, isn't it? England need that breakthrough.
Isn't it supposed to piss it down for most of the afternoon?
No, there's only a 30% chance of rain, I think.
Messages in the weather case said there was a chance of rain, 30% chance of rain. Which is normally, in my mind, a 50-50% that you're going to get an interruption.
Yeah.
But it won't be a long interruption necessarily.
But it means there might be decent overheads to allow a little bit more movement in the air tomorrow. Every day is different. It's a test match. It's genius.
Every day is a test.
Indeed.
Of both batsman and bowler.
Well, Wokes is going to continue. I think Wokes has finally seems to have got himself together after a couple of innings, hasn't he? And a few wickets in the first innings. It seems to have done in the world of good.
Well, he's just match rusty.
Yeah, a little bit of extra snap. Doesn't seem to be that much quicker, but it seems to be coming out quicker and better.
I mean, he was out of the game for 3-4 months whilst his father was ill and sadly died.
Yeah.
And he did come into this test match just a little bit undercooked.
His dad can't have been that old, can he? Oh, it's gone! There we go! First wicket. The bloody break has done it. He's hung his back out as Mikhail Louis. And Wokes, he's in the team to be the leader of the attack. He is the man who has the experience. And Mikhail Louis has hung his back. He'll be upset about that. The edge has gone. Jamie Smith has called it. The first wicket has fallen. The West Indies are 61 for 1. That was a good delivery. I mean, it was a bit wide, but it did go. It was a wobble seam, and it just nipped away off the seam. And he knew immediately that he'd not quite got in line.
And the breaking concentration from an interval does the trick yet again.
Again, it always does, doesn't it?
Louis sort of hung his back out like an arthritic dog having a piss.
Yeah, it was. Well, I think he saw it move, and he knew he was done then at that point. It's one of those balls that's just nibbled a bit and caught that edge, and all good. You might as well get through some socials whilst we're waiting for a wicket, waiting for the new batsman.
Stephen Coke says time to bring Jimmy on. Shine, yeah, with an emoji for that. Brian Spencer says Wood has no control of his bowling, never did. George McPherson says, at last, it's taken far too long. Stephen Coke says, a wicket. I think Dana and I should be awarded that wicket for asking for Jimmy and Broad to be brought on. Nothing shot really from Louis, says Jarno 71.
Yeah, well, now we've got a new batsman at the crease.
And George says, Smith for his missed opportunity during the 7th over. I didn't see a missed opportunity, to be fair.
No, I don't think there was. There were some plays and misses.
Yeah.
But that was the first genuine edge. New batsman. It's Mackenzie, isn't it?
It is Kirk Mackenzie. Shall I jingle him?
Yeah, you might as well give him a jingle.
Kirk Mackenzie has a secret. And all the cool kids laugh at him. Kirk Mackenzie tries to side the track.
And Anthony Henderson says, we love the Guerilla broadcast from Santa Cruz, Trinidad, the home of Lara and the Bravo men.
Ah, I like the Bravos. And I like Lara. That's defended Mackenzie's first ball out into the covers and there's no run.
Who, in fact, I think all related in some strange way.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. The Bravos were related to Lara in some strange way,
Yeah.
weren't they? That's right. But the Bravos weren't brothers, were they? They were cousins. And
they were same mum, different father, or same father, but to different mums.
Well, possibly. Into the hip of Mackenzie, who just works that down towards long leg where Bashir fields, and there is no run. Lefty out there, he might want to fancy a little bowl. I'm going to go under the full of the next wicket, 84.5. Hope for a quick double. Being a bit optimistic, I fear. I think it's going to be hard work. If the West Indies get there, it'll be a fantastic victory. If England get there, I think it'll be bloody hard fought. West Indies certainly aren't going to roll.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to get the wickets. And they bat pretty nicely down to 8, theoretically. Brathwaite clips that absolutely beautifully off of Chris Wokes. It was too full, it was on his pads. Clips nicely out to the deep mid wicket boundary, 4 runs. And he moves on to 39. Off just 40 deliveries. It is 40 deliveries.
Yeah, he's just getting to parity now. He's somewhat ahead of the rate earlier.
Yeah. Oh, he just keeps hitting the odd 4 here and there, doesn't he?
This is exactly what you want from a test match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wokes in. It's a little bit shorter and a little bit wider, prodded into the ground by Brathwaite, and there's no run. Well, he's the man. He's
the man to go big.
Yeah, he's the man to go big and do it methodically as well. He's not going to give it away.
I'm sure there are several others who want to repair their images after their shots in the first innings. Sinclair, who has a first class average of nearly 30, I think.
Yeah. He's not a bad bat. Oh, that's a decent delivery from Wokes, defended nicely though by Brathwaite up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's having a bit on the string. He's got the nice ball that goes away, and he's also got the slightly tailing in one that's working quite well. That's the end of the over, isn't it? So
it is indeed.
Madam Mohan Sharma says, whenever I see any chases like this, many past Indian matches come to my mind. One of these is a 79 over test, chasing 438. India finished the last day and 429 for 8, with Gavaskar got 221, I think, in the match.
Oof.
At a time, India were 363 for 1.
Wow. Well, here we go. Spin has been entered into. Not a bad idea. You got a lefty. See if it'll turn from outside his off stump. Presumably it'll come around the wicket to him. Just got to make sure he plays every ball.
Right. And here comes his jingle.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Not had much to do this series, really, has he?
Not so far.
I mean, he got a couple of wickets in the first innings. They were definitely bought. Didn't get to bowl at Lords. Wasn't required.
Wasn't that kind of wicket, was it?
No, it wasn't at all. Well, he's around a wicket to Mackenzie. First ball. Decent. Give it a little bit of air. And Mackenzie came forward, defended, and there's no run. Quite slow, 51 miles an hour. You can certainly bowl quicker than that. And they focus in on a little rough patch outside the off stump, the left hand. I think you want to be hitting the left hand side of that. I mean, it's quite full. That one, there's a little bit of straightening there, and Mackenzie just comes forward and defends, and there's no run.
Yeah. We do know he does give it a bit of a rip.
Yeah, he does. It's just a little bit of straightening. Around the wicket again, Bashir. That's too short. Does turn, and he's gone. Oh my God!
He's gone.
Mackenzie's hung his bat out there, went to put it away, I think, and he got an under edge, and it did turn sharply out of the rough, and it must have caught the toe of the bat. I didn't think it did, but it did, and he knows it because he's walked off. And Mackenzie goes for one suddenly, from 66 for none to 66 for two. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. Little under edge, and they've got a bunch of left-handers coming in now, haven't they? Isn't the next guy left-handed?
Athanase is left-handed.
Athanase is left-handed.
Number 5 is...
It's on there. Whatever is on there. It's in the batting order.
Kevin Hodge.
He's not. He's right-handed.
He's right-handed.
Yeah.
Jason Hodge is right-handed. Josh Silver's right-handed. Sinclair is right-handed.
Yeah. But middle order though, these two get Athanase.
So you got Joseph and Seals, I think, are the two left-handers that remain in the order.
Joseph's not. He's right-handed. Seals is left-handed, I think. Isn't he?
No, Alzari is right-handed. Shamar is left-handed.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah. And Seals. Yeah, true. Not really worried about them. We'll get down to them. Hopefully they're not too near us, and it'll all be fine. We shall see.
So yeah, the matchup has worked.
It has indeed.
I should get ready for the next guy, who will be, we think, Alec Athanase.
Got an 80 in the first innings.
Yeah, he looks classy. He does look.
Did.
Yep, that looks like Athanase to me.
It is Athanase.
Oh, he's the heckin' best. So frig all the rest. You will all adore Alec Athanase.
He's got the look of sort of a short, compact Brian Lara about him.
Yeah, a little bit skinny for that, but
Lara was very strong, very wide across the shoulders, but
he's in his sixth match, and he's only got 150, and that was in the first innings. Average of 29. And Bashir is going to come around the wicket to him. First ball was tossed up, driven back to him, fielded off his own bowling. No run. There's a leg slip, there's a slip. No short leg.
I like that. That suggests you're going to challenge both sides of the bat.
Yeah. Well, you are. Well, you know, if you're bowling at the stumps, which you can from around the wicket as a right-hander, then if it slides on, you might bring that guy down the leg side into play. Tries to turn it around the corner, gets a bit of leading edge. Which
not that far away from
that far away from Bashir on his follow through, but short of the man at mid off and too wide of the bowler. But yeah, the one that slides on, he might turn around the corner. That did turn. Not a great deal, but it's enough, you know. Get the right lines here. I'd be tempted in drawing forward. That's just a little bit short. And Athanase can play it from the crease. And that ends the 15th over. Successful one. Bashir gets a wicket with no runs. It's a Waden. Over to you, Jace. I'm just going to nip off on.
George McPherson says, "Get in!" Another West Indian batsman bites the dust. Lockie 6 says, "We have a contest between two teams with a history of not knowing how to spell or pronounce their names, often both." Frank Rockefeller says, "Well done, Bashir." Brian Smith says, "You're all crying for rain." Team go, "And another wicket!" Exclamation mark. Nicky says, "Oh dear, just as I tuned in. How sad." Jacob says, "Brother, but also mint. Sort it, Hodge." And Jono 71 says, Calypso, incoming." And
Works just coming for his first ball, and that was driven down the ground for 4.
Yep, I shall fall him up.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Mark Wood doing an impression of Sydney Harbour Bridge there, as he desperately tried to get to the ball as it went past him at mid-off.
Well, I mean, this, you know, the thing about sides like the West Indies, like England were a couple of years ago when they really didn't have a game plan. It's defended off the outside half of the bat down to gully and there's no run. This is the pitch where they can do it for a start. There's no demons in this pitch, but teams like the West Indies and England a couple of years ago could not string two innings together. They definitely had the players to be able to do it, but the confidence wasn't there, and they have a good innings to keep themselves in the game, but one of the innings would be a disaster.
Wow.
And West Indies are trying to avoid that here. They're doing so well at the moment. It's 70 for 2. Wokes is in, nicely driven by Brathwaite. That's going to be out to the extra cover boundary. 4 more. And he must be into the 40s now, isn't he?
47.
Yeah.
I should
just didn't get a 50 in the first innings. He was out for 48.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot. He's a class batsman, is Brathwaite.
Yeah, he really is. I keep being distracted by Smith's keeping gloves. They remind me more of oven gloves. I'm really.
Has he got the black gloves on?
Yeah.
Everyone's complaining about the black
really
gloves.
throwing me off for some reason.
Oh, that one came into him a little bit off the pitch, but Brathwaite was equal to it and cut it out to cover, and there's no run. Just wondering, I got my bet in then, didn't I?
You're under for the second wicket.
I think I was under for the second wicket. I was, yeah. So I did get it in.
Now, will you go under it for this one? There's 2
I think I will. What are they offering me? 98 and a half. So they're offering me 24 runs. That's not so bad. Considering they've been offering me about 17, 18 most of the time. Wokes is in. Again defended by Brathwaite. Into the offside. There is no run. Did they play out? Yeah, second wicket I got. First wicket I didn't get. But hey, that's the life of the gambling man.
I think Bashir might be able to do something.
Who?
In the next
Bashir? Well, I think I think he'll be wanting to bowl to Athanaze. I would be. A, he's a new man, but B, he's a lefty, and I can get to turn the ball away from him and have a little bit of rough to work with. Oh! Yes! Brathwaite has gone. He has not made it to 50 again. Wokes is on fire. Having actually slated him for the first 2 innings of the last couple of tests, he's actually got some rhythm back. Brathwaite, again, just that niggling line outside off stump. He's taken it away from the bat a fraction. And Brathwaite has been caught. And once again, it's a wobble seam. It's just the faintest of edges. And we have to say go to Brathwaite. Really well battered by him. He'll be really upset with himself because he was set. But such is the life of a Test cricketer. And we have to say goodbye to Craig Brathwaite. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, that must
I
be
got that one in too then, didn't I? Just got it in time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm on the Calypso now.
Yeah, I should do some socials whilst we're waiting for what we think will be Kevin Hodge to come to the crease. Jago says, I'm fucking gutted. Mash isn't in for this because it's in the bag. Mash is doing his thing at the ground, and I think also he was a guest on TMS, I think.
He has, but what is he again for this test?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Neymar Butler says, heavy rollers. I used to smoke those when I watched the Windies back in the day. Jacob says, I'd release moles onto the field for playing a long game. Dave Wood says, at what stage this summer do we start trying to break Jofra? Well, there's no plans to break Jofra.
There's no, I don't think they are going to. He might play a few county games here and there. I think they're going to test him out in a longer format. I think they'll want him for the Ashes, basically. That's what we keep saying. Everything's planned.
Leah says, what are the Windies doing? Oh, well, that will make the inevitable hen hold a double century even better.
Ooh, well, maybe. I guess they might want Jofra for they might try him out against India next year as well, eh?
Yeah, as a warm-up for the Ashes.
Yeah, that worries me.
Anyway, we have this. Well, we don't have this guy facing because it's going to be
Athanaze, who faces up to Bashir. His first ball is just defended back to the bowler and there is no run.
I'll jingle him up when he gets on strike.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't see that edge. Oh yeah, it was. It's a really.
Oh, it was a strong edge.
Yeah, it was a strong edge. It's kind of. Oh, that's tossed up. Just worked into the leg side, a bit too full.
It's a gimme single. It really is.
It is a gimme single, but if it bites and turns, you might get leading edge. Yeah, he just couldn't get his bat out of the way. It was a wobble seam again. Wobble seam seems to be working.
Well, if it's working, keep doing it.
Keep doing it. Exactly that. Hodge will get to face, and Bashir will come over the wicket to him, no doubt. There's a leg slip. A slip.
How tall is Hodge?
Kevin
I've
Hodge.
only, like,
He doesn't look
like,
that
he
tall.
just looks. No. I just wondered because the height difference will.
On his first ball, he just defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
His jingle's coming.
Cam Hodge is not a chicken or a cow. Cam Hodge is here right now.
As he found out that was to do with some, I wonder why a chicken and a cow. Something to do with some program in Australia. Oh, he goes on the back foot and works that into the leg side, and there is no run.
That looks fine when you get away with it.
It does, doesn't it?
And actually, keep talking.
You wouldn't mind that as a bowler, to be fair. Because you can get one to slide past the outside edge. I don't know how many variations Bashir has, actually. He's tossed that one up. It's driven up to mid-on. No run. I guess that's one thing he's going to have to learn. He should go
Yeah.
pluck Ashwin's mind, learn how to do Karen balls and shit like that. Always useful. That one. Oh, that's got to be out! Surely it is! Hodge goes back and he does miss one. It's going straight on into the stumps. Well, great ball, I don't know. Maybe that's the danger with trying to play back to this kind of thing. Suddenly, from nowhere, the West Indies are 75 for 4 and it's all falling to pieces. Oh my God. Hodge goes for none or 4 deliveries. Gavin Hodge could not have any complaints about that. I mean, he's gone right back. He's been doing that. I mean, he did it successfully in the first innings. But we were just saying, if he misses one of those, he's plumb in front, and he did miss one, and he is plumb in front. And suddenly, he has not conceded a run yet. I know Bashir's conceded 1 run.
Good bowling by Bashir, because I think that one was just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, a little bit flat. Didn't have much turn on it either. It was kind of darted in towards that middle leg stump.
In the meantime, we've had a super chat. Frank Rockefeller says, enjoyed your commentary with a fast $20. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you very much, Frank Rockefeller.
Use your bribe, super chat.
Cornelius Davis says, yes, I was captain, but I need to go because he's not leading from the front. And Jago says, bother.
Well, that was another one. I'm carrying on, Jace. I'm going for the Calypso Collapso.
Yeah. Nicky says, we're winning in the last session. Come on, Windies. Maybe not anymore. The proverbial wheels are coming off. And with that, I shall jingle up the new batsman.
All of a sudden, we're down to Jason Holder. This could be over tonight after all.
Jason Holder.
Nice bit of reverb.
Jason Holder.
And we do actually have an hour and a half left, which will change probably at the end. After this one more over from Wokes, and we'll have a change. Who's up next? Who is it?
It's me by myself with Messi and Will.
Okay.
Will doing ball by ball, I think. Yep.
Well, Wokes is coming in. He's bowling to Athene. Suddenly 2 batsmen who haven't scored, 1 run between them. And faced 5 balls now between them. 6 balls. It defends that into the leg side and there is no run. Having batted so well in the first innings, that must be gutting for Kevin Hodge. Got a ton, 121 in the first innings. It's hit him in front and middle. It's going on to hit middle and leg.
That is
as out can be.
Yeah, it is as out as out can be. I mean,
that is the John Inman of outs.
Yes, it's definitely out. And good on Bashir. It's hard toil in the first innings. There wasn't really a lot for him, but he got 2 wickets with gimmies. Defended by Athenaeus, back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Slightly more favourable conditions, but again, that ball really didn't do a lot. I mean, Kevin Hodge only faced 4 balls, and as we said, if he missed one of those, he was going to be out. That's how he chooses to play. Root plays like that a lot of the time against the spinner. And he got pinged in front. And the first wicket again was a bit of a gimme. I mean, he did turn out the rough, and Mackenzie sort of hung his bat out. I think got a small under edge, but with very little to work with, he's got himself 4 wickets in this game. He's gone for a few runs in the first innings, but it's not so bad. He'll reasonably happy with that, I thought. Wokes just played out in the offside, and there's no run. It's always pleasing to come out of a game where you feel there's nothing for you and you've got a few wickets in the bag, but even if it is by dint of good fortune.
Wickets is wickets.
Exactly. Well, precisely that. Oh, there's another super chat.
Yeah, I know. I've just got the jingle ready.
Okie dokie. 2 for Wokes, 2 for Bashir. 2 for 28 for Wokes, 2 for 1 for Bashir. Wokes is coming in to bowl at Athenaeus, who just defends that into the offside. There's 2 slips and 2 gullies. There's first and second slip, then there's a space to fifth slip maybe, first gully, and a square of gully as well.
Very pensive picture of Brathwaite with his golden shades on, looking out the window.
Thinking what could have been. 385 is always a long way away, isn't it?
Yeah.
No matter what England did the last time here, but that happens rarely. That's defended by Athenaeus out into the covers, and there's no run. 1 ball left of our little stint, and then we'll have a switcheroo. And it will be faced by Athenaeus, and as Brathwaite holds his head in his hands, thinks what could have been.
Yes.
So 3 wickets for this.
3 wickets in 3 overs, pretty much.
Pretty much. And Wokes carries on. Nice drive by Athenaeus, but he can't pierce the offside. Didn't really time it. It's up to mid-off. Wide mid-off. I called it extra cover almost. But there is no run. At the end of the 18th over, it's 75 for 4. I will hand over to, who is it? You, Will, and Messi.
Yep.
I'll see you all in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Dear. This is going tits up pretty quickly, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
Excuse the French.
Do you want to do the super chat first?
Has that not been done? So Jay Grover, the wonderful Jay Grover, who's doing his best to sustain Guerilla Cricket single-handed, says Bear is an idiot. He sends us £5 for the right to say this. Bashir is good. This is depressing. Jason is correct about the visceral nature of the West Indian dominoes. I never knew that was a thing. So it sounds like it's a body sport.
It's a short where you assert your dominance by slamming the dominoes down.
Yeah, you don't see someone playing dominoes, you hear it.
Yes. And that
Are you on ball by ball, Will?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry. Bashir just
takes the outside edge of Holder's bat.
Yeah.
But straight down into the ground, past slip.
Bashir has 2 for 3 off 2.1 overs.
Yes, yeah.
That's kind of nice.
And here he comes. That's absolutely larruped down the ground for 6, I think.
No, I think it landed just the other side of the sponge. But it was, yes, the full wind-up and West Indian smash over the long on boundary, sorry.
Jason Holder doing Jason Holder things.
Yeah, make use of my very long levers.
Yeah.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4.
comes Bashir, and Holder just leaves that in the off stump.
There's not much rough on that side of the
No.
The wicket to play with. It looks fairly pristine, in fact.
Bashir in again, and Holder just pushes that into the offside, and there's no run.
There's one run. Yeah.
Was that?
Yep.
My
just
feed went a bit fuzzy.
Just worked it very gently around the corner. Actually, with quite good timing, because he went for 3/4 of the way to the boundary. But yes, only one run because Holder wasn't run. He was ambling down the other end.
Bashir in again.
Oh, and he's got another one.
And absolutely lovely little grab.
Oh.
And Athanase is gone for one.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you're out.
Let's kind of describe what happened there. He's angling in, turned, took the edge. I think he's gone. Oh, it didn't quite go off Smith's kneecap, but Root has taken a very smart catch, come on his inside at first slip. And we should jingle up this.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Keep putting the unders on, Bear.
That was beautifully bowled by Bashir.
That's a proper off spinner's wicket to a left-hander. Messi, do you want to get some socials in whilst we await the new batsman?
Yes. Lucky Six says Blind Freddy saw this coming. They got 7 overs to go out and get back to the hotel. Oh. Did the super chat by Frank Rockefeller ever get read out?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was. Wickets have to be earned in Test cricket. ODIs left, so there's discussion about the relative merits of ODIs and Test cricket. E.T. Ollie says England winning and the smell of roast pork wafting into my room. It's a great day. Sandiford Bahari from New York City says rally round the West Indies, win or lose, lost or lose. Stephen Kelk says wow, West Indies are all kind of doomed. E.T. Ollie says go on, show it, mate. Ben McCormack says this is quite a spectacular collapse. It is rather.
Wow, this is a bit of a surprise actually. I wasn't expecting this guy to come to the crease. I thought it would be Josh De Silva, but this guy is actually walking out at the moment. If I can find his jingle, there it is.
Kevin Sinclair, bouncy here and there and everywhere. His morning antics are beyond compare. He is Kevin Sinclair.
Is that because he's more comfortable against spin, do you think?
Possibly. I would have thought Josh De Silva was equally competent.
Yeah. Bashir in, and that's a dot ball collected on the strip.
And that's the end of the over.
Yeah. Any news on social?
Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if this was read out earlier. Jay Grover saying, I believe Hodge is 5'8", which is both the Bear and I knows the perfect height for peak physical performance.
That's perfection. 5'8" is the dream. Everyone knows that.
Well, everybody who's 5'8" knows that. Everybody else thinks they're wrong, but you know, it's how it works.
Yeah.
Cornelius Davis says the batters don't come to settle down to play here; they're in a hurry. Yeah.
Well, Stokes is going for the juggler here. He's recalled Mark Wood.
Yeah, I think that's
Here comes
smart
Wood
move.
winding up, and that is sort of skewed down into the offside for no run. Just battered away by Holder. It's one of those defensive shots that are sort of...
I do wonder whether Mark Wood will play in the next test, because that's virtually no breaks since his last spell.
That's true.
Well, particularly if, as it appears, England already won the series.
Yeah, 2-0. I would see Pennington come in at that point. Just see what he can do. He may well come in any case.
Wood in, and that's into the offside for 1.
Yeah, bit staccato calling there. I mean, Sinclair was on his Todd pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Holder had a look at it for a couple of strides, and then decided to commit to the run.
I suppose Holder, because he's got such long legs, he can kind of do that, can't he? He can sort of half commit until he's halfway down.
Yeah, he only needs 5 strides to get to the other end.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
As a leviathan of a man.
Wood just pulls out his run there.
And there's obviously something behind Mark Wood's very fast arm that's distracted him, I think. He's going, really? Seriously?
Another steward faffing about or something, do you think?
I'm sure the culprit will be identified and shown on TV shortly.
Indeed. I'd like to be able to see all the way.
Skies now clearing. It's quite blue skies there, mostly.
Yeah. Wood in, and that hit him on the pad and Wood appeals, but
he's the only one that's really enthusiastic about that one, I think. I think that's just going over the top of leg stump.
Yeah,
probably going down as well, I'd say.
Ben's saying, I couldn't see. He's
no, Beg's saying going too high. That's what his gesture was, I reckon.
I think half of that.
Yeah, he's jumping up
on his way down, and he just sort of thought, well, I'm down on one knee, I'll have a scream.
Yeah, that's hitting at the top of the stump with another 4 feet to go. It's over the top.
Yeah. Wood in and take a defensive sort of attempt and taken by Smith behind the stumps. 93 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Really seriously good. Oh, actually, there were 2 different speedos on that. One said 92.5 and one said 93, which actually makes a hell of a difference when you're facing it.
I think it's just the rounding, because they said 95, but it was 94.8 as well.
Yeah. Wood in again, and that really nipped up, and Sinclair ducked out the way, and Smith took it just above his head.
It's very well played by Sinclair, actually. Not so good,
Yeah.
not so much the last one, but that one he got his head out the line, and his hands and back down pretty sharpish.
Yeah.
Then again, I think it was telegraphed that it was coming by Mark Wood.
Yeah. Wood in, and that goes down the leg side. Sinclair kind of swivels himself out the way. Smith dives in and takes it fairly cleanly. That was a slightly slower one, 91. Slower ball, 91 miles an hour. What am I talking about?
That's the end of the over.
And that's it.
So George McPherson says this is the first time England have been on top in the bowling department, though 90% of the time West Indies have been on top. I think I wouldn't agree. I think it's been pretty much even Stevens most of the game.
Yeah, I would say that.
There's a lot of discussion about tips in different countries.
Dirty buggers.
Muttley says, still listening, making D&D maps, loving all these wickets. Not as much as I love sausages, but it's pretty fucking close. And George McPherson says, this is what was missing from England. They finally found some aggressiveness.
Bashir's just started over. Just a standard dot ball, dribbling out a little bit, leggish, but not really off the square. What were you saying, Messi?
Brown Spencer says, it beats me how Holder is batting before De Silva.
Yeah, me too.
Experience, I think, more than anything else, to be fair. I mean, De Silva played a really nice knock in the first innings. He was gutted when Shamar Joseph decided to ignore his advice and have one slap too many. Because I think he saw that if Shamar Joseph batted slightly more sensibly, he could have got 100 there with the tail.
Someone just coming into a sort of mid-wicket area there from...
It's a nice field, it's a nice in-out field. If you're going to hit to the leg side with the spin, there's people on the boundary to catch you, and there's people sort of at mid-wicket and short.
Bash in and throws his hands up, dot ball.
No, and it's giving people the opportunity to hit against the spin into the offside if you're good enough to do it. So it's just he's getting quite a lot of turn out of this.
He is. Makes you wonder how Moti would have performed for the West Indies if he'd been able to play.
That's true. In again, and that just trickled out into the leg side. No run.
That was
shorter and quicker. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was trying for the sort of fast arm ball there.
Some really interesting sort of variations in height and sort of delivery placement as well. In again, and that's sort of down to mid-off. Stokes furiously shining the ball.
It always makes me wonder, why do you shine the ball for a spinner? I know he's not shining the ball for the spinner, he's shining the ball for Mark Wood for the next over.
Yeah, keeping in condition.
Bashir in, and that is hoiked over and down for 6 down the ground.
You timed that beautiful.
That was really very beautiful.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s
no, my mistake.
In a row.
It's not 2 6s
Two
in a row.
6s in a row.
It's not the jingle I wanted to play.
I must have heard that before somewhere. Well, that's the end of the over, 89 for 5.
I thought Bashir was really unlucky there. That last ball kind of...
It was a tempter.
So tight. And, yeah.
And fair play.
Kieran Roseblade says, just tuning back in after going kayaking for a bit. West Indies have crumbled by the looks of it, but what a great match. Well done all round. That's great cricket. It has been. It's actually very disappointing to me that it hasn't become a better contest, although, there's always possibilities, but I'm not optimistic.
Wood just came in, and a dot ball there to Sinclair.
Yeah, rode the lifting ball quite nicely there into the offside.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Jason Holder doesn't get hold of that, then there's a man there waiting for it, but he's just got long levers and takes full advantage of them to plonk it 5-10 yards over the boundary.
Yeah, it was about that, wasn't it? Yeah.
But any spin on that, and that's going either to mid wicket or to deep cow.
You'd think so, yeah. Wood in, and that is played down to mid-on for no run.
It's a good Yorker attempt by Wood.
Yeah, it was sort of that.
Sinclair's done well to get his bat down on it. That's the. In fact, I think that's the reverse swing Yorker. How old was the ball? 20 overs old. Maybe not reverse, but it certainly sort of tailed in arrowing towards leg stump.
Comes the Mark Wood train, and that. Oh, my feed's just cut out.
Well,
I don't
Sinclair
know what happened.
defended it not particularly comfortably. He was looking to knock it into the leg side, and the ball squared him up, and he's sort of crouching and playing it to the offside at the same time as trying to hit it through square leg, it seemed like. And he's still on naught after about 8 balls, so he's having a hard time manoeuvring the ball and getting singles here.
Am I the only person? I worry so much about Mark Wood's spine as he comes in again, and that is taken by Smith behind the stumps.
Yeah,
As
bit of an injudicious
leaves alone.
waft at it.
Yeah, he sort of had a bit of a dangle and then decided against it.
And the short leg is back for Sinclair, given the last 2 balls and the way he's playing. I do get the feeling that they've identified that Sinclair doesn't like express pace, and particularly balls rising into his chest and his rib cage. So they're going to keep trying it out until Mark Wood runs out of steam.
In again, and that's squirted out into the offside and collected by one of those gullies that's, well, it's sort of where 5th slip would have been, but kind of more of a gully, straightish gully.
And if I've got my technician's eye in for his technique, I would say that his bat comes down from sort of like 2nd or 3rd slip going towards mid-off almost every ball. It's not straight up and down, and therefore he's playing it across the ball almost every ball.
It's sort of, he's coming down on that diagonal. Wood in, and that doesn't actually get to Smith. It's sort of defended, but not as effectively as you'd want, and it trickles back behind for no run.
Yeah, hits into the ground about a foot away from the stumps and bounces over them, but with no pace, as you say, because all the energy's gone into the ground there.
Yeah.
Now, I have to defend myself here. Lockie 6, in the discussion about tipping, says when my grandfather was a boy, $5 an hour was good money. And then he goes on to say when Messi was a lad, $5 a week was good money. When I was a lad, well, my first job at the age of 18 was as a barman, 5.5 days a week, split shifts. I got paid really good money. I got 15 quid a week. It seemed so much money at the time, but it's a lot more than $5. 15 quid.
That's not bad.
That was bloody good in 1969.
It compares favourably with my first summer job in the early 80s, which was like, it was again split between myself and somebody else, so we could both play cricket part of the week.
And Bashir's in, and that's driven down the ground and collected in the on the offside.
Especially being paid about 40 to 50 quid to just sit on a marina jetty and serve petrol, diesel.
Oh, tough.
Yes, no, I know.
Yeah.
Life was very hard then, wasn't it?
Well, it was hard work as a barman, because I'd work from 9:30 till 2:30 and then go back from 5:30 till 10:30 every day.
Bashir
5.5 days.
In, and there was an appeal for caught behind, I think.
Yeah, nice arm ball by Bashir, but umpire Adrian Holstock is having nothing doing with that. It's not very far away from the edge, but I don't think he's got a stick on that. It's well bowled. He'll put the idea in Sinclair's mind.
And that is collected.
Oh, can he be out? No, best.
Oh.
It's Mark Wood who's fielding it. He's done very well to get to it, but he's sprawling over and he can't do the turn and throw in the same way that Ben Stokes can, and the ball just trickles through to
course he can't. He's got hooves.
But Sinclair was well down the wicket. If he had got any power into that throw at all, he was a goner.
Bash into the offside, and there is no run. I think my first job, I just got paid in records.
I don't think I would have been very happy with that.
Bashir in again, and they'll just run, well, wander the single really. I found some absolute gems. I was really lucky.
Yes, it is something that I found out later in life, that there's so much good music out there that nobody ever gets to hear because the commercial companies just don't promote it.
Bashir in, and that dot ball on the legs. Yeah, and also just because I went around all the fairs and stuff as well, I found some amazing things for basically no money. Like, I got a first pressing of Teenage Kicks for 15 quid.
15 quid! 32 and sixpence LBs cost when I was a kid.
Yeah,
that's,
but considering
that's £1.60 approximately.
Yeah, I asked someone that actually knew about how much records would got, like, worth and stuff. It's worth about $3,000 or something.
That's crazy.
Which is crazy and amazing.
Yeah, the digitisation of music has meant that vinyl in particular is worth many times its weight in value.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says, I just don't want to hear Fazia Mohammed going on an insane apocalyptic rant about the failure of West Indian cricket and thus global society. I wanted a West Indian win just to annoy the gobshite, which is a very reasonable motivation in my view, Jay. Pint of beer was probably 25p. A pint of beer was actually less than that, I suspect. I think it's about 2 and sixpence, which is the equivalent of
12.5p.
12.5p, that's right. Andy Pemberton says, never thought West Indies could find a slower opener for Braithwaite. Mr. Lewis, even his scoring shots are defensive, and the number 3 batsman is clueless. Well, that's harsh.
Mark Wood in for his second ball of the over, and that is an absolute screamer.
Yep.
Beaten all ends up.
Completely defensive flap by Sinclair. The ball's gone high in the air, and he says, can I have some medical attention, please? Because I think that's hit him.
Sorry. He's either been given out or he's been given out.
But he's reviewed it immediately.
He's reviewing the decision.
And we've seen his short one. That's come either off the glove or the very top of the bat. Either way, I think he's out.
He is out, yeah.
So why is he reviewing the decision? Does he think he didn't hit it?
Ooh,
I think he thinks it's wrist.
Yeah, because it... Oh, that's close. Is that part of the glove or not?
I think so. I think the rule is if your sleeve is touching the end of the glove, it remains glove. I believe.
I don't.
Which is why I don't know.
Yeah, it's been confirmed. He has been given out. That was hitting right on the elastic webbing, pretty much, of the glove, of his front glove, and it's been confirmed by the third umpire that is a dismissal.
Yeah, that was part of the glove. Yeah.
So we get to play this once more.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I imagine that will hurt in all sorts of ways, both physically, emotionally.
And that's that really horrible bit of the wrist as well. But yeah.
And Bear's series of unders continues to work out, I think, for him.
Whoa, good.
Keep going, Bear.
And we're due change, I think.
We are. It's 5:30. We're due to have a change with the Bear returning for Will. The Bear returning to do ball by ball. I'm staying on to moving and socials, and Will is going to do summarising.
Okie doke. I'll catch you in half an hour if you're still going.
I don't know that we will be, to be honest.
But yes, yes, that's been a very impactful post tea hour of play.
It has indeed, hasn't it? I mean, it's gone from 0 to 100.
There's a strong possibility the way they're bowling, this could be over tonight.
Well, yeah, and you don't think it'll go much beyond lunch tomorrow, even if it does come back tomorrow.
I mean, it's got the two major remaining batsmen at the crease now, I presume, with Josh Silva must come in now.
Well, with Sinclair out, though, he was the last one after Sinclair in the last time. You know, if you think you get through these two, it shouldn't take much longer. And these two, I might get the best under on these two, to be fair.
Have you made? It sounds like you've made an absolute ton today.
No, my bet. I always do £5 bets on cricket, £2 each way on horses.
Okay.
I don't splurge money, but it's just a little bit of fun. I've got 5 out of 6 on the unders though, so that's about 25 quid return.
Yeah. On the social, it says Dave Wood says this is reminiscent of toughest running to the Windies in '91. Well, yeah, he's 6 for 25 at that point. The Windies were somewhat more aggressive against him.
Yes. In '91 there was a better team.
Was that the period when Tuffers had that slightly dodgy ponytail?
Yeah. And Jay Grover says the only ball game I've seen to equal the aggression of Birmingham Jamaican dominoes is Mandawara Tibetan full contact monopoly. Full contact monopoly sounds interesting.
What is full contact?
I don't know. And he also says, what the F is wrong with Potts?
Literally get dragged to jail.
Yeah, Wood in. First ball is to Josh De Silva. Wood gets another deserved wicket in this game. He's been a bit unlucky, it has to be said. 92 miles an hour. Josh De Silva did defend it after mid-on, and there ain't no run.
I shall jingle him up.
Someone's bowling looseners. Watch him hit a bounty again. See the runs Josh De Silva's counting,
Hugh Enders rock.
I mean, Sinclair didn't really know what was going on there, did he? That's how it's defended into the offside.
No, I think it's probably a review that they had to take in any case.
Yeah, I mean they did, but I mean he didn't. He looked mighty uncomfortable against that pace. I don't quite know why they sent him out ahead of Josh De Silva, to be honest.
No, me either. Maybe he's a slightly better defensive batsman, but then again,
he also looks like he's in a lot of pain there. That hit him right on the wrist. Interesting to see how he pans out from that.
You presume Moti will return for the third test in any case, so that's probably his series done.
Well, yeah, that's true. It is, isn't it? Wood is in, down leg side, and tailing in, but not the right line. Josh De Silva gets inside, and there's no run.
Whilst we get a chance, I will say. Jacob says, "You what, Jeremy? You can support a family on that. My dad got £60 a week and shilling tips working at a classical record shop."
Calm down, man.
Teenage kicks for 15 quid, says Dave Wood. That's a weekly wage for messages.
3 and 6. I don't even know how they worked out old money. What was the 3 and what was the 6?
3 shillings and 6 old pence.
Sixpence.
Okay, that's knocked into the offside and there's no run. And that's when everyone stood with it. 20 shillings to the pound, so it's 200p essentially.
240.
240 pence to the pound.
Yeah. 12 pence to a shilling.
Pennies in a shilling.
Oh, was it? So it wasn't 5p in a shilling.
No, that's why they're called new pence when they did decimalisation in the early 70s.
Oh, so 6 pence was half a shilling then?
Yes, it was.
Oh, right. Okay. 3 and 6.
So did it work off?
So essentially, what, 36 plus 6, 42p. Essentially.
Yeah. 17.5 new pence.
How fucking weird. Okay. Glad we changed the decimalisation. It all sounds a bit odd.
Yeah, it kept you on your toes, mentally multiplying things all over the place.
Well, yeah, I imagine if you were in it, you just knew how it worked, but...
well, it's all the same with pounds and stones and everything else. All the imperial weight systems had different
exactly.
multipliers to go to the next level.
Fucking oddness. Decimal is much better. Anyway, Bashir is going to continue. He's bowling into Jason Holder. Bowls that one quite flat, and Holder just nudges it up to mid-off, and there is no run. England will really want to prize this one open and try and get this game finished today. Only 4 wickets to take. Bashir over the wicket into the pads of Jason Holder, who knocks it out to deep mid-wicket, get himself a single. And the new guy gets on strike.
Wants to bowl at the silver, I think.
Yeah, I would too, because he's a new batsman. I might be tempted to come around the wicket. I wouldn't start off around the wicket to De Silva, but I might be tempted to Jason Holder now he's in. He slapped me for a couple of sixes. Give it a little bit of flight, try and get one to grip and come back in, or slide across him.
Slide across him, yeah, and get the outside edge.
Yeah. But more than anything, as a spin bowler, you want to have an over at the same guy, don't you? You want to work them around the crease. And
you want 6 balls at the target.
Same guy, yeah, exactly that. Bashir into De Silva. There is a leg slip, and there is a slip. And that's defended back to him, and there's no run.
There's a Diddy Ducket on Hayden.
Oh, right, I didn't notice that, but yeah. Oh, yeah, so there is. Right in front of Jason Holder. That'll be fun if they go for a quick single. Bashir tosses it up. It's too straight though. Worked round. Man on the 45 as well. No run.
And your favourite, man at mid wicket.
Absolutely. So there should be. Especially with only 4 wickets required, and they're just over 300 runs, just under 300 runs behind. With only the tail to come. Tossed up. Oh! Fuck, I thought he missed that.
You've got to hit that.
You've got to hit that. Exactly that. And it did keep a little low, but Josh De Silva did manage to get his bat down on it. And defended it, and there is no run.
Oh, interesting. They bring the players in.
Wow. Try and get him to play an aggressive shot. He's clearly got a field to bowl straight. He's got... well, that's the last ball. It's played back to him. There's no run. There was a man on 45. There's a square leg, out square leg. There's a mid on. There's a mid wicket, and there's an on Hayden. So he's definitely going to bowl straight.
Leah says, whoever thought of that old system with pounds, shilling and pence must have suffered a catastrophic cranial trauma shortly before coming up with that shit. Well, I think if you find out, that was probably the Romans. Nick Vicker says, my late godfather used to manage hotels and told a great story of an English roadie trying to explain the old money to the Grateful Dead. Yes, I suppose they were a bit fried by that point. Anthony Henderson, no relation I presume, says our West Indies team are a total waste of time. These young players are quite hopeless as they came good in the first innings and are now hopeless.
Well, as I was saying earlier, that's defended it into the offside and there's no run. You have these moments. England had it a few years ago when they could fucking get above 220 runs, and they had a decent bowling unit, which is not dissimilar to the West Indies. You can sometimes do it in one innings, but the problem with consistency when you're losing is to do it over 2, and it often doesn't happen. So you can see the sparks of what could be, but it often gets beaten, and then it becomes, it's hard work. You end up getting into a spiral, and somehow you've got to get out of it, and occasionally you get a win, and you've got to work through it, and people have got to get battle hardened. That one keeps a little bit low and beats the outside edge of De Silva's bat through to the keeper, and there's no run. And you hope that if you stick with the same people, they learn the job on the job, and eventually they come through the other side. The problem is, if teams aren't consistent, there's calls for people to be dropped, isn't it? And then you go to the next cab on the rank, and the inconsistency carries on because it's
England
difficult.
1990 springs to mind.
Well, exactly. I mean, you look how England stuck with Crawley. I mean, none of us could understand why he was in the side a while ago, and then
both Crawleys, to be fair, thinking back to John Crawley.
Yeah, but I think it's easier. Oh wow, that's beating the outside edge again. De Silva looks uncomfortable here. Wood is really cranking it up. He's got 1 for 14. That was another 90-mile-an-hour delivery. De Silva really didn't go at the ball. Beat his outside edge, and there's no run. There's smiling on the face of the two batsmen. It's bloody quick. That's the thing. I think in good sides, like when Australia, their great side, sort of, I guess, tailor onwards sort of thing for the through until around about the Ashes, and just around about when all the greats retired. In 2007. They always had an opportunity to change 1 or 2 batsmen in their order because it was such a solid team that they could be covered if they failed for a few. That's clipped into the leg side and there's no one, and that allows a new player to go into a team with really experienced players who will cover for his mistakes, and when he comes good he feels that he's there. And you think of the batsmen that didn't get in that side.
Yes, that's the point I was about to make, and get Will in on, which was that they had Stuart Law 1 test, average 54. Greg Blewett, who only played a handful of tests, because they had a settled lineup of Hayden, Langer, War, Martin, Lehman.
Oh, now it's got to be not out. I thought he got a glove onto that.
Caught it.
He did catch it, but I don't think he got a glove.
No, I meant De Silva.
No, he can't have done. Otherwise, there'd have been an almighty great appeal. But that's it. Damien Martin came in that side, and he had to come in fresh. Yeah. And at one point, who did they replace Mark Wall with? Ricky Ponting, I presume.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you think of the players that didn't get in who were good players, like Brad Hodge.
Darren Lehman didn't make it either.
Well, he had a few.
But he couldn't cement a place.
Yeah. Just a very... to start off, we had with
Michael Bevan. That's a nice drive, but straight at the fielder, and there was no run.
Yeah. And then at the same time...
End of the over, 93 for 6.
Like
a revolving door. Exactly, but this is it. When you've got a good side, you can do that. When you're in the position that the West Indies are in, it's hard.
Pokey Bumfinger says, people still do guineas as a currency unit over here, only for weird things like sheepdogs and horses as well.
Where? What? Huh?
Oh yeah, horses are also
guineas are sold.
Oh god, yeah.
Guineas, which are £1 and a shilling, basically.
What? That's a fucking stupid amount of money. Why would you have a?
That's I mean, it doesn't really actually end up doing anything for horses because it's all kind of.
So the 50,000 guineas race is £50,000 plus 50,000 pennies or whatever.
Yes, correct.
Essentially it's like £50,000 and a fiver.
What a stupid fucking unit. It's a pointless unit.
Leah comes back to us after this.
Bashir is in, and it's defended back down the track. There's no run. I was born in the year 71, wasn't it? Decimalisation.
Yes.
I was born in that year, so I never had to deal with it, thankfully.
Leah says, so the Romans decimalised their military, but not their currency. Interesting. I think it wasn't decimal. It was 60s for the military. It's 60s and 600.
Oh, fucking hell! How did that not bowl him? That was a cracking delivery from Bashir. He hung it up outside the off stump for Jason Holder. Gave it a little bit, held it back a bit. Holder's eyes lit up. He had a massive drive at it. Turned back sharply inside his gate. I think it's gone over the top of the stumps. Yeah. That's a brilliant delivery. Unlucky from Bashir. But certainly his eyes lit up. Moral victory to the bowler. Oh, now there's an appeal worth appealing.
Yeah. Have a go for that.
I don't think they're going to review it, but he didn't play a shot. Are they forgetting that? Because that seemed to be turning back towards the stumps for me. Maybe it was going over the top.
I think he's got very long legs. That's reasonably high up the leg.
The line looks good, though.
The line looks good, but I think that might be just go over the top again.
It was on the knee roll, but I mean it's Jason Holder. So.
Yeah, true, but it's got a long way to travel. It might come back down again. I don't know how Hawkeye works with that. That one's flat and straight, and this time he just gets in line. Works. Oh, there is a man at mid-wicket, thankfully, and there's no run. So
your man saves the day again.
He does indeed. Oh yeah, it went over the top of middle and off. I should have bowled him. I've got till 108. What are we on? 93.
I reckon.
15 runs, maybe. Jason Holder looks pretty settled now, to be fair. Although I haven't seen that shot.
He looks pretty settled off the back foot. I think you've got to toss it up, get it above his eye line. I know that's a hard job.
That's a very hard job.
And try and make him play a shot off the front foot like he did where that gated him and went over the top of the stumps.
Or you can get one to go straight on, ping him in the pads. That's a good forward defensive from Jason Holder. They're certainly not going to be able to defend everything for the next 2 days, so it's going to be interesting, see where it gets to. End of the over to you, Jace.
Jago says, that Henderson sounds exactly like the relation to Nigel, who was talking earlier. John Gideon says, you guys believe that you are the best, you will see when you come down here in December. That's presumably talking about New Zealand.
Yeah, we're going to New Zealand. That'll be an interesting. Yeah, well, New Zealand. What have you got? A bunch of new blood, I suppose. Wagner won't be in the side anymore. There's no Trent Bolt. Southey's getting old. What's his name? Matt Henry looks decent.
Henry's always been decent.
He's always been
decent. But they've got a new guy called...
He's seriously good. Matt
O'Riordan, I think, is a new guy.
Yeah, there's a quick guy. I suppose they've got to. Who's a tall guy? Jameson.
Oh, Jameson?
Yeah. Pulled by De Silva out towards deep square leg. They'll get a single. I guess it all depends on if they're fit or not. Carl Jameson has injury issues, doesn't he?
His bowling is gone a bit downhill now.
Everyone who plays us always seems to pull it out of the bag. It was going over the top. Oh, it would have been umpire's call on the bail.
Good choice not to do.
Well, no, they wouldn't have lost the review. It was probably worth it. I would have certainly given it a review. Not playing a shot. The angle looked right. What the fuck? You got 3 reviews left. You get one of these guys out, you're through, aren't you?
You can put your feet up and go home tonight.
Hopefully. Well, that's what we're all praying for. On the back foot, Jason Holder punches it out to point, and there is no run.
Well, you're praying for it because you have to work tomorrow, whereas I have to do
real work.
I won't say real work because this is work.
Yes,
it's very pleasurable work, but I have to do my other job, shall we say?
Well, I was planning to go to Broadstairs tomorrow, and I've kind of put it off till Tuesday. However, there are things that if this does finish earlier, I can get done that I was going to do Wednesday. So it will make my life a little bit easier if the day doesn't go to the full tomorrow. If it's not on at all, I can do lots of things I was going to do on Wednesday tomorrow. Woody is in, and on the back foot, Jason Holder punches it out through the covers. Very nicely timed, actually. And it'll be just the 1 run. I presume Matt Henry, speaking of New Zealand, was kept out of the side by Southey and Bolt.
Well, yeah, they had a rolling rotation of very good cadre of fast bowlers.
Yeah.
Led by Bolt and Southey, but they had Lockie Ferguson, they had Matt Henry, they had who was the other?
There's a Milne, wasn't there?
Carl Mills before that.
Yeah.
Adam Milne latterly.
Yeah.
All of whom are very competent, very good players who would have played 40, 50 tests in another side in another era.
Yeah, true. Played up to mid-on, there's no run. I thought, who's the one we're talking about? Henry. He's had injury problems as well over the years, hasn't he?
Not so much. I did see him.
He's been pretty settled.
Oh, okay.
He's played a lot at Kent. He's played a lot at Somerset. I saw him at Somerset last year, and he was sharp.
He is sharp.
Yeah.
He's got that class. He's a classic action. He reminds me a little bit of sort of Andy Caddick, bit Chris Rokes, sort of upright, delivers it with a stiff wrist.
But he was used in the Mark Wood 4 overs of shock tactics.
Yeah. That one seems to come in a little bit. It's played off the back foot by Holder out to point, and there's no run. I mean, they went off like a train, didn't they? They were going up 5 or 6 and over before the first wicket fell.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of the net effect of getting the hardness out of the ball a little bit, and the roller losing its effect.
Yeah.
As the man who says yay says, "Come on, get him out."
Yes. I need one on the next 12 runs.
Now he's just being greedy.
I am being greedy. I like a good collapse. It's a good chance to make good money. Woody It's full down the leg side. That's a good stop from Jamie Smith actually, because I think it hit a foothold and sort of p-rolled along the floor, and it was going quickly down the leg side. I think Jamie Smith has done really well behind the stumps, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, you don't notice any errors.
No.
All the things that have happened to him with the gloves, no, he's been competent, practically slightly more than competent, but yeah, there's no howlers, shall we say.
No.
I think the whole thing with a wicket-keeper is if you're not talking about them, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, exactly
Like,
that.
that's the dream. You just, like, it's like a goalkeeper in football, you know? Like, if you don't mention the keeper, then they've done their job.
Yep. Well, Bashir's going to continue bowling at the silver. Oh, maybe that's Stokesy warming up for a spell after Woody.
John and Donald says, keep up the good work. Chapel John in Sweden.
Thank you very much.
Lockie Lockie 6 says, KP thought he was the best at everything. Well, he still thinks that now.
Yes. I think KP once bowled fucking Tendulkar. Was that KP? Am I getting my metaphors confused? That's driven back to the bowler. No run.
Well, he started off being a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
In South Africa.
Oh, pardon me. He was he was an off-spinner, wasn't he?
Yeah.
One of the worst off-spinners I've ever seen.
Yeah, he got a couple of important wickets for England, I seem to remember. That one, but yeah, generally, I wouldn't have...
Yeah, but like... he had 2 good balls.
Yeah, well, exactly.
in his entire career, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The rest of it was... And also... like...
He's an irritating man, but he was a very good batsman and defended into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah.
He's still an irritating man.
He's
yeah.
Incredibly irritating.
Well, he's got arrogance, stamped through him like a piece of rock,
yeah,
basically.
Absolutely. Joss de Silva goes back inside edge of the bat. Looking to play out in the offside, it goes through mid-wicket, beats the mid-wicket, goes out towards the boundary. We'll get a single. England, when can you take the extra half out? I'd have to have them 8 down, or is it 9 down? It's 8 down, isn't it? To be able to claim the extra half out.
8 down, I think.
I think it's 8.
And you can get the extra half hour, 8 overs, whichever is longer.
Okay, alright. That's defended in the offside by Jason Holder. No run. I'm not going to be too disgruntled if I have to come in tomorrow now and then. It's not going to be a full day. I can handle a couple of hours of cricket in the morning. Jason Holder plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. And that ends the 29th over. It's 97 for 6, a long way off. Holder is 19 off 30, De Silva 2 off 18. Bashir has 3 for 18. He's 8 overs. Over to you, Jace. I'm going to go and get a can of beer.
Dara Zizi says, multiple Indies wickets. Jay Grove says, heed peel. I don't know what that. Dara Zizi says, Smith has kept well. And he's decent with the bat also. Yes, I know. I've seen him for a long time. Sorry. Lloyd Gomes says, you guys are lucky that Brian Lara's not there. Well, the one thing that Brian Lara was an entertainer. I rate him above Tendulkar in that respect, in that there's always something happening. I found Tendulkar technically perhaps better, but not as engaging or emotional a player to watch.
In terms of watching, I would say Lara, but I think in terms of technique, I agree, yeah, like I think Tendulkar's kind of...
Yeah, I much prefer watching Brian Lara than watching Tendulkar.
And Frank Rockefeller...
That'll be like blasphemy to our Indian friend next door. Yeah. That's pulled nicely by Joss de Silva. Out to deep mid-wicket, and it'll be 4 runs. That's a nice shot. Basically, half tracker, long hop.
Is it me, or is Joss de Silva just a little bit bulkier than he was when he came on the tour last time?
I think so.
Apparently he's been spending a lot of time in the gym.
In the gym, bit of a gym bunny. Drops into the offside and they'll go through for a single.
Well, you can overdo that, Johnny Bairstow.
That, and
Very
he's been
much so.
dragging his boat around.
Boat?
Yeah.
Has he got a
His
fishing?
dad bought him a boat when he got his first ton. And apparently he's been doing it up himself.
Oh, nice.
So he's been like hoiking it around some shed in Trinidad.
Ah. Nice.
Which sounds like the perfect life, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't sound so bad, does it? That's defended. I think to the subfielder. Have we worked out who that subfielder is?
No, come on, Twitterati. Please tell us.
It's not Pennington, we know that much.
Not blonde enough to be Pennington.
Mystery fielder.
Not bulky enough as well. Pennington's still quite a big lad, isn't he? That's
Yeah.
not such a big lad.
He's tall and rangy. This guy looks normal sized.
Yeah. Well, Atkinson's been brought back down to earth this test match, hasn't he? After, what was it, 12 for not many?
120, I think.
That one does seem to tail in a little bit, but it's defended by Holder, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
7 for 56, was it?
7 for 45 and 5 for 60, I think.
So 12 for 100 and something. Well defended by Jason Holder. But I guess it's good to be brought back down to earth. I believe it's going to be like that every time, eh? Atkinson in. Nicely driven by Holder. Inside mid-off, and he's going to get himself 4 runs there.
Ben Stokes is doing a lot of shuttles today.
I'm sure he doesn't mind when he's got the upper 106 for 6. I guess England won't mind coming back tomorrow. They'd like to finish it tonight,
There's
they
not
think.
one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
You get the feeling that the West Indies are just taking what's offered at the moment.
Well, these two have got experience, haven't they? I mean, they could stay out there for a while.
I'd hate to have gotten...
Atkinson is in, and that's defended by Jason Holder. And there is no run.
Getting those figures on your debut
Yeah.
would be an absolute killer. 'Cause you just
Well,
think that's not
exactly.
gonna
I mean,
happen again.
precisely.
You know what I mean? Like,
life is so easy after one test, yeah? What are you all on about? This is a hard game. You got the ninth best debutant figures in history or something stupid like that. It's like...
yeah, and like 7 of them were pre-1950.
Yeah.
Well, the top 3 are all in the 1800s,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
On the era of pretty rubbish pitches.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
So pretty
And
impressive.
rubbish balls.
Yeah, I can imagine. The
'Cause they were all
Just
kind
think
of-
how many times they had to change the ball if they're the current stringent requirements.
Yeah. Winnies need 279 to win. They'll have a day to do it, and only 4 wickets, of which 3 are tail enders. Tricky proposition, one would say.
yeah, that's
There's a
steep hill.
It is tossed up, driven back to the bowler, no run. There's a slip, short leg. Sorry, there's a slip and a leg slip. There's an on Hayden. There's a square leg. There's a mid wicket, and then there's a mid on. Mid off is up. Clearly gets the ball straight. Tosses that one up. It's hit, and it's hit hard, and I think that's got enough on it.
Yeah.
That's me out of the game. Damn it! I've lost a bet. It's hit over the top, a long on, 6 runs to Josh De Silva. I don't think England will mind that particularly. Cheers, mate.
Well, we knew that was in his locker because we saw that twice against Joe Root in the first innings.
Got to hope one of those bites, haven't you, really? Good catch by a man in the crowd, I think. Diving across a row of seats. You got to hope that one of those just turns enough that catches inside half the bat and skews
somewhere in
leg
the square
side.
leg.
Next ball is defended and there's no run. I think you keep tossing it up there, keep feeding it. You've got enough runs to play with.
Keep riffing the ball.
Yeah. As
mid-wickets has disappeared to
Cow.
3/4 of the way back.
And Bashir bowls that a little bit flatter. Thought it's into the leg side and there's no run. Sort of looked like he wanted to come down the track at that one. I guess we have a change to the last set of crew at the end of this.
Yep. Ryan is going to come in. Will's going to sign off for the day.
Is it us three then going through?
It is us three.
Okay. Ending up with a 3-man studio. That one is played up to mid-on. I'll get through for a quick single. 13 for 6. 1 ball left in the 31st over.
And the almost unnoticed for about a day, Harry Brook.
Give in a ball. If I was Stokes, I'd have given myself a bowl. That's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. And
generally, I think his captaincy's been great, but it really has.
It's been a bit reactive rather than proactive.
With himself, definitely.
I just mean generally, like in his his spell as captain. Yeah, he just doesn't take the ball himself. And
well, he didn't because he was injured. But
level.
I mean, now he's not injured, and he said, "I'm not injured." I mean, he did bowl himself for a long spell in the first innings, I think. But it was only one spell.
10 overs, which split by T.
Yeah, exactly. So give yourself a spell in the second innings.
Anyway, thanks, Will. See you in the next test, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow, I guess.
Well, if you're on first thing, I don't think it'll go beyond lunch. So.
I think I'm on. Yeah, I'm on like at 11:30ish. So.
Okay, you should be good if it gets there.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Gus Atkinson is going to continue. We welcome back Ryan.
Yeah.
That's got to be out. Surely it is. Josta Silva's been trapped in front just as you come back. Ryan, we've got a wicket. It seemed to nip back, beat the inside edge of Josta Silva. Didn't seem to get up that much. He is going to review it, but I think he's
it's plump.
gone. It's plumb. It looks plumb in front. I guess height could be an issue, but didn't look that high. He's not particularly tall man. Josta Silva seemed to hit him around about a knee roll, and he was on the back foot. Good delivery, slippery. Bit of a wobble seam, nip back, possibly. He played all across it. I think that's plumb, isn't it? It's hit in front and middle and off.
Clip in the top, I think. Yeah.
Gus doesn't want a tomorrow's play.
Well, that could be it. Yeah.
8 more overs, just 3 wickets.
Well, if we get another wicket, we can ask for an extra half hour, 8 overs, as Jay said. In which case, we can go till 7 and.
Well, 8 overs from the time that we take the 8th wicket, I think.
Oh, is it? There's no edge. It's crashed.
It's all about ball tracking.
Back pad. It is back pad. There was no hint of a touch on the front. It's hit in line. It's going. Umpire's call on middle stump.
Yeah.
Man, it's a good half a ball. And Josta Silva has to go. That could be the dam collapsing. 113 for 7. The West Indies target 385 is an awful long way off. Atkinson gets a wicket.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, tried to work that a little too square.
Played all across it, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that probably kept a little bit lower than he thought it was. Hurried him a bit. We have to say goodbye to Josta Silva. 14 off 26.
Yeah, it's really sad in the West Indies point of view. From 61 for no loss to lost last 7 wickets in the 60 odd runs.
Chases are never easy.
Yeah.
And that's a big chase to chase it down. And it's also a long. It was also it's not like they had 385 to get in a couple of sessions and where you could go for it, shut up shop. To get a draw, it was most unlikely considering 340 runs are scored in a day and they still had a whole session today. So, assuming they got through to the end of tomorrow, they'd have won easily. It's a question of can they stay out there for 4 sessions? They managed it in the first innings.
Yeah,
And to be fair, they got 71 off the last wicket, didn't they? And they were 30 behind with 1 wicket left. A bit of spankaroonie, and suddenly they had a 41-run lead. But whoever said England had been behind the whole match was talking nonsense earlier on social. England were ahead after day 1, marginally ahead after day 2. Defended into the onside, and there's no run. At the end of day 3, you'd have probably said they were ahead of the game, but only 3 wickets down and lead at 200. So, England haven't had it all their own way, and the West Indies as well to get ahead of them on the first innings. But you got to remember the West Indies won a toss and decided to put England in, and if you put the side in, you got to get a first innings lead, considerable first innings lead, if you expect.
Ideally, you've got to pull them out in 2 sessions.
Yeah, for under 250 runs. That's bold. That's another one that's come back. Hazari Joseph has failed. That one did keep a little bit low. It was only his second ball, and the West Indies will be a bit upset. They've collapsed in a heat, 61 for 1 to 113 for 8.
Hazari Joseph is in disbelief.
Yeah, well, I did think the last ball from that got Joshua Silva just scuttled on just a little bit, because he trying to play it. I think it was probably 6 inches too.
That definitely kept.
But
low.
That one kept a lot.
Definitely kept low.
And Alzari's a tall guy with a large back lift.
Yeah.
And he's gone before I even got a chance to
play his jingle.
Play his jingle. So I'll play it now.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
What's this going to do to the mindset of the West Indies? Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It might free them up for the 3rd test because they've got nothing to lose now. Apart
They've
from
got nothing to lose. They'll be a bit upset at the way it's gone, I imagine.
Drag a game to tomorrow.
The thing is, now you got no hope, right? I mean, if it was an England side, I'd rather they flashed and got out tonight rather than drag us all
and play
back
golf tomorrow.
Even if I'm going to lose, I'd rather lose, and you're going to get fucking battered. You might as well get battered today.
We'll see. We'll learn next test match then.
Yeah, exactly.
And that'll mean. I'll do some socials while we're waiting. George from first test, just what England needed. Talking about, I think, the first wicket, and also just as West Indies were looking for a comeback, Atkinson gets a crucial breakthrough. Lockie says this is a crucial half hour. There's lots of crucial in this. Are they trying to sponsor something?
Yeah. Well, Jaden Sills has an average of 5.10 with a higher score of 13. I presume Shamar Joseph's score in the first innings is probably his highest in a test match.
Given he's only played, 3 tests?
Yeah.
4 tests?
23, wasn't it? He got something?
33.
Atkinson in 33, was it?
Yeah.
Gets an inside half of the bat, goes off towards square leg, and it'll be a single. Gets himself off the mark.
I'll jiggle him up now.
Oh well, wherever you are, Sills Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Sills Jaden,
I guess
for dead.
we see more balls misbehave towards the end of this game.
I think Ali Pope is asking Stokes to stay in the dugout for a bit more.
He's doing fine out there on the field as acting captain. He's vice captain, isn't he, Ollie Pope?
Yeah.
Tossed up, edged, flashed through, just wide of Gully, diving to his left. It was Ben Duckett. A taller man may have got somewhere near it. Or maybe got a fingertip. He's looking like it might be a bit painful. But it flashed down to third man for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Hard. Don't think that's really a chance.
No.
Catch that, be a blinder.
I mean, Duckett is quite close to the ground, but even so.
Yeah, he's a squat man. That's what we're trying to say. Short ass. Well, his fiancée hasn't sprogged. Maybe she can do the decent thing and sprog between tests. What do you reckon? Defended up to mid-off and there's no run.
Well, I think there's every opportunity now. 4 or 5 days to do the deed.
Wow. Is it first or second child? First usually takes fucking forever to come out anyway.
Yeah, first one is normally late.
Late. Yeah. God, my first two were late. All of them were late. Yeah, all of them were
That
late.
just means your wife is healthy.
Yeah.
Because basically you get born when the body can't supply enough nutrition to the baby. It has to start surviving on its own, basically, because energy demand just goes up like that.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I'll tell my wife that. None of us knew that. She'll be pleased. Mind you, it was 14 years ago when she gave birth to the last one, so... Anyway, 118 for 8. 2 wickets required for England, and a lot of runs required for the West Indies. Holders on 27 or 37. Seals is going to face to Bashir, and Bashir won't mind this. The last two batsmen are lefties.
Yeah.
Leg slip.
Chance for a fifer.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
but
Not with something like that, though.
No, that's a filthy leg side delivery, which is going to get him off strike and put Jason Holder back on, which is a bit daft. We still don't know who that is. He's got
Who's he?
I don't know, but he's got very cool sunglasses.
He'll be some
He'll be
Nottingham staffer.
Yeah, exactly.
From the under-19s or the seconds, basically, who's
You'd
a
love to
fringe
do
first
that,
team player.
Exactly, you'd love that though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they're normally the gun fielder out of the squad.
Yeah, that's defended. Back to the bowler, and there's no run.
AKA the Gary Pratt.
Hero to every Englishman, Gary Pratt. Just mention him to Ricky Ponting.
And watch Ricky Ponting foam at the mouth.
Yes. Bashir.
Oh.
No, that's driven straight, hard, over the top of mid-off and all the way for 6. Jason Holder's not going to hold back.
Yep. Well, could see some damage to Bashir's figures in the pursuit of a wicket here.
Well, yeah. No one should really give a shit. Should only go at 3 and over. And it's right to toss it up. Try and buy that wicket. That's driven straight back down
That's
the
a
ground.
better
It'll be
shot.
4 more. That is a better shot. Certainly more in control of it.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Now, if that was me, I would try it again. I would shove it and take the pace off it and see if I can
get him to go vertical.
either beat it on the inside edge or exactly get him to try it again, but with a little bit less pace, and hopefully he puts it up in the air somewhere.
Yeah.
Just keep trying it. Who's that? The man on 45 has come in. But instead he bowls a real flat dart. Yeah, just hang it up there, man. You're not going to get taken off. Stokes, he doesn't give a shit now.
And he doesn't want to bowl.
He doesn't want to bowl. He's quite happy to buy the wicket.
Come in.
That's cover. Yeah.
Doesn't want the single.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want the single. Atkins does he
This will be a dart on leg stump to try and get him to hit into the 7 fields on the leg
well,
side.
Oh, absolute ripper! He's bowled him outside his off stump. I think it was an arm ball, clearly. A bit flat, actually. Gave it a little bit of drift outside the off stump. Didn't turn. Jason Holder played for turn. Having been hit for 6 and 4 in 2 balls, bowled a shit ball the next ball. He's bowled him with the last ball of the over. And suddenly West Indies are 9 down with 10 and Jack in. And this game is done.
That's quite a smart piece of bowling to bowl the arm ball, and you can see Holder trying to work it into the offside to try and get a signal to get down the other end, and he's just turned the bat very slightly on that, I think, and it's just gone past him.
It has indeed.
I think England found a gem in Shoaib Bashir. It's his first home test series, and he's
got a
really,
fourfer
really
and a chance for a fifter.
He has indeed, considering it's not really. They were saying the last person who got a 5 for here was Murley.
Yep.
Which is someone to hold up when it comes to off spins, eh? Jason Holder trudging into the changing room there.
It's an absolute beauty from Shoaib Bashir. Oh, God.
Yeah, perfect. Jason Holder can't believe it, really.
Well, put him on a bit of mental pressure to try and get a single, and that's what happens.
That's great for Bashir, though. Didn't get a bowl in the first test, wasn't required. The conditions didn't really suit him in the first, and he's got a couple of wickets. Went for a few runs, but what the hell.
But he's...
and the wicket still isn't massively helpful, to be fair.
There's occasional one that's turning a lot, but most of the time it's gentle turn.
Yeah. But good for him. Good for him. Make him feel a whole lot better and part of the team. 129 for 9. England just need the 1 wicket now to win. And we got 15 minutes. Presumably we can take that extra 8 overs, whatever.
And we've got the last man at the crease, which is the hero of the Gabba, Shamar Joseph.
Jesus, Mary, and Shamar Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by?
Seals is facing up, and he defends the first ball from Atkinson around the wicket, and there's no run.
I think Somerset give Shoaib Bashir on loan, right? In this season too.
Yep, I mean he went initially from Surrey to Somerset on loan, and then was signed permanently. And then this season he's been loaned out to Worcester to play against Surrey, where he got spanked by
Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence for 100 when he got 175.
Attempted pull by Jaden Seals, gets under edge, goes nowhere. Then he holds his hand out. Why isn't that zooming to the boundary?
Because
you're Jaden Seals.
Leach was bowling well enough to get the primary spinner spot.
Yeah, but Stokes believe in Shoaib Bashir and he delivers.
Yeah, well, I was arguing this on day one. I think if spinners don't get a lot of joy in England. I think Jack Leach has been unlucky. He's got Crohn's disease and he seems to get massively unluckily injured at the beginning of every series he plays recently. Like diving over the fucking boundary, somehow managed to put himself out of the series. That's a hit by Jaden Seals. It's going to be 4 out to Cow Corner. Don't think Atkinson will run that too much.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
But they've decided for the future, in that case, they want to probably, I guess, train them on the job. But a bit like apprenticeship with English spinners, you know, put them in the team and let them learn on the job.
Yeah.
Get them go around the world, get different conditions in them, give them a bit of belief in themselves, and you give, you know, you believe in them.
Yeah.
And he's got all the attributes to be a decent spinner, right? I mean, he's tooled, he's got good, gets good action on the ball.
That's the height, I think.
And then the height counts, and he can get good overspin. You know, if he goes around the world for the next few years, learns a couple of extra balls, learns about the pressure, learns to play in all these different conditions, hopefully on the job he can become a decent spinner.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, no bat on that. There's no run. As I keep saying, that's what Australia eventually did with Nathan Lyon to a certain degree. You know, they went through, after Shane Warne, they went through countless spinners.
There was something like 15 spinners in the next
before
3 years.
Exactly, before they settled on Nathan Lyon, you know. And if you're in a country that doesn't produce great spinners, if you want one to produce at test level, I think you kind of have to go through that. It's different. You're on the subcontinent, they're coming out of your ears, aren't they? So there's always someone to pick from. And you need... Oh, that's beaten out.
How did that miss the off stump?
Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And when you were backed up by your skipper.
Exactly. It makes you feel better as a spinner.
Very better.
You know, I mean, when I played, I played under Dan Norcross for years, and part of the reason we got on so well when we first met is he didn't have a spinner and he wanted a spinner, and I was a left-arm spinner, hadn't played for donkeys, and he was like, come and play for me. And then of course, you know, he used to bowl me for 18 overs on a Saturday, which is great. That's what I love doing. So you know, you pick up a shitload of wickets and you've got a captain who believes in you. It's
so
defended and there's no run.
You're a left-arm spinner.
Yeah.
But this first time I know about that.
Oh yeah, left-arm spinner. And you know, having that's all you want to do as a spin bowler is get loads of overs under your belt.
Absolutely.
So if you've got a captain who believes in you and sticks you on, it's great.
That's when I was most productive, when I was playing Saturday and Sunday and getting 18 to 20 overs every weekend.
Exactly, you know.
Because I knew I'd get at least 8 on Sunday, and depending on how well I bowled, I could get a decent number in on Saturday.
Yeah.
And that just grooves your action, gets you fit and ready.
Exactly. I mean, the first few years I played, up until sort of my mid-30s, I'd get stuck on our first change and If I was taking wickets, I wouldn't come off till the end of the game. You know.
But what you don't want is the captain who hates spinners and will take them off at the first opportunity.
Yeah,
as soon as they go for one bad over.
I've had those too, and that's not fun.
So back in old days, you were playing test matches.
No, test matches. No, league cricket.
Yeah, in league cricket, so it's like a.
We used to play time games.
Okay, time games.
It'd be 100 overs in a day, and the first team. And when I first started playing, the first team could bat a maximum of 65 overs.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are long games.
And those are the long games. Bashir around the wicket. Oh, that's an absolute cracker. On-off stump turns, beat the outside edge of Shamar Joseph's bat.
His fingers are twitching now, aren't they? You can see him getting a grip on the ball and really starting to give it a rip.
Well, exactly. And why not? You're feeling confident. And then they reduced that to 55 overs. The first team could bat maximum.
But
that's cut by Shamar Joseph's. A bit short. Is there anyone out there? There is. They're going to come back for 2. It doesn't really matter. They're both lefties, isn't it? You don't really care. And then by the time I stopped playing league cricket, you had half a season where that happened, and then the other half of the season was 50 over cricket.
But I think nowadays it's 40 over cricket in a league matches.
Yeah. Well, it depends what county you're in. You're in
South.
Yeah, you're in Sussex.
Yeah,
right?
Sussex. Yeah.
Yeah, so that might be 40 overs. I think the Surrey League is still 50, isn't it?
Surrey League depends on what level you are.
Well, we were always in. Well, we got dropped down to the Fullers eventually. That's out to Cow Corner, Hoyt, and it'll be single, just a single.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, at the top tier it was like starting at 11 and minimum 110 overs in the day.
Oh.
Maximum 66 in the first innings, but now as you go down, it goes down to 50, 45, 40.
Yeah, we went to Fullers and that's Hoyt again into leg side. It's quite right off his toes from Shamar Joseph. I got a single.
And if they complete this restructuring of the Surrey leagues next year, almost everything part of the top 3 or 4 divisions will be limited overs. Yeah.
I guess it kind of makes sense. It's dropped into the offside and there's no run. You always get points at the end of the week. No draws anymore.
I like the hybrid format though. I think it's the best format for determining
I
which side is the best side out of the teams in the division.
Yeah, I mean, 50. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's something fun about stopping an opposition from winning and batting out a boring draw on a Saturday in the same way there is in a test match. As that one is cut into the offside, out to the man on the fence, and there's no run. That's the end of Bashir's 11 over. 4 for 41 he has. Atkinson will come in and bowl the next.
What's it? George says, after going for a couple of back-to-back boundaries, Bashir gets himself a wicket. Helps when he bowled a couple of short balls, especially with the last one having a bit of spin on it. Well, yes, he does give the ball a tweak, as we've mentioned previously. He also says, let's play until we all get all the wickets. No point coming tomorrow.
Well, indeed. Looking at the first 300s in the test were all within 2 runs of each other. 121 for Pope, 120 for Kevin Hodge and Joe Root got 122.
And
who gets man of the match here?
Good question. Derek Willis says the first test was the real warm-up match, given the compressed nature of the series, where they had one warm-up match against a select 11.
I mean,
well, it wasn't a select 11; it was a
county
select 13.
Big heave by nowhere near it. Absolutely nowhere near it. Goes through to the keeper, no run. Short from Atkinson, bit of a waste of a delivery, but what the hell.
So we are getting an extra half an hour, right?
I think we get an extra half hour.
Quick info will tell us how many overs we have remaining in the day.
Well, I mean, this is it. Potentially, we've probably got about 12 overs left of what's supposed to be. There's a big appeal for everybody. It's going down leg aside.
Going down.
No run. It's up there, just click on that one. It'll tell us the playing conditions probably. I mean, it's not going to get dark till the light will remain till about 8:30 anyway, so it doesn't really matter about time. It's a question of whether the umpires, how long the umpires let it go for really. Atkinson around a wicket.
Oh.
Shamar Joseph is just clearing the front leg, having a swing. He's nowhere near it. Bowl it straight, and I think you might.
Remaining 12.4.
An hour of play.
Yeah, I don't know. Let go for
Won't be an hour of play. It'll be 45, 50 minutes.
Well, yeah, but it'll all be extension, won't it? After the official close of play, I presume.
Yeah. Well, that would be the maximum it could be. They might lose 4 overs.
Atkins around a wicket.
Shots.
Oh, he got one on the stumps, and it was finally picked up and driven straight nicely by Shamar Jovis. Moves on to 7. He's smiling. Loves batting.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, he seems to be better than number 11 when he connects.
Yeah.
The problem is, as a number late order batter, how many times is he going to connect?
Well, yeah, he's not
He's
built.
a free
He's
a free swinger.
He's definitely a free swinger. He's certainly not built for hanging about. The sun is shining over Trent Bridge.
Okay.
I don't get this.
What?
You've got 10 and 11 in, and it's got no slips, 1 gully, because they're flailing at everything pretty much.
Well, yeah. Well, he can't get a bat on anything that's on a sort of normal line that you'd try and get someone out. You've got to bowl straight at the stumps, I think.
You've got to go to one-day bowling and bowl the Yorkers. And
yeah.
Potentially bumpers as well.
No, I don't like the bumpers to tell him. It's pointless. Especially with this many runs, you might as well bowl it full, let them make a mistake. They will eventually. They're not good enough. And they'll eventually spoon it to somebody if you bowl length. Atkinson around a wicket, 2 for 48, last ball of his 9th over. And that is pulled, and it is pulled hard, but straight to mid wicket.
But he will have another chance for getting a 5-er.
He will indeed. Is anyone still with us on social? How are our West Indian listeners feeling? I bet they're a bit annoyed, aren't they?
Yeah. You've got various comments, most of them Jay Grover, to be fair.
Jay's on a roll, huh?
He said, Bear, the only reason you like Norcross as captain is because you let you choose your end and bowl all day stoned.
Yes. But I got loads of wickets. I didn't get it. There was method in the madness. And we did get results in this format because of it.
And he also says, YouTube is causing me physical pain. I really tried. Also, how many kids you have, Bear? I'm not sure I've ever heard. He has 3 cubs.
3 cubs. Well, they're not cubs anymore.
No, they're...
One of them's an adult, about to go off to university. Bashir around the wicket. And he's been bowled, and that's it. He gets a 5-er. Bashir gets a 5-er. First fucking spinner to get a 5-er at Trent Bridge since Murley in 2000 and something, early 2000s. Before we started Test Match Sofa, so probably about 2002, 2003. Might have even been earlier than that, 2000. Really well bowled by him. England win by 241 runs. We didn't really expect that. The West Indies came out and their opening partnership was doing well. They were 61 without a loss, and then it all went tits up.
It's a very strange day to the other 3.
Yeah, it is. Again, this is the thing. Whilst they managed to get that score in the first innings, it's the second innings. Our side, like the West Indies, capable of getting 2 big scores. It's tricky when you're on troubled ground. And it's a big target, and as soon as wickets start falling, we know how that works. It can occasionally all go awry, and it did. I mean, there was some good bowling to get the early wickets, and then things kind of fell apart for the West Indies. And as much as we didn't expect not to be here tomorrow, we're not going to have to make it in tomorrow.
No.
I can go off
we
to
shall
Broadstairs.
Get some jingles for the end of the innings, and then we should do some socials, I think, and then get out.
Wind up, and we'll be out of here.
So here's the last wicket. Here's the 5-er jingle. And on socials, on Twitter, Luigi Lovelobes asked the question, as a sideshow, Any of you fellows have an eye on Tour de France? If so, any thoughts on whether Tadej Pogacar is riding clean? Anyone ever been done for doping in cricket? Well, there's been various people done for recreational drug abuse.
Well, Warren got done for diuretics, didn't he, for a couple of years?
Yeah, Warren, Ed Giddins.
There's probably others too.
There are probably others too. I'm trying to remember them more recently than
A
that.
lot of been done for dodgy gambling shit.
Jacob says, deploy the moles, it's too late.
Yeah.
The form the GC Radio Naked Fun says, coming back for the climax? Click here. And Jago says, bother, but thank you all very much. And that's all she said on Twitter, on YouTube. George McPherson says, what a thumping win for England. They had to do it the hard way though. Yes, but they had to stay in the game.
Yeah.
And Muttley says, thank you for the coverage, primates. See you all for the next one, which starts on my birthday.
Hey.
Love and sausages. Woof.
The next one's going to be interesting because neither me nor Tony are here. We're both away for days 1 to 3. How the studio runs is going to be... I'm going to have my computer with me, but as I told Jason, I realised that actually I'm on the ferry as the first test starts, and I'm not sure how much internet I'll have if things go wrong.
How much support you may be able to give
How
us.
much support I may be able to offer. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Street Banger says, not surprised at the West Indies performance. What a shame. I expected at least 200. Well, as I said, England didn't win. West Indies lost! Exclamation mark. I'm being too down on West Indies, I think.
Yeah, don't be down. I mean, they were in it for a good while. And, you know, this is it. If you put a side in, you've got to bowl them out cheaply and get a decent first innings lead. I mean, this pitch hasn't deteriorated that much, but it's all... Scoreboard pressure the whole lot. You know, you're not getting another chance after the final innings, and you've got to either chase it down or get a draw. There was 4 sessions left. There was no way they were going to hold out for a draw. The pace the wicket was going, you're either winning or you're losing, and they lost. You know.
Yeah. Robert Wilford Paul says, yes, I'm totally annoyed. How do you explain making over 400 runs in the first innings and 139 in the second?
I just said it. I think
pressure.
Scorecard pressure. It comes. I mean, it was always going to be if the top 3 didn't get many runs and then suddenly wickets started falling, and they did. And you know, there's a lot of inexperience in the West Indies side, and you know, they're not bad batsmen clearly because they got 400 and whatever it was in the first innings.
4, 5, something.
It's being able to do it 2 innings in a row under pressure when you don't have much experience, and that middle order is pretty inexperienced.
And probably just to finish up with, Ben McCormick says, good effort, Guerrillas. Oh, and England too.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think that will be
who is going to be the man of the match? Sorry, Bushy.
That's a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, you got
400.
Yeah, exactly. You got centuries all over the place.
Well, I'd say in a match where you've had 3 innings of over 400, the guy that gets 5 on the 4th day is probably going to get it.
But was it? I don't know. Or do you give it to
Ali Pope or Harry Brook?
No, I don't think you give it to a batsman. Exactly that. There are 400s and they're all pretty equal. I think you have to give it to a bowling performance. But do you give it to I suppose Bashir is the obvious man actually, because
no, I mean, he
the
bought
first
2 wickets in the first innings. He got 5 good wickets in the second.
Yeah, and he did kind of swing the match. And at the end of the day, he won it for England.
Yeah,
ostensibly with those 3 quick wickets that he got.
Yep.
In the middle. So possibly he is the man in the match.
Yeah.
Which makes a change from basically having a TFC on the first test.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I mean, he's there to do a job, and he did the job that he was asked to do. So can't say fairer than that. Right, that's it. We're out. Well, I won't be back. Jason's going to be back for day 1 of the
and day 3
test, and day 3. I don't know who's running day 2. That's going to be interesting. Hector might be doing it on his own, and he's a new boy, and he's young. But I've got confidence that he's young.
But he will be technologically literate.
Although he did say he wasn't, which worries me as an 18-year-old. To be fair.
You mean he's going to be a young version of Hendo?
Well, he can't be that bad. He's got to be on some social media and work out, know how computers work. Anyway, we'll be back. I won't be back. We'll be back on Friday for the final test, which is Edgbaston. Good ground for England. The West Indies have nothing to lose now. They're 2-0 down with 1 to play, and they'll be wanting to show some fight in the last test. We shall see you then. Thanks all for being with us. See you later. Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Guerilla Cricket. Whoa.
control the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV.